Chapter 1 Dog Licking System? Early Summer. Magic University. In the classroom. As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, the originally quiet environment suddenly became noisy and bustling. Shin Fong closed the psychology elective textbook in his hand and was about to get up and leave when a tall and slim woman walked directly to the podium. It immediately attracted the attention of the whole class, and Shin Fong also looked over curiously. The woman was not at all stage fright. She had a pretty face and smiled brightly, and her voice was lively and clear, spreading throughout the entire multimedia classroom. I'm sorry to take up a few minutes of your time. As graduation is approaching, I believe everyone is interviewing or already working, so it is very inconvenient to travel. Whether it's for commuting to get off work, socializing, or going out for fun, you need a means of transportation. We have been classmates for 4 years and everyone knows that I work part-time at a 4S store, so if you need to buy a car, you can come to me. I don't know how much the discount will be, but at least you won't be cheated. If you have any ideas, you can contact me on WeChat for consultation. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of many boys in the audience lit up. School Beauty Sue, besides buying a car, can I consult you about anything else? I heard that the School Beauty has passed the interview of Green God Real Estate Company. Can I find the School Beauty Sue when buying a house in the future? School Beauty Sue, I have added you, please agree. Shin Fong said nothing, but watched it all calmly, his heart as calm as an ancient well. Those who surrounded the School Beauty were all rich second generations from good families. Only they have the ability to buy a car after graduation. At this time, a man with a long rectangular face came up to Shin Fong and squinted his eyes and whispered, "Tisk, look at that guy Young Tianxi, why is he so arrogant? Can you fall in love with him just by buying a car?" I heard that this guy confessed to the School Beauty last time, but was rejected. I didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned and still not give up. Shin Fong laughed dumbly and whispered, "Where did you hear that?" "Hey brother Fong, you're the only one who doesn't pay attention to the school forum. This matter has already spread everywhere. Everyone below is scolding him for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he deserve it?" Joey showed sarcasm and gloated over other people's misfortune. Shin Fong could hear the resentment in this guy's voice and touched his arm. "Okay, you keep paying attention to these gossips every day. How are you finding a job?" Joey waved his hand, not caring at all. "No hurry, no hurry. By the way, brother Fong, I remember that you seem to have a good relationship with the School Beauty. Aren't you tempted? You are handsome and have good grades. You are a perfect match for the School Beauty. If you don't act now, you won't have another chance." Joey thought of something and looked at Shin Fong with a wink. The tone was hurried and the emotions were excited. Shin Fong couldn't help but be speechless. He said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Compared to this guy, Shin Fong is much more sober. Some things are not as simple as what you see and hear." Shin Fong couldn't help but look up. The extremely beautiful School Beauty was at the peak of her beauty, with sparkling eyes and elegant features. She pursed her pretty lips slightly, smiled like a flower, and exuded a pure and elegant aura. They were chatting and laughing with ease, and the atmosphere seemed to be very good. This is a smart woman with high emotional intelligence who is good at using her advantages to achieve her goals. The key is not to disgust you. Suddenly, as he was watching, a transparent light curtain appeared in front of him, and lines of words kept appearing. Ding! The system of the $1 trillion Goddess Fund is binding. Binding successful. What's going on? Shin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed and he was startled. The word system from online novels suddenly flashed into my mind. I didn't expect to appear in reality and be bound by him. However, he reacted quickly, suppressed his emotions, and continued to check the information below. Host, Shin Fong. Level 1 o'clock 10,000. Goddess Fund amount, 100 trillion. Personal property, 2,150. Notes on use: the Goddess Fund is not the host's personal property and can only be used to pursue the goddess. Quota rules. The funds spent on pursuing the goddess are different. The host must use the funds normally, reasonably, and legally. During the pursuit, the higher the target's favorability, the higher the rebate the host will receive. After the pursuit is successful, the system will score the host's consumption amount, performance, time required, and other factors. The higher the score, the chance of winning the lottery will be. Supplementary explanation 1. The lottery area includes various skills, various scientific research technologies, shares of major companies, and everything else. Supplementary Note 2: the host only has the right to use all the property acquired through spending, purchasing, etc. during the pursuit, and has no right of inheritance. Supplementary Note 99: the host cannot reveal or hint at the existence of the system to anyone in any way. Note: the higher the score, the greater the chance of winning the lottery. The final right of interpretation of the above terms belongs to the system. After reading the panel, Qin Feng summed it up in one sentence. You can make money as long as you spend money, and you can also participate in the lottery. This system is quite interesting. Qin Feng seemed to be thinking about something. Although goddess fund amount and personal property are both money, they are two completely different concepts. The money in the goddess fund quota is the system's money and cannot be used at will. It is equivalent to funds and can only be used for consumption in the process of pursuing the goddess. Personal property refers to the property that a person owns and can freely dispose of. The system is good, but it seems to be training lickers? Qin Feng frowned, and his originally excited emotions calmed down slightly. At this moment, another message flashed before his eyes. Tip: to pursue a goddess, you need to find the right method. As long as it is normal, reasonable, and legal, the host can take all means and exercise in any way. Licking a dog is just the lowest level of means. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up and his sword-like brows relaxed. Yes, there are methods to do anything, and the same applies to pursuing a goddess. Then Qin Feng continued to ask, how can the pursuer be sure? This system will determine the target of pursuit based on the host's personal aesthetics, the system's appearance rating, and the phenylalanine secreted by the host's brain and dopamine secreted by the body after the host sees the object of his or her affection. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows when he saw the system's explanation. This dog system is really rigorous. Phenylalanine, one of the 8 essential amino acids for the human body, is a white crystalline powder at room temperature. It is soluble in water and is produced inside the human body when the body is excited. It is also known as a sexual stimulant. What is the ratio of favorability to rebate? The initial favorability is 20, and the cashback ratio is 1%. For every 10 points increase, the cashback ratio increases by 1%. Spend 100 yuan, only get 1 yuan back? I wonder what the highest favorability is. Otherwise the ratio is too low. Qin Feng sighed in his heart, suddenly thought of something, and silently recited the system in his mind. System, can I increase the cashback percentage by upgrading my level? He had this question when he saw LV1 below the panel. Yes, for every level increase, the cashback ratio will increase by 1%, and for every 10 points increase in favorability, the cashback ratio will double. Level upgrade requires consumption, and the host's personal property consumption must meet the requirements before the level can be upgraded. As long as my level reaches LV2, the initial cashback will be 2%. When the favorability reaches 30, it will be 4%, and so on. When I reach LV10, the initial cashback is 10%, and when the favorability reaches 30 points, it will be 20%. Qin Feng did a little calculation in his mind and understood. The only pity was that the money in the system could not be counted as consumption points. It takes 10,000 consumption points to upgrade to LV2, and 1 consumption point is 1 piece of consumption. It seems that the improvement is quite simple, but the key is that Qin Feng's personal property is only 2,000 yuan. Brother Feng? Qin Feng's eyes blurred, and a square face occupied most of his sight. Joey looked at Qin Feng, then glanced at the school beauty in front of him, put his right hand on his chin, and said suspiciously, Brother Feng, you just kept staring at her with a changing expression, and you said you didn't like her? Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. The more you pay attention to him, the happier he will be. Suddenly, I had an idea. This level of school beauty should be considered a goddess, right? She has been rated as the campus beauty of Magic University for 4 years, which is absolutely in line with the system's aesthetic rating. With this question in mind, Qin Feng continued to look at the school beauty. Ding, the host's inner fluctuations are detected, the system is being evaluated and reviewed. Sure enough, a prompt sounded instantly, and Qin Feng understood. At this time, several boys led by young Tianxi were reluctantly seeing the school beauty off. They all clapped their arms and said that they would definitely find the school beauty to buy a car in the next 2 days. Qin Feng retracted his gaze and shook his head, looking at young Tianxi pitifully. With the school bell's methods, she would definitely catch him. But this guy is still unaware of this and is feeling complacent, thinking he has a chance to win the beauty. I stopped paying attention, my mind sank into my thoughts, and I realized that the system was still under review. This system is so slow, it doesn't seem very smart. Xin Feng complained and told Zhou Yi to run away. As one of the top 10 universities in the country, there is no need to say much about the environment and area of the Magic University. Near noon, the main roads connecting the major teaching buildings were bustling with people coming and going, like mountains and seas of people. The several large cafeterias were bustling with activity, with seats packed with guests. The queues at more than a dozen windows were like the Great Wall, with no end in sight. Let's go to the cafeteria. It's my treat. Xin Feng stopped instantly, said something to Zhou Yi, and walked towards the stairs at the side. Brother Feng is so generous. Zhou Yi was overjoyed when he heard that. He instantly became energetic and caught up with Xin Feng in a few steps. Freeloading makes him happy. The so-called small canteen is a small kitchen set up by the school canteen, which is specially designed to meet the needs of students who pursue taste and have special requirements. It is very convenient. The only drawback is that it is expensive. Xin Feng has been in school for 4 years and has come here only a few times. If he hadn't obtained the system today and wanted to experiment with it, he wouldn't have come here. Compared to the noise on the first floor, the second floor is much quieter. At first glance, there are only dozens of people in the huge space. Master, give me a serving of goose meat vermicelli. I'll have a side of beef sausage. After Xin Feng finished ordering, Zhou Yi couldn't wait to reach out to the window and speak to the chef in the kitchen. Okay, 75 in total. Xin Feng paid the bill without changing his expression. Looking at the gray and unusable interface of the Goddess Fund, he sighed inwardly and swiped his meal card to successfully pay. As expected, it couldn't be used, but Xin Feng was not disappointed and glanced at the panel level. Level LV1, 75 10,000. Then I stopped paying attention and chatted with Zhou Yi casually. Soon, the 2 stir-fried dishes were ready. Zhou Yi looked at the colorful and fragrant dishes, sniffed them, and said exaggeratedly, "Wow. It smells so good, it's worthy of being a small kitchen." Then he started digging with big mouthfuls. Compared to Zhou Yi, Xin Feng's eating manners were much better, and he was also much faster in picking up food. Chapter 2, A Little Bit of Money. That night. The dark starry sky is like a black curtain, and the stars are scattered in it like diamonds, shining brightly. The moonlight was hazy, and the light blue moonlight poured down like a silk thread, shining on the ground, like frost and cloth. Xin Feng lay on the bed, looking out the window, but his mind sank into the sea of consciousness. Ding! After system evaluation and review, Su Miaohan fully meets the goddess standards. Pursuit target, Su Miaohan. Personal information is as follows. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 96 maximum 100. Current favorability, 30. Note, when the favorability reaches 90, the pursuit is considered successful. The highest favorability is 100. Rebate ratio, 2%. After waiting for an entire afternoon, the system review was finally completed, which was just a little faster than a snail's pace. Xin Feng put aside all distractions and looked at the introduction panel. He was a little stunned when he saw the favorability. The favorability is so low? It's only 10 points higher than the initial level? After 4 years in college, Xin Feng was surprised that his favorability was only slightly higher than that of a stranger. Although their relationship was not as familiar as Joey said, they would nod to each other when they met and send blessings to each other during the holidays. Although Xin Feng didn't think that Su Miaohan had a good relationship with him, he didn't expect this result. I can only say that I misjudged Su Miaohan's attitude and was deceived by her movie queen-like acting skills. This kind of Su Miaohan is interesting. Xin Feng's eyes were deep, the corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and a sense of challenge rose in his heart. Isn't it just chasing after the school beauty? Just treat it as conquering a project. There are many ways to complete a project, and the simplest and most direct way is to throw money at it. If it doesn't work, it means you haven't hit it hard enough. Xin Feng's thoughts expanded. He treated Su Miaohan as a project, and the first thing he did was to clarify the goal. Then there are 5 steps: making a plan, assigning tasks, project budget, and completing the project. After bringing Su Miaohan in, Xin Feng's thoughts immediately became clear. Clear target, Su Miaohan. Make a plan, throw money at it. Assigning tasks, how to spend money. Project budget, 100 trillion. Completed the project, favorability reached 90. The most difficult aspect of a general project is the budget, but with the system, Xin Feng doesn't have to worry at all. So how to spend money and how to spend money becomes the key. It is impossible for Chin Fong to be a bootlicker, not in this life. Haven't you seen that young Tianci in the class licked for 4 years, but when it came time to graduate, he had nothing? He also became one of Su Myohan's thousands of backup options. If I give Su Myohan money, she will just think I'm a rich kid and treat me like an ATM. So I have to change my mindset. If throwing money at her doesn't work, then I'll just throw money at myself. Although Su Myohan hid it very well, I can guess what she was thinking. She just wanted to use her status to marry into a wealthy family. Chin Fong changed his posture and leaned against the wall. His mind was very clear. This kind of thinking is very normal. Nowadays, it is difficult to advance in social class and hard work does not necessarily lead to success. If there is a shortcut, most people would do so. If you have no ideas, it means you have not been beaten by society. Not to mention that Su Myohan also has the capital, her figure and appearance are her trump cards. So, I just need to take advantage of her psychology and pretend to be. No, I am a super rich man with hundreds of billions. I just need to show my strong financial strength. With my current conditions, I will definitely become her target. This way, I can use the goddess fund and also chase after a school beauty. Chin Fang's eyes lit up. This method was refreshing to him. At this time, it was easy to attack and defend. It was not him who was the one licking the dog, but the other party who was licking him. At this time, Joey, who was sleeping opposite Chin Fong, suddenly spoke, causing the cicada chirping outside the window to suddenly disappear. Brother Fong, how is your job search going? It's fine, what's wrong? Chin Fong felt relieved after finding the method. He crossed his hands behind his head, looked at the dark ceiling, and said casually. At this time, he heard the other party getting up. Chin Fong turned his head and saw Joey leaning against the wall. He looked at him and said in a deep voice, Brother Fong, you know me? I have never been interested in finance. I usually like gossip and dream of becoming a broker. So I sent all my resumes to major entertainment companies. It's pretty good. Chin Fong looked at his roommate and buddy with a confused look in his eyes. He smiled and explained, you are lucky to be closer to your dreams and interests and find a job you like. Many people don't know what to do after graduation. Without a purpose, they will just waste their time. So Joey, just do it boldly. When Joey heard this, the confusion in his eyes seemed to have found his target and disappeared in an instant. Thank you, Brother Fong. Fine. Chin Fong waved his hands. He couldn't sleep at this moment, so he opened his mobile phone and saw 99 unread messages in the class WeChat group. He clicked them out of curiosity. Class monitor Yang Tianci at Su Myohan, classmate Su, when are we going to look at the cars tomorrow? Zhang San, can the school beauty pay in installments? Li Si, yes, I haven't started working yet, I don't know if I can get a loan in installments first. Wang Wu, I envy you guys for having found jobs. Those of us who haven't found jobs yet can't even get a loan. Zhang San, I still envy the class monitor, who can buy a car in full right after graduation. I envy him. JPG. Li Si, so what car is the squad leader going to buy? Zhang San, it's definitely not ours that has over 100,000, right, squad leader? Doghead is envious. JPG. Squad leader Yang Tianci, no, all the money was given by my family. Su Myohan, of course you can pay in installments. Don't worry. If you have any questions, we can discuss them in person tomorrow. We will gather at the West Gate at 9 a.m. tomorrow. If you have any other ideas, you can come. The interest rate is very low, so don't worry. Chin Fong had a blank expression on his face when he saw this. After 4 years in college, he knew the personalities of these people clearly. Originally, he was planning to have a private chat with Su Myohan, but when he thought about the other party saying that she would go directly to Shiman tomorrow, he turned off his phone. Isn't buying a car tomorrow an opportunity? And so the night passed. The next day, Saturday, was sunny. Avoid digging the earth, but travel is recommended. The sun rises over the horizon. A tall and strong man was jogging on the playground, sweating and panting. Chin Fong thought a lot before going to bed last night. As a typical academic master, he had already planned his life. Find a job with a good monthly salary, be a white-collar worker in the city, marry a girl with the same values as you, and live an ordinary but unwilling life like most people. But fate seemed to have played a joke on him, making him still feel a little unreal. The emergence of the system, the number of trillions of wealth. Even with his calm temperament, he was a little trembling. What is the concept? This is equivalent to 1/8 of the world's total economy. It is equivalent to the country's annual GDP. It is equivalent to the total assets of more than 100 of the world's richest people. Fortunately, I can only use it to pursue goddesses, otherwise I might not have the determination to do so. If it triggers a domestic financial crisis and the dragon country currency depreciates drastically, I will become a sinner. Xin Feng thought as he ran. The more tired his body was, the more energetic he felt. But the boundary is very vague. Logically speaking, eating is enough to have a healthy body to pursue Su Miaohan, and there is no problem in paying with the goddess fund. But the reality is that this is not possible, so Qin Feng has to explore this boundary by himself. Perhaps it was because of the Zhouyi event yesterday, so the system's judgment is unreasonable. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He planned to do an experiment after he finished running. But now he was sure of the first thing. We must protect our bodies. The body is the capital of revolution. We have our own system. It would be tragic if we died young. Although he exercises regularly, he has now decided to exercise every day to improve his physical fitness. So, Qin Feng decided to run 5 more laps. When his consciousness returned to the outside world, Qin Feng still overestimated himself. He had already run 10 laps before and had reached his physical limit. When running the 12th lap, Qin Feng's legs seemed to have taken root under his feet. My feet felt like they were filled with lead, and every step felt like stepping on cotton balls, sore, weak and powerless. My throat felt like it was on fire, and my breathing made a wheezing sound like an old air conditioner turning on. Just when Qin Feng couldn't hold on any longer, a tall beauty flashed past him. Each step she took was gentle and powerful. A pair of long legs, round and slender, dazzlingly white. Qin Feng was instantly curious, and a voice in his heart kept telling him, catch up with her and take a look at her beauty. So Qin Feng tried his best until he finished 5 laps. He stopped, put his hands on his hips, and breathed in the air deeply, but he still couldn't catch up with the other party. Until the other party left the playground, Qin Feng still didn't see the other party's face. All that was left for Qin Feng was a back figure full of endless reverie. Ding! The host's strong inner desire is detected. Target detection in progress. Ding! Since the host already has a target, the information is recorded now. The system will automatically remind the host next time they meet. Qin Feng's eyes went dark. What strong desire? It's curiosity, okay? You backward-thinking dog system. But no matter what Qin Feng did, the system did not respond. After resting for a while, Qin Feng went to canteen number 2, which passed by the dormitory. Master, 3 fresh dishes, 3 pieces of beef, 1 serving of steamed dumplings, and a cup of soy milk, thank you. Qin Feng stood in front of a window and reported his taste very familiarly. At the same time, I told myself in my heart that only if I have a strong body can I pursue the school beauty. After reciting it silently several times, I heard the voice of the chef serving the food. 17 in total. Qin Feng clicked on the payment again and saw the gray interface that did not allow payment. He sighed inwardly, it still didn't work. You can only click on your personal property and choose to pay. It seems that I can only try it in front of Su Miaohan. When he returned to the dormitory, Zhouyi had not gotten up yet. Qin Feng quickly finished his breakfast, took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and headed straight for the west gate of Demon University. Zhouyi naturally wouldn't by a car, and Qin Feng didn't ask him to. The time was just past 8:40. Qin Feng walked over leisurely, and 20 minutes was enough. There are 3 main gates and 8 small gates in Demon University. The west gate is southwest of Qin Feng's dormitory, close to the commercial district, and is considered the most lively place. Qin Feng arrived at the west gate with ease and looked around. Apart from the cars and students coming in and out of the school gate, no one stopped there, which surprised him. Haven't they arrived yet? But Qin Feng looked at the time. It was already 8:55. Even if some people hadn't arrived, it was impossible that there was no one there, right? Qin Feng walked out of the school gate with doubt in his heart, and looked around. There was still no sign of his classmates. He was now at a loss. So he opened his phone and checked the class group, then he understood. They've already left. Chapter 3, Buy a Rolls-Royce First. What about 9 o'clock? Qin Feng was speechless. Fortunately, he arrived on time, but these guys were afraid of the heat and took a taxi away early. Fortunately, Su Miahan sent the location in the group, and Qin Feng was happy to have some peace and quiet, so he waved and stopped a taxi. Master, number 15, Changnan Street, Punan Avenue. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Feng gave an address, and the driver replied okay and drove away. Punan Street is near the Magic University, about half an hour away. The master was probably a middle-aged man who was not very talkative. He was silent all the way and only said the second sentence when he finally arrived at the destination. The handsome guy is here, 80 in total. Qin Feng took his eyes off his phone and looked at the kind-faced uncle without thinking much. He scanned the code to pay and got off the car. The movements are clean and smooth. Qin Feng came back to his senses when he saw the green car going away. The uncle just asked me for 80? It is only 15 kilometers from Shanghai University to the destination. According to the calculation of Shanghai Taxi, it costs 2.7 yuan per kilometer, which is only 40.7 yuan. Adding the starting price of 14 yuan, the total is only 54.7 yuan? It seems as if I was ripped off. Looking at the taxi that had disappeared, thinking of the honest and kind-hearted uncle, Qin Feng sighed, sure enough, you can't judge a person by his appearance alone. Without thinking too much, he turned and walked into Changnan Street. This is a street with countless luxury cars. For men, this is their paradise. Qin Feng has heard of it before. Well-known luxury cars such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Porsche, Bentley, and Rolls-Royce, as well as amazing supercars such as Pagani, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Koenigsegg. You can find their exclusive direct sales stores on Changnan Street. Not only these top luxury cars, but most domestic car brands are rooted here. This makes the street more lively. Qin Feng took a step forward, moving through the magnificent stores. Inside the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, there were cars that exuded a metallic luster and were smooth and handsome. However, he did not stop, but continued to move forward. According to the message in the group, the direct sales store where Su Miahan worked part-time was called Times International 4S. Located in the center of the street, it is a very large international automobile direct sales 4S store, covering more than 20 automobile brands, from civilian models to luxury models, and then to supercar series. It is equivalent to a department store in the automobile industry. After walking for 10 minutes, Qin Feng saw a 4S store on the left that occupied a large area and was luxuriously decorated. Above the several-meter-high door, there were several large characters clearly posted. Times International 4S Direct Sales Store. Arrive. Qin Feng walked on the bluestone floor to the front of the store. Looking around, the mirror-like bright hall was bustling with activity. Cold machines were parked quietly on the ground for people to watch. Qin Feng saw at a glance that Su Miahan and more than a dozen people were standing in front of 5 salesmen in suits and uniforms, and they seemed to be having a conversation. After rejecting a salesperson who approached him to chat with him, Qin Feng went straight to his destination. Before he got close, he heard Su Miahan's calm voice. Everyone rest assured, the previously promised discounts and lowest interest rates will not be reduced. Then Qin Feng saw that more than 10 classmates and the 5 salesmen all showed a trace of gratitude. While Qin Feng was thinking, the 5 salesmen each took 2 classmates away, leaving Su Miahan, Yang Tianxi, and a few boys he didn't know standing there. As Qin Feng approached, Yang Tianxi saw Qin Feng at a glance and was a little surprised. Qin Feng? When Su Miahan heard this, she turned around in surprise. Class monitor, Su. Qin Feng nodded and greeted him. Qin Feng, are you here to look at the car? I didn't see you chatting in the group yesterday. Yang Tianxi said teasingly with a hint of contempt in his tone. Qin Feng hummed, not caring about Yang Tianxi's attitude. This guy always had an air of superiority towards everyone except Su Miahan. I wonder what kind of car classmate Qin wants to see. Su Miahan was not unfamiliar with Qin Feng, but she was not that familiar with him either. Apart from our academic interactions, the only thing we did was send each other blessings during the holidays. When we meet normally, we just nod to each other and don't communicate much. Buy a scooter to make commuting to get off work more convenient. No problem, but I have Yang Tianxi and others on my side now. If there are more, I will be too busy. Let me introduce you to a salesperson. Whether it is a discount or an installment loan, it is the most profitable. Su Miahan lost interest when she heard about the mobility scooter. How much commission could she get? She also knew about Qin Feng's family situation. Although it was better than that of an ordinary family, it was still just a well-off family. A car worth at most 100,000 yuan, or an installment loan. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. If she recommends it to other salespeople, she can get half of the commission, and she doesn't have to lead them personally. Why not do it? So no matter her tone or expression, Su Miaohan always had a smiling face. Thank you, Su, but I'd better take a look myself first. Qin Feng was concise, polite, and courteous. Okay, I'll take them to see the car first. Su Miaohan nodded at Qin Feng, then turned and walked towards the exhibition hall. Yang Tianxi and the others followed Qin Feng without even looking at him. In their opinion, Qin Feng and they are not from the same world at all. In their eyes, being handsome and having good grades is just a higher level worker. Qin Feng looked at Su Miaohan's back and understood Su Miaohan a little better. He is materialistic, intelligent, and very resourceful. Catch all the students in the class who need to buy a car, give them preferential benefits and make them grateful. After arriving at the 4S store, they distributed the students to other salesmen. This not only earned them grateful looks, but also allowed them to get half of the commission, killing two birds with one stone. Then she personally led a group of rich second generations including Yang Tianxi, who received more commissions and bonuses for buying cars. This is not only the most efficient, but also the one that earns her the highest profit. Qin Feng deduced Su Miaohan's method in his mind and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good method! Bringing selfishness to the fullest." Her grasp of men's hearts is simply amazing. And this classmate Su has very high standards. She doesn't even think highly of Yang Tianxi and only treats him as a cash machine for her. After Qin Feng sighed for a moment, he began to walk around and look at the various brands in the exhibition hall. Audi R8, BMW i8, Mercedes-Benz G65, Maybach S800. Qin Feng was dazzled by the smooth body structure, fashionable color, cool shape, etc. It was worthy of the top craftsmanship of automobile technology, and every part was finely polished. Wait, these cars are worth millions at most. Although they can attract Su Miaohan's attention, they are not enough to shock her. The most important thing is that my current cashback rate is only 2%, so I can only get 20,000 yuan back for 1 million yuan. Why don't I buy something more expensive? Qin Feng stopped and thought about it, feeling that he was too narrow-minded. There is a system to back you up, so why don't you just buy the most expensive one? This will not only make Su Miaohan dumbfounded, but will also allow her to cash back more of her personal property. So Qin Feng took a look at the display pictures in the exhibition hall and went straight to the luxury car area. Through a glass door, the space inside is larger, brighter, and of course, there are more people. Most of them are couples who come here to feast their eyes. Even though they can't afford it, can they not just look at it? Various LED lights shine brightly on the ceiling several meters high, shining on the luxurious, noble and elegant luxury cars, reflecting strange colors. They are parked on the exhibition stand, shining brightly, like pieces of art. Yes, the luxury cars in this exhibition hall are basically parked in booths, separated by horizontal lines on all sides, so they can only be viewed from a distance to avoid damage. After all, each car costs over millions, and if an accident happens, it will be bad for everyone. But this still couldn't reduce everyone's interest, and the entire exhibition hall was buzzing and lively. Qin Feng didn't care either. He walked in front of the luxury cars with his hands in his pockets. His face was calm, and he looked appreciative and scrutinizing, and his whole body exuded a sense of ease. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce as black as obsidian and as pure as ink came into his sight. Except for the red gold logo of the flying goddess made of pure gold, the entire body of the car has a very strong visual effect. The car's body is as smooth as an airplane wing, the headlights are as bright as diamonds, and the full and slender tail wing emits a fascinating light under the ultraviolet light shining through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The first impression it gives people is majestic, domineering, noble, elegant. Like a king in the darkness, full of domineering aura. The domineering aura was mixed with elegance and grandeur, which instantly attracted Qin Feng. The exhibition hall was crowded with people, and there were many people standing next to the booth, their eyes full of admiration and desire. But the high price stopped them from buying. But for Qin Feng, the more expensive the price, the more satisfied he is. He just took a special look at the account on the Goddess Fund and found that it had been restored to a normal and usable interface at some point. This means that this car purchase meets the system requirements for pursuing Su Miaohan. Just as Qin Feng was about to approach, a magnetic and elegant voice came from behind him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Feng?" Qin Feng looked back and saw a tall, pretty female salesperson in sales uniform and high heels walking towards him. "Hello Mr. Qin, I am Miaohan's colleague Zhou Xiaowen. I am very happy to serve you. How may I help you?" Zhou Xiaowen has a pair of big, kiss-me eyes and a bright and lovely smile, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Hello. Although he didn't know how the other party found him, Qin Feng still responded politely. His eyes are clear and he is calm and indifferent. This was Zhou Xiaowen's first impression of Qin Feng, of course, coupled with his handsome and elegant appearance. Strangely, this Qin Feng looked extremely extraordinary and confident, and he didn't look like an ordinary person. Zhou Xiaowen felt a little suspicious about the message Su Miahan sent her about Qin Feng. But he didn't think much about it. Instead, he followed Qin Feng's gaze, pointed at the Rolls-Royce bathed in the sun, and spoke with a smile. Mr. Qin, are you looking at the custom-made Phantom Sky? Chapter 4, you call this a mobility scooter? Good. Zhou Xiaowen was not surprised to hear Qin Feng nod. Ever since this customized Sky Phantom came to the Magic City, a large number of car enthusiasts came to watch and appreciate it every day. She also knew all the information about the car, and introduced the origin of the car in a clear voice. This is the 20th anniversary special edition of the Phantom Sky, there are only 10 in the world. In the past 2 years, it has been touring exhibitions around the world and has received praise and compliments from riders all over the world. Not long ago, Rolls-Royce announced the end of the exhibition. Our company spent a huge amount of money to obtain the sales rights of this customized Skyline Phantom. Qin Feng was secretly shocked when he heard this. He guessed that this car was very precious, but he didn't expect it to be so precious. There are only 10 in the world, and they are custom-made. But he soon showed his joy. The more valuable this Rolls-Royce was, the higher its price would be, and the greater the rebate he would get. Su Miahan's reaction would also be greater. While Qin Feng was thinking, Zhou Xiaowen made a gesture of invitation and led Qin Feng directly across the cordon, opened the circular door of the car, and the two of them got in one after another. Mr. Qin, this custom Rolls-Royce Phantom Skyline is a collector's edition specially developed by the brand in 2020 to commemorate its founder. It has a V12 engine, 670 horsepower, 900 Nm peak torque, 8-speed manual transmission, twin turbocharger. While Qin Feng was experiencing the car, he heard Zhou Xiaowen's introduction, which gave him a clear understanding of the car's performance. The black body and beige interior decoration, the trims made of 6 kinds of mahogany from different parts of the world, and the fully glass-covered gallery-style electronic equipment are full of luxury and refinement. This is the button for raising and lowering the chassis and opening the sunroof. It can be done with one click, and the command can still be issued even at a highway speed of 90 km/h. Zhou Xiaowen folded her legs on the passenger seat and faced Qin Feng, leaning forward. She explained in a soft voice and demonstrated the functions of various instruments on the center console to Qin Feng. It can be said that he has done his best. After Qin Feng had a general idea in his mind, he looked at Zhou Xiaowen, who was less than half a meter away from him, with some doubts. Ms. Zhou, since you are a colleague of Su, you should know some basic information about me, right? Qin Feng asked curiously. A pair of eyes looked at Zhou Xiaowen, and at the same time, he couldn't help but admire in his heart that the sound insulation effect of Rolls-Royce is indeed ranked first in the automotive industry, and all the outside sounds are isolated outside the car windows. Zhou Xiaowen saw Qin Feng's gaze and nodded subconsciously. Do you think I can afford this car? Zhou Xiaowen smiled gracefully, revealing a standard smile, which made the environment inside the car a lot brighter. Although I can't afford it now, I believe that Mr. Qin will not forget me when he can afford it in the future. Qin Feng. It has to be said that to be able to work as salespersons in such 4S direct sales stores, their emotional intelligence and IQ are undoubtedly up to standard. Look, this is a very sophisticated statement. As for contempt, ridicule and the like, it would never happen in such a top brand store. How much does this car cost? Qin Feng asked, touching the steering wheel made of leopard skin with one hand and tapping the wheel ring rhythmically with his index finger. This is a 20-year custom model. Because it is limited and unique, everything about this car is top-notch. Aviation seats, custom carpets, ACC radar, starlight roof, night vision recognition system, keyless entry, remote assistance, personalized VIN version, dual chrome exhaust. In terms of power, it is completely within the range of a coupe. Taking all factors into consideration, the official price is around 13 million yuan. Zhou Xiaowen knew that Qin Feng couldn't afford it, so she didn't feel any nervousness or anticipation. Instead, she treated Qin Feng as a sparring partner and spoke very smoothly and naturally. Qin Feng didn't react after hearing the price, which made Zhou Xiaowen completely give up. Although I know Qin Feng can't afford it, what if? Who doesn't have some fantasies in their heart? However, the development of the matter was even more fantastic than a novel. Zhou Xiaowen felt it was a little unreal when she thought about this moment for a long time afterwards. Xin Feng, who in her mind had no means to afford the purchase, said slowly in her puzzled gaze. Okay, I'll buy this car. Xin Feng quickly calculated in his mind that the price tag of 13 million, plus a series of fees such as luxury car tax, value-added tax, purchase tax, insurance, etc., would be around 15 million. The rebate rate is 2%, and he can get 300,000. 300,000? Xin Feng was delighted. This money greatly alleviated his urgent needs. The co-pilot Zhou Xiaowen was stunned. She thought Xin Feng was joking with her, so she turned around and looked at Xin Feng stupidly. Swipe the card. Xin Feng didn't waste any words. He took out an ordinary CCB card from his pocket with his other hand. It was just an ordinary savings card. Looking at the other party's dumbfounded look, Xin Feng deliberately raised his voice a little. He knew that the other party was a little bit unbelievable. At this moment, when Zhou Xiaowen saw that Xin Feng didn't seem to be joking, she was startled, her mind went blank, and she took the bank card with trembling hands. It was not until the impact caused by Xin Feng getting out of the car and closing the door that she came to her senses. She could never have imagined how things would turn out like this. She clearly just wanted to practice, so how did she complete an order? It's a large order worth tens of millions. She couldn't figure it out. Zhou Xiaowen quickly suppressed the thoughts that kept popping up in her mind. The most important thing now was to entertain Xin Feng well. She got out of the car and trotted to Xin Feng, one body length behind him. Mr. Qin, please come this way. Go to the reception room and take a rest. I will print the contract and documents for you right away. Xin Feng made a gesture of invitation and walked straight ahead without any hesitation. On the way, Zhou Xiaowen stared at Xin Feng's profile with complicated and curious eyes. According to the information Su Miaohan gave her before, Xin Feng came from an ordinary family and was here to buy a car, and even to buy it with a loan. This made her assume that Xin Feng was just an ordinary person, at most an ordinary person who was a bit handsome. That's why she reacted so strongly later. I couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards Su Miaohan. You call this an ordinary family? You call a Rolls-Royce a mobility vehicle? I squeezed my right palm tightly, feeling a slippery and painful sensation. I glanced at the light blue CCB card. Although I didn't know whether there was 15 million in it, it still felt as heavy as a mountain. Mr. Qin. Xin Feng slowed down his pace and hummed in response. I heard from Miaohan that the purpose of your coming here today is to buy a mobility scooter? Yes. Xin Feng nodded casually. Forehead. Seeing Xin Feng's calm answer, Zhou Xiaowen pursed her dry lips, and the words she wanted to say came to an abrupt end. The excitement that she had been unable to restrain also began to fade. The difference between people is just a vehicle. Any questions? No. Zhou Xiaowen's head was shaking like a pendulum. After solemnly bringing Xin Feng to the reception room, she couldn't wait to run away. She had to inform the manager about such a big thing. Xin Feng drank boiled water and sat on a soft sofa waiting quietly. Not long after Zhou Xiaowen left, he heard a familiar voice coming from outside. Yang Tianxi, Lu Chao, Hubo, please sit inside for a while. I'll go get the contract. The glass door creaked open from the outside, and the first person to come in was Su Miaohan. When Xin Feng looked over, Su Miaohan and others were also looking over here. Their eyes collided in the air and then quickly separated. Su Miaohan said in surprise, Xin Feng? Why are you here? Yang Tianxi and others also widened their eyes, puzzled as to why Xin Feng appeared here. Xin Feng put down the disposable water cup, remained motionless, and said softly. Miss Zhou brought me here. When Su Miaohan heard this, her brows slightly frowned, and she vaguely understood something. If she guessed correctly, Zhou Xiaowen thought that Xin Feng was brought here by herself, so she brought Xin Feng to this reception room. Zhou Xiaowen was giving her face again. Under normal circumstances, Su Miaohan might have been happy for a while, but now she felt a little unhappy. This reception room is naturally not for entertaining customers like Xin Feng who bought a vehicle worth more than 100,000 yuan. They are all entertained in the unified hall outside. Independent reception rooms like this are usually used to entertain clients of Yang Tianxi's level. Although the company has no explicit regulations, these are unwritten rules in people's minds. That made her somewhat displeased with Zhou Xiaowen, her good friend who broke the rules. Is that so? Did Xiaowen go to get the contract? However, Su Miaohan did not show it to Xin Feng. Yeah. Qin Feng nodded. This matter had already happened, and Su Miaohan could not let Qin Feng go out. She had to turn around and smiled at young Tianxi and the others and said, "You guys sit here first, I'll go get the contract." After saying that, he left the reception room. Yang Tianxi and the other two just glanced at Qin Feng and sat on the other side. The two sides were clearly separated. Qin Feng ignored them and played with his mobile phone. Tianxi is great. He bought an Audi A8L right after graduation. Yes, this is the latest model. It costs more than 2 million, right? I'm about to graduate, and my old man said that image is the most important thing when discussing work, so he let me buy an A8. Qin Feng heard the conversation between the three people. Hearing this, he could imagine Yang Tianxi's proud and restrained actions. The three of them chatted for a while, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor came from outside the door. Day. Qin Feng, Yang Tianxi and the other two looked over together. The glass door opened and Su Miaohan was holding a pile of contracts and documents in front of her chest. Seeing this, Yang Tianxi hurried forward to help. After Su Miaohan gave the contract to Yang Tianxi, she looked around and found that Zhou Xiaowen had not arrived yet. She didn't see Zhou Xiaowen at the printer either, and felt a little confused. He couldn't help but look at Qin Feng again. "Qin Feng, you." Before he could finish his words, a burst of rapid footsteps came closer and knocked on the glass door. Everyone looked again. Different expressions. Chapter 5, The super rich man is by my side? The school beauty is in a complicated mood. You are Mr. Qin, right? I am Lin Hao, the sales manager of Times International Forest Store. Nice to meet you. As the glass door of the reception room was opened again, a middle-aged man in a black suit and a blue tie was the first to step in. After looking around, he instantly locked his eyes on Qin Feng with a solemn smile on his face. Lin Hao has been engaged in sales for more than 20 years and has met countless people and is very experienced. Although Qin Feng was dressed in ordinary clothes, his temperament could not be hidden. He knew very well that some people just like to play dumb and eat the tiger. They usually dress like ordinary people, but their identities are actually sky high. He undoubtedly thought that Qin Feng was such a person. Hello. Qin Feng shook his opponent's outstretched right hand and confirmed. This scene puzzled young Tianxi and the others. What was going on? The smile on Su Miaohan's face froze, and her lips slightly opened. Of course she knew Lin Hao, the sales manager and her immediate superior, and he was so enthusiastic towards an ordinary student. This was definitely not normal. Something must have happened that she didn't know about. Could it be? She had some guesses in her mind, but she wasn't sure, and her peach blossom eyes couldn't help but look at Qin Feng. Then, the sales manager Lin Hao said politely again, I heard from Xiaowen that Mr. Qin decided to buy the customized Rolls-Royce Phantom Skyline? Not bad. Qin Feng nodded, paused, and said, Where's Miss Zhou? When Lin Hao heard Qin Feng's confirmation, his smile widened and his tone became more polite. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, Xiaowen is printing the contract for you. After explaining, he glanced at the reception room. Although he was surprised why Su Miaohan was here, he didn't say anything. He just frowned and invited Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, please move to the VIP lounge. I am deeply sorry for the previous service. The tone is sincere and serious. But Qin Feng directly refused. What a joke. How could he show off his financial strength in front of Su Miaohan after going to the VIP room? No need. Qin Feng shook his head. After glancing at the stunned Su Miaohan, he felt relieved and decided to give Su Miaohan another stimulation. By the way, the commission for this order belongs to Xiaowen, right? Whether it was to stimulate Su Miaohan or Zhou Xiaowen's service, it really made him very satisfied and comfortable. Anyway, it doesn't matter to him who the order is given to. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Miaohan's expression changed, her body stiffened, and her black and white eyes suddenly shrank. A feeling of regret and bitterness spread in her heart and mouth. There can be no other choice except interests for the sales manager to come in person and be so enthusiastic. She understood it when Lin Hao first came in, but she simply couldn't believe it. She wasn't very familiar with Qin Feng, but at least she knew him well. How could his family bring huge benefits to Lin Hao? She was naturally familiar with the customized Rolls-Royce Phantom Skyline. A coupe worth tens of millions was a huge deal even for their 4S direct sales store. The landing price is as high as 15 million. Even a billionaire would not be willing to buy it, right? Why does Qin Feng do that? Although many people online show off their luxury cars and supercars, most of them are rented or bought in the used car market and have passed through countless hands. And most of them are luxury cars worth several $1,000,000. Those worth tens of millions are rare, if not impossible. Anyway, Soo Myahan has been working part-time here for nearly 4 years, and has never seen an order for a luxury car worth tens of millions. You have to know that this is the Magic City, which shows how amazing the value of a luxury car order worth tens of millions is. So she was naturally extremely shocked that Chin Foam had quietly bought a luxury car worth tens of millions. At this moment, she found that she could not see through Chin Foam. No matter how shocked and puzzled Soo Myahan was, Lin Hao assured her, "Don't worry, Mr. Chin. Xiaowen will serve you throughout this order, so the commission will naturally belong to Xiaowen." As soon as she finished speaking, Soo Myahan had no time to doubt Qin Feng's identity. She was stunned again, and a huge regret filled her heart again. The order was originally hers. Unfortunately, she gave it away with her own hands. Soo Myahan felt very uncomfortable, because the commission and various bonuses from this order were definitely more than the commission from resales today. Or many times more. Although she would get part of it, she still felt very regretful and unwilling. You have to know that these were originally hers. She prided herself on being good at judging people, but she didn't expect to fall flat on her face with Qin Feng. Thinking of this, Soo Myahan looked up at Qin Feng again. The latter was chatting with Lin Hao. He looked calm, as if nothing could change his expression. "Qin Feng, what exactly are you? You hit it too deeply during the 4 years of college, didn't you?" Soo Myahan was very curious about Qin Feng at this moment, but she was very sure in her heart that all the ordinary family information filled in Qin Feng's profile was false. At this moment, Zhou Xiaowen came trotting in with several documents in her arms. Her breathing was a little rapid and her cheeks were rosy. She instantly saw the figures of everyone in the reception room, and naturally saw Soo Myahan who was looking at her. Then she walked through the crowd and came in front of Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, Manager Lin, the contracts have been printed. Can you please see what needs to be changed?" He quickly handed the thick contract in his hand to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a rough look at it and found that it was no different from other car purchase contracts, except that it had many more benefits, which made him very satisfied. "Sign the contract." After saying that, Qin Feng took the ballpoint pen from Zhou Xiaowen, signed his name quickly, and then entered the password on a large POS machine under the expectant gaze of everyone. Ding ding ding. After a few seconds, a bill is printed on the POS machine, indicating that the payment is successful. 14.8 million was swiped from an ordinary CCD card. Not only Zhou Xiaowen, but also Soo Myahan, who was far away, felt that it was a little unreal. It was as if I met Qin Feng for the first time. As for Yang Tianxi and others in the corner, they were already numb at this time. They couldn't understand why Qin Feng could pay 15 million without blinking an eye. This is a number that even they combined cannot come up with. Why does Qin Feng do that? Compared with Qin Feng, what kind of rich second generation are they? Looking at Qin Feng's calm appearance, Yang Tianxi realized that Qin Feng was not as simple as he seemed. For a moment, everyone in the reception room had mixed feelings, except for the person involved, Qin Feng, who had a smile on his face, and was obviously quite happy. There are 2 reasons for being happy, which come from the system prompts in my mind. Byte. Favorability +5. Favorability +5. Pursuit target, Soo Myahan. Current favorability, 40. Note, when the favorability reaches 90, the pursuit is considered successful. The highest favorability is 100. Rebate ratio, 3%. The first is that Soo Myahan's favorability has increased by 10 points, which means that he has attracted the other party's attention, which is a good start. The rebate ratio also increased from 1% to 3%. Qin Feng was happy but also a little regretful, because Soo Myahan's favorability increased after his successful payment, so the rebate this time was still only 2%. A difference of 1% means a loss of more than 100,000, and Qin Feng felt very distressed. The second, naturally, is the increase in personal property. Host, Qin Feng. Level LV1:172 10,000. Goddess Fund amount, 100 trillion. Personal property, 297,978. His net worth was only 2,150 yuan before. After deducting the previous expenditure of 172,000 yuan and adding the rebate of 296,000 yuan this time, his current disposable assets have reached 297,978 yuan. Nature is something to be happy about. Needless to say, the sales manager Lin Hao, who was sitting next to Qin Feng, had a smile on his face as big as that of Maitreya Buddha. Apart from Qin Feng, he was the one who benefited the most from this matter. The luxury car sent by the head office was sold within a month. What does this mean? It shows that he has outstanding abilities. It will have a significant impact on future promotions. As for Zhou Xiaowen, there was no need to say much. The commission and various bonuses from this order were enough to make her feel like she had won something for free. Only Su Miaohan had a forced smile on her face, but she quickly adjusted herself, took a few steps forward, came in front of Qin Feng, and smiled faintly. "Congratulations, Qin Feng." "Thank you, classmate Su." Qin Feng pretended not to notice the other party's resentful look and thanked him politely. "You're welcome. I didn't help you." Qin Feng smiled, while Lin Hao beside him was a little stunned and asked, "Miaohan, do you know Mr. Qin?" Su Miaohan's face froze again when she heard this. Zhou Xiaowen hurriedly explained, "Manager Lin, you may not know that Miaohan and Mr. Qin are classmates." "Classmate?" Lin Hao was a little surprised. He knew that Su Miaohan was a student of Demon University, but he didn't expect Qin Feng was also a student. He quickly discovered his blind spot. Since they are classmates, why was Qin Feng hosted by Zhou Xiaowen? Lin Hao was a smart man. He took one look at Su Miaohan, who looked a little unnatural, and instantly understood what was going on. So he quickly changed the subject and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, it will take about half an hour to complete the formalities. Why don't you choose the license plate first?" After a pause, he continued to explain, "You have to go to the vehicle management office to apply for a license plate, so it may take 2 to 3 days, but Mr. Qin can choose first. I wonder if Mr. Qin has any requirements. Of course, we can give Mr. Qin a regular license plate for free, but Mr. Qin needs to buy the special license plate himself." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said softly, "Special license plate? Manager Lin, let me explain it to Mr. Qin." Lin Hao was about to speak when Su Miaohan beside him spoke quickly. The articulation is clear and the words are pronounced in a regular and melodious voice. Then he said to Qin Feng, "I think Mr. Qin won't mind, right?" Seeing this, Lin Hao also looked at Qin Feng. Yang Tianxi and others nearby were so jealous that their eyes almost popped out when they saw Su Miaohan being so proactive. "I wish I could replace Qin Feng." Qin Feng looked at Su Miaohan expectantly and agreed calmly. "Then I'll trouble you, classmate Su." Compared to Lin Hao, who is in his 40s, Qin Feng naturally prefers to be with a pretty girl like Su Miaohan. Not to mention he was on some sort of mission. Chapter 6, $1 Million Luxury Cars and $1 Million License Plates. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Su Miaohan's eyes melted, she felt relieved, and smiled like a flower. But he was still very polite. "Mr. Qin is in a serious condition. It is our duty to serve you." Lin Hao understood Su Miaohan's thoughts and did not expose her. He gave Su Miaohan a few instructions, then greeted Qin Feng with a smile and left. Yang Tianxi and others nearby felt sour in their hearts. "We are guests too, why don't you serve us?" But no one paid attention to these sour people. The originally crowded reception room suddenly became much emptier. Su Miaohan first whispered a few words to Yang Tianxi and the others, then called a salesperson over and told her to continue completing the remaining procedures for Yang Tianxi and the others, while she herself walked towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng saw that Yang Tianxi's original expression of envy, jealousy and hatred had disappeared, and was replaced by the trembling of excessive excitement. I was a little curious about what Su Miaohan said. At this time, Su Miaohan had already walked over and felt a sense of strangeness when looking at Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. Call me Qin Feng." Qin Feng interrupted the other party and explained, "Mr. Qin feels a little weird." Su Miaohan pursed her lips and said jokingly, "Then I won't be polite. Please don't complain to Manager Lin about me. I heard that classmate Su has already interviewed for Green God Real Estate. Would he still care about the complaints?" Qin Feng joked after taking a look. Su Miaohan rolled her eyes and said, "Who would have a problem with money?" After some communication, the two became closer and got back to the topic. Su Miaohan personally brewed a cup of tea that cost hundreds of yuan a pack on the market for Qin Feng, sat opposite Qin Feng, and began to talk. "I figured since you asked about the license plate, you must not be interested in ordinary license plates." After saying that, Su Miaohan took out her mobile phone, the latest model of Fruit 13. He opened the album, turned to the workgroup, clicked on one of the photos, handed it to Qin Feng, and then explained, "Currently, our store has more than 10 special license plates, all of which are in it, you can choose for yourself." After Qin Feng took the phone, he looked down and saw that all the densely packed numbers were reduced to a photo. He swiped with 2 fingers, chose to zoom in, and the picture became clear instantly. Shanghai A12888, Shanghai AZ6868, Shanghai A98986, Shanghai A66666, Shanghai A99999. Qin Feng asked as he looked at them, without even looking up, "Are the prices of these license plates all the same?" "It's different. The price of each special license plate is different. The lowest is between 200,000 and 500,000 yuan, and the ones with good meanings can cost millions. For example, the 2 license plates, 66666 and A99999, were obtained by our company at great cost. The current selling prices are 2.8 million and 3 million respectively," Su Miahan explained. However, she did not have any expectations for the last 2 license plates as they were too expensive. Any license plate is the lifelong goal of an ordinary person. After Qin Feng finished reading, his attention was directly focused on the 2 license plates A66666 and A99999, and he ignored all the others. After all, this kind of license plate looks very nice. While Qin Feng was pondering, he specifically checked the Goddess Fund. When he found that it could be used, he felt relieved. It seemed that Su Miahan would not think that I would buy it. Very good. Qin Feng raised his head, looked at the smiling Su Miahan, and said slowly, 6969, compared to 6, I still prefer 9. Classmate Su, I want the license plate number A99999. When Su Miahan heard this, her smiling face froze as if a shutter had been pressed. I doubt you are driving. Is this something you like? Su Miahan looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression, suspecting that he was joking, so she carefully checked. Qin Feng, I think this 2.8 million renminbi Shanghai S66666 is more suitable for you. Yeah? Qin Feng looked at her in surprise when he heard that. Yes. No, I think 9 is more suitable for me, so I'll just use it. Qin Feng shook his head and laughed. For a difference of 200,000, I can get a rebate of 4,000. No. It's 6,000. You ask me to change, so I change? You want me to compensate? Su Miahan. Is this where your focus is? Looking at Qin Feng's calm expression, even with a hint of smile on his face, Su Miahan felt like he was buying clothes. Don't take it to heart at all. This is a license plate worth 3 million. You can buy an Audi A8. Sure enough, poverty limited her horizons. Okay. I'll do it for you right away. Su Miahan suppressed her emotions and quickly started operating on her mobile phone. Since Qin Feng said so, what else can she say? After a while, the operation was completed, and Su Miahan explained, Qin Feng, I have already made a reservation for you in the background. After paying the deposit in the finance office, the other party said that Qin Feng would get it done within 1 to 2 working days. Qin Feng walked out of the finance office with satisfaction. On the way, he opened his mobile phone and a bank message arrived as expected. CCB, at 11:15 on May 25, 2023, 90,000 renminbi was credited to your account ending in 428. Qin Feng was satisfied. He put down his phone, glanced at his personal property in his mind, and then left. Host, Qin Feng. Level LV 1:172 10,000. Goddess Fund amount, 100 trillion. Personal property, 387,978. Everyone feels happy when seeing wealth growing. As soon as I walked into the service hall, I saw more than 10 classmates in my class. They had all bought their cars and were waiting for the formalities. Generally speaking, it takes at least 2 hours to complete all the car purchase procedures, but this is generally the case. There are exceptions. Just like Qin Feng, he finished everything in less than half an hour. Sure enough, everything is easy if you have money. When Qin Feng was feeling emotional, the dozen or so people opposite him also saw Qin Feng, but their looks were very complicated. Envy, jealousy, disbelief, shock, regret. The list goes on. Qin Feng understood instantly. It seemed that Yang Tianxi had already told them. Qin Feng didn't care about their reactions at all. He nodded and walked away, faintly hearing some discussions. It's unbelievable that Qin Feng is actually hiding a rich second generation. That's right. You can't tell at all. Isn't he too low-key? A luxury car worth 15 million yuan, bought without any hesitation, how inhumane. He must be richer than the monitor, right? That's for sure. Snort. The discussion disappeared in an instant. Xin Feng shook his head. There was no need to think that the last voice must have been made by young Tianxi. It's like shooting oneself in the foot. Xin Feng ignored him and walked towards the exit behind the 4S store. In one of the workshops, several masters were checking the condition of the vehicles and cleaning them at the same time. I remember this Rolls-Royce just got here not long ago, right? It was shipped in at the end of the month, and I participated in the unpacking. TSK, there are so many rich people, 15 million. It is said that it was bought by a senior student. No comparison, no comparison. As soon as Xin Feng walked in, he heard the conversation of several masters. He couldn't help but increase the speed of his footsteps. Then it quickly became quiet inside, leaving only the sound of work. Hello, masters. Is this car okay? Xin Feng just stepped in and spoke happily. The oldest master among them came to Xin Feng with some restraint and answered nervously, no problem, no problem, I just added some water and oil, there is no problem at all. Thank you, master. Xin Feng nodded amiably, then looked at the people who were working, thank you for your help, everyone. He was not at all arrogant, which impressed the masters. It's not like they haven't received this type of rich second generation in the past, but they were all extremely arrogant and looked down on others. Now, when we compare them, the gap is immediately apparent. It turns out that there is a gap between the rich second generations. It didn't take long for Xin Feng to get the other party's answer. Sir, you may drive away now. Okay, thank you everyone. Xin Feng watched everyone leave, turned around and looked at the brand new Rolls-Royce. He felt a little happy. After walking around it, he sat directly in the driver's seat. Xin Feng put the driving license and other car purchase contracts into the storage box, looked at the rolling door that had been opened, adjusted everything, and started the car directly. Boom! The powerful engine ignition sound is like the roar of a beast, full of power. The back door of the 4S store leads directly to the road. Xin Feng lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the car immediately shot out like an arrow. It was close to noon and there were few vehicles on the road. Xin Feng indulged himself in experiencing the feeling of driving a luxury car. Yeah, it has a lot of horsepower and plenty of power. Xin Feng recalled the difference between this car and his father's pickup truck that he drove home in previous years. Whether it's the thrill of accelerating when stepping on the accelerator, the smoothness when changing lanes, or the level of comfort, it's far ahead of the pickup truck. They are totally not on the same level. Not to mention the driving experience. It is said that cars and people complement each other. Only with good driving skills can you experience the fun of driving a luxury car. It only took Xin Feng 1 hour to go from being unfamiliar to being proficient. As the roar of the engine grew louder and louder, Xin Feng drove the customized Sky Phantom, a Rolls-Royce coupe, on a wide, car-free road. The low black body of the car, like a ghost under the sun, attracted countless people's attention. Drop! Just when Xin Feng was in high spirits, the oil gauge began to glow red. Insufficient fuel? Xin Feng calmed down completely, found a nearby gas station on his phone's navigation system, and drove there. There are car dealerships everywhere nearby, and naturally there is more than one gas station nearby. The one Xin Feng came to was relatively large, with 12 gas ports, and could refuel 24 cars at the same time. Xin Feng drove to an empty gas station at random. Boss, fill it up with 98. Xin Feng shouted as he got out of the car. That's right, although this Phantom is not a supercar, it also uses 98, a special oil for sports cars. Soon a girl from the gas station came over, put the gas gun into the tank, and started refueling. Xin Feng has a little trick, which his father taught him based on his years of experience. When refueling, never go to a gas station that has tanker trucks refueling. Because the tanker truck goes through bumps on the road, some of the oil stains settled in the gasoline will be suspended in the oil. If you go to refuel at this time, these oil stains are likely to stick to your fuel tank or even the engine. Xin Feng felt heartbroken when he saw the gas gun that was still filling. The fuel tank of an average car is between 40 and 60 liters, and when filled up, it can travel about 500 kilometers. However, since the Rolls-Royce is equipped with a 6.7T twin-turbocharged V12 engine, its fuel consumption is higher than that of ordinary cars. The fuel tank is naturally twice as large as that of an ordinary car. The customized Sky Phantom fuel tank in front of Xin Feng is as high as 100 liters, and the normal driving distance is about 300 kilometers. This is the difference between luxury cars and ordinary cars. Luxury cars pursue high-performance configuration, and fuel consumption is nothing at all. According to the latest oil price of 98 yuan per liter, 100 liters is 996 yuan, nearly 1,000 yuan. Xin Feng specifically checked and found out that he couldn't use the goddess fund to refuel, so he had to pay out of his own pocket. Luckily, I got a rebate, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford gas. Xin Feng looked at the numbers on the oil price meter that kept jumping, and his eyelids twitched as well. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated and someone sent him a message. Chapter 7 The School Beauty is a Little Bit Double Standard. Xin Feng? Have you returned to school? Xin Feng clicked it and saw that it was Su Miaohan. Looking at the simple interface, the last time they chatted was during the Spring Festival. Xin Feng's face looked normal, but there was a hint of smile in his eyes. It seems that Su Miaohan has developed a strong curiosity about me. All I have to do now is continue to demonstrate my financial power step by step. Xin Feng thought about it and replied with a word. Xin Feng, yes. Su Miaohan, why did you go back so soon? It was obvious that Su Miaohan had been paying attention to her phone and replied instantly. Xin Feng, something wrong? Su Miaohan, our manager Lin wants to treat you to a meal. Xin Feng, thank you, Manager Lin. I will definitely do it next time. At the door of the rear workshop of the forest shop, Su Miaohan stood upright by the door, holding her cell phone, pursed her lips, and a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. But it soon disappeared, and the white, slender, delicate fingers with nail polish continued typing. Are you busy with something? No. Then can you come back and pick me up? I also want to go back to school, but there is no taxi nearby. Poor.jpg. Seeing this, Xin Feng was speechless. This excuse of yours is too fake. There are car dealerships everywhere nearby, how can I not find a car? Xin Feng refused without saying a word. Didn't Yang Tianxi and his friends just pick up the car? You can take their ride back. I have something else to do here, so I won't talk about it for now. See you later. After clicking send, Xin Feng put down his phone and leaned against the car door. Although he knew what Su Miaohan meant, there was no need to rush to do so. Not only do you know how to play hard to get, I can do it too. Xin Feng thought in his heart. If it were an ordinary person, or Yang Tianxi, let alone he had already returned, even if he was in a different place, upon hearing Su Miaohan's request, he would definitely pat his chest and promise to come back immediately. Unfortunately, Xin Feng is not. Sir, the tank is full. At this time, the girl at the gas station turned off the oil pipe, pulled out the oil gun, and said loudly to Xin Feng. How much? The total is 950 yuan. The girl at the gas station said this while pointing to the price on the gas gauge. Xin Feng didn't waste any time and just scanned the code to pay. Seeing Xin Feng paying so readily, the girl at the gas station asked enthusiastically again, Sir, do you need a gas card? Xin Feng had just closed the gas tank when he heard the voice of the girl filling up the tank again, asking curiously, Can you apply for a gas card? The girl at the gas station was more energetic when she heard this and quickly replied, Our station can handle it, but it requires some handling fees. Then let's get one. Xin Feng thought about it and nodded. The gas card is not only convenient, but also quite affordable. Generally speaking, using a fuel card to refuel will usually give you a discount of about 3% to 5%, and you can also enjoy a number of activities such as point redemption and point lottery. However, the biggest advantage of applying for a fuel card is that you can refuel by yourself. Just insert the card, which is extremely convenient. Okay, sir, I'll do it for you right away. Come on. The little sister's eyes lit up and she was very happy. Although there is no commission for applying for a gas card, there is a bonus. The more the customer recharges, the more bonus he or she gets. Xin Feng is so young and yet he can drive a luxury car. There is no doubt that he must be a rich second generation. Wouldn't it cost tens of thousands to recharge his gas card? After Xin Feng handed his personal information to the cheering girl, he began to wait. Almost 10 minutes later, all the formalities were completed, and a brand new gas card was issued. The gas girl looked at Xin Feng with 9 points of enthusiasm and 1 point of expectation. Mr. Qin, how much did you top up? Xin Feng thought about it, then smiled and said under the eyes of the girl who was refueling, Let's charge 10,000 first. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl at the gas station was a little disappointed, but she quickly reacted and recharged 10,000 yuan into the gas card on the computer. After paying 10,000, Xin Feng quickly sank into the system panel in his mind. Host, Xin Feng. Level LV2:1122 100,000. Personal property, 377,028. Initial rebate ratio, 2%. Watching the level change from 1 to 2, although the personal property has decreased by 10,000, the assets have not actually changed. After all, the gas card is also worth 10,000. But the system determined that the consumption was 10,000. Am I playing with a system bug? Xin Feng thought to himself. When the level reaches LV2, the initial rebate ratio is 2%. The next consumption must reach 100,000 before the level can be upgraded to level 3, and the initial rebate rate will be 3% at that time. Xin Feng looked at his personal assets and found that he still had more than 300,000 yuan, so he could definitely upgrade to the next level. So he said to the disappointed cheering girl again, "Please charge me another 100,000 yuan." Xin Feng had a calm expression and spoke calm words. "I will refuel in the future anyway, so it is not a waste. What's more important is that the higher the level, the higher the rebate ratio I will get. As long as I spend more in front of Su Miaohan, I can earn it back directly. It's a great profit." Ah. The girl was stunned for a moment, then her face was filled with joy. "Okay, Mr. Qin, please wait a moment, I will top up your account right away." She didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Looking at Qin Feng's handsome face, her face turned red and her heart beat like a deer. Did Mr. Qin recharge another 100,000 because he saw that I was disappointed? Is Mr. Qin interested in me? He asks me out for dinner later. Should I accept? Come on. The little sister's mind is filled with anticipation and anxiety. Xin Feng looked at the cheering girl's blushing face and didn't think much about it. He thought she was excited about getting more bonuses. Due to the spending limit, Xin Feng swiped his card directly. Host, Xin Feng. Level LV3:1122 1 million. Personal property, 277,028. Initial rebate ratio, 3%. It costs 1 million to upgrade to level 4? Then wouldn't it cost 1 trillion for me to be level 10? The joy Xin Feng originally felt from the upgrade had disappeared, and was replaced by a lot of complaints. You didn't do it? If I have 1 trillion, do I still need a system? But the diving system just wouldn't bubble up no matter how Xin Feng complained. Then he looked at Su Miaohan's system panel again. Pursuit target, Su Miaohan. Current favorability, 45. Note, when the favorability reaches 90, the pursuit is considered successful. The highest favorability is 100. Rebate ratio, 12%. Xin Feng shifted his gaze and looked at the rebate ratio. Xin Feng exclaimed that it was a good improvement. When my favorability reaches 90, the rebate rate must be 384%? Hiss. Xin Feng calculated in his mind and came up with an unexpected number. This is still the case of level 3, if it is level 4 or level 5. Xin Feng decided that in the future, he would upgrade his level as quickly as possible. Isn't that just spending money? Isn't it enough to just have hands? Mr. Qin, we have completed the recharge for you. You can check the balance on your phone. This is your gas card. The refueling girl has evolved into the oil card girl. At this moment, she handed the oil card to Xin Feng with both hands while her mind was wandering, and said with wandering eyes, "Okay, thanks." Xin Feng came back to his senses, took the card, thanked him briefly, and then turned and left. The action was cool and calm, but it made the oil card girl live in Bengbu. Why did you leave? Shouldn't you have invited me? Isn't this right? The girl with the oil card was very dumbfounded. She was still thinking whether she should agree or not. That's the result? Xin Feng looked at the full tank of oil and stepped on the accelerator lightly. The powerful force made him like a cheetah that was suddenly rolled up. A huge sense of push on his back came from the space vehicle. Disappeared at the gas station in an instant. Rushing towards the school. On the other side, the 4S store. Su Miaohan stared at the chat interface with Xin Feng for a long time without coming back to her senses. She was rejected by Xin Feng again. Neat and crisp. It made her wonder if her charm was gone. At this time, Yang Tianxi's surprised voice came from behind. "Su Miaohan, so you are here." Su Miaohan turned around, her expression instantly recovered. "Well, squad leader, are you okay?" Yang Tianxi nodded vigorously. "We have completed all the procedures for purchasing the car, and everyone is ready to go back. Do you want to be my car?" After saying this, his eyes were full of anticipation. Su Miahan thought about it and nodded. Thank you very much, squad leader. It's okay, it's okay. Yang Tianxi was so excited that he almost waved to celebrate. Xin Feng had overshadowed him before, and he thought Su Miahan would ride in Xin Feng's car, but he didn't expect Su Miahan to agree to ride in his car. Thinking of this, Yang Tianxi asked again expectantly, it's already afternoon, how about we go back after dinner? Just to celebrate my new car? Su Miahan shook her head, revealing a hint of apology. I'm sorry, squad leader, I feel a little uncomfortable today and don't want to go out. Then do we need to go to the hospital? Yang Tianxi became anxious when he heard this. No, I guess I'm tired. I just need to rest for a while. Okay, I'll take you back to school right away. I'll go drive. After saying that, he hurried to find a car. When Su Miahan saw Yang Tianxi's departing back, she knew that her charm was still as strong as ever, and her brows darkened. Then why did Xin Feng turn a blind eye to it? Su Miahan couldn't understand it. Could it be that Xin Feng had seen so much before that he was immune to it? Thinking of Qin Feng's lavish spending of money, she vaguely understood something. With Qin Feng's family background, he has come into contact with countless women since he was a child, although Su Miahan is very confident about her appearance. But I also understand that there are many good-looking people in the world, and not everyone is like Yang Tianxi. After figuring it out, Su Miahan regained her confidence. She is confident that she can defeat Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally didn't know that he had become Su Miahan's target. Even if he knew, he would be very happy. At this time, he was driving on the wide road. It is worth mentioning that Qin Feng was originally driving in the middle lane, with about 10 cars of different types lined up in front of him. Qin Feng followed obediently, but after a few minutes, he saw the vehicle in front suddenly turned on the left turn signal. Qin Feng didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that the other party was going to turn left in front. When he saw the other party complete the lane change, he lightly stepped on the accelerator, a low roar sounded, and soon he followed the vehicle in front. As a result, in less than a minute, the vehicle in front also turned on the turn signal and changed lanes directly to the right lane. Qin Feng's eyes twitched, and he gradually understood what was going on. He continued to move forward, but as he expected, the cars in front of him changed lanes one after another as if they had made an appointment. In this way, Qin Feng came directly to the first position in the middle lane. At a traffic light, Qin Feng glanced at the rearview mirrors on both sides and saw that the car behind him was at least 20 meters away from him. Although it's not as exaggerated as in the novel, is this the treatment for luxury cars? Qin Feng thought secretly. No one cut in, no one overtook, just like road bullies. Qin Feng said that the happiness of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. Chapter 8, Secretly Reward Yourself? The gate of the Magic University was particularly lively on Saturday. There were couples who made plans to go out for fun, men who were waiting affectionately outside the school, and men and women who were out looking for food. Ximen, in particular, is a great place for dating and having fun because it is close to the commercial street and food street. The boys are all neat and tidy, and the girls are all dressed up. It adds a lot of beautiful scenery. Boom! Suddenly, a loud voice came from a distance, instantly covering up Ximen's other voices, and everyone's eyes also looked in the direction of the sound. Many well-dressed men and women frowned. Because they knew where the voice came from. The peak speed of the engine is too fast, and the high-intensity explosion produces a huge noise. Simply put, it is the sound made by a supercar. Although Qin Feng's Rolls-Royce is not a supercar, it is also a coupe-level car, and its engine is a V12 displacement twin-turbocharged engine, which is more powerful than the average supercar engine. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a ghostly black Rolls-Royce approaching from afar. So handsome. Even many people who don't know much about cars will sigh in admiration the moment they see this Rolls-Royce. Soon, the Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of the school gate. It immediately attracted the attention of all the students. Wow, this is from our school? Haven't you heard of it? Such a handsome Rolls-Royce is rare. Cashier, could it be that some young master bought the new car? Yang Tianxi from the School of Economics and Management, Class 1? Him? Don't be ridiculous, buddy. Do you know what kind of car this is? What car? There are only 10 custom-made Sky Phantom in the world, and the price is over 10 million. I haven't heard of anyone buying one in China. So amazing? A multi-million luxury car? Nonsense. In an instant, the buzz of people's discussions rose up and merged into one. Qin Feng's car became the only topic of discussion at the school gate. As Chin Fong lowered the car window, a handsome and elegant profile appeared in front of everyone and was seen by a group of girls on the left. Hi. So handsome. K sure is very handsome, especially the way he touches the steering wheel with one hand is so handsome. Without further ado, ladies, I want all the information about this man within 1 minute, understand? Yes, Rolls-Royce and the like are not important. The main thing is that we want to study together. This is my boyfriend Chin Fong, a senior in the School of Economics and Management. Not only is he rich, he's also a top student. Ladies, please give him some face and don't be a green tea. Bah, what do you mean your boyfriend? This is my husband. Bah, who is your sister? Please call me Xiao San. Soon, a group of girls turned from sisters into competitors, and they all cast flirtatious glances at Chin Fong. Those who are confident in their appearance even want to come forward and get to know each other. Chin Fong was stunned. Being stared at by a group of girls with sharp eyes, even Chin Fong, who was usually calm, felt a little nervous. Although he had been pursued by some girls before because of his good looks, it was not so exaggerated. Fortunately, the inspection of the car in front was completed at this time, and Chin Fong stepped on the accelerator and moved forward. After the security guard recorded some information, he let Chin Fong pass with a look of envy and respect. Chin Fong quickly rolled up the car window and left the west gate in a flash. When girls go crazy, boys really have no chance to show off. Chin Fong looked at it and thought. Chin Fong could find the way back to the dormitory with his eyes closed, where he had lived for 4 years. However, the school stipulates that you cannot park on the roadside and can only park in the parking lot. There just happened to be an open-air parking lot next to Chin Feng's dormitory, which was specifically used to park students' and teachers' cars. After all, there are quite a few rich second-generation students in the Demon University, and Chin Fong has seen quite a few luxury cars when he passed by. The parking lot is of course not free parking. It costs $3 per hour for teachers and students of our school. This price can be said to be a bargain in Shanghai. After all, the price outside is basically 20 to 30 yuan per hour. However, students who can drive during their school years basically don't lack this little money. 24 hours a day is only 72 yuan, and a month is only 2,160 yuan. For the second generation of rich people, it would cost more than this amount just to sprinkle some water or spend a night. For Chin Fong now, this is not a big problem. Chin Fong turned left and drove up the slope to the parking lot. The parking lot is very large, with more than 100 parking spaces. Although it is open air, there are sheds on the parking spaces to protect them from the sun and rain. Since today is Saturday, there are not many cars in the parking lot. Chin Fong randomly found a spot and didn't even turn on the automatic parking. He just reversed into the parking space and parked beautifully. For Chin Fong, an experienced driver with 4 years driving license, having hands is enough. Call. Chin Fong turned off the engine and felt completely relaxed. Although it is simple, Chin Fong always likes to give his all when doing things, not to mention that this also concerns his own safety. When the sunshade was retracted, a dazzling yellowish light instantly penetrated. Chin Fong squinted his eyes subconsciously, and it took him a few seconds to adapt. He unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the storage box on the passenger side, and took out the vehicle registration, driver's license, car purchase contract, and some other documents. After thinking about it, he put it back. Originally, Chin Fong wanted to take it back to the dormitory, but after thinking about it, he felt it was inappropriate. After all, you may face traffic police inspections on the road sometimes, and you will be fined if you don't have a vehicle registration and driver's license. When Chin Fong picked up his phone and keys and was about to leave, a reminder sounded in the car. Chin Fong sat back down, unlocked his phone and saw that a contact wanted to add him. Car Xiaowen requests to add you as a friend. It was Zhou Xiaowen who had entertained him at the 4S store before. The profile picture was also her, wearing a tight suit and looking somewhat mature. Perhaps because he was afraid that I would not agree, he left a special message in the remarks. Mr. Chin, I am sorry to bother you. This is my WeChat. If you have any questions about this car, you can contact me at any time. I am online 24 hours a day. At any time? 24 hours? Chin Fong raised his eyebrows. As an adult who was about to enter society, he knew the implied meaning of this sentence with his toes. To be honest, although Zhou Xiaowen's figure and appearance cannot be compared with Su Miahan, they are also above average, around 80 points. She is tall, pretty and graceful, especially when she is wearing a sail suit. She has a mature charm and is very charming. If Qin Feng said that he had no ideas, that would be absolutely hypocritical. People are genetically wired to be interested in anything beautiful, just like men are interested in beautiful women and vice versa. He became interested in Zhou Xiaowen's figure and appearance, and she was also interested in his appearance and financial resources. The difference is whether you can control this interest. Qin Feng saw it very clearly. So, he looked at Zhou Xiaowen's request, moved his fingers slightly, and directly chose. Agree. Don't think too much, Qin Feng is just taking precautions. In the future, if there is any minor problem with the car, he can find someone to repair and check it. What? You said Su Miahan is also from the 4S store? Please, I'm not a professional, what do I know? After Qin Feng agreed, he got out of the car without paying any attention, locked the car, left, and walked towards the dormitory. Since many people in the class had not returned yet, not many people knew about Qin Feng's heroic feat. The Magic University is very wealthy, and student dormitories generally sleep with beds above and desks below, and are fully equipped with air conditioners and refrigerators, truly a proper apartment. The various hardware facilities have always been the envy of other schools. Qin Feng's dormitory is 303. Currently, there are only him and Joey. The other two roommates have gone out to work early. As soon as he opened the solid wooden door, a refreshing cool air hit him in the face, swallowing up all the heat attached to Qin Feng's body. Great! Qin Feng quickly closed the door. The Magic City in May has begun to show its hideous appearance. Midsummer has begun to sweep over the late spring, and the temperature is gradually rising. Brother Feng, where have you been? Joey, who was sitting at the table concentrating, glanced at Qin Feng and quickly withdrew, while asking curiously. Let's go buy a car. Follow the school beauty? With a Joey instantly perked up and stood up, saying in surprise, Brother Feng, you said you had no interest in the school beauty, but look, you even bought a car. You're overthinking. Now I have to go to work, so I'll buy a car to make it easier to commute. Hearing Qin Feng's argument, Joey agreed with him and said with some envy, Tianhua Finance is one of the top companies in Shanghai. It is said that they never recruit fresh graduates. It seems that you, Brother Feng, are the only one who got in from our class. It caused quite a stir in the school. Luck. Qin Feng said lightly. Before he got the system, he would be happy to be able to enter such a big financial company, but now he is ready to resign. But he didn't say it, otherwise people would think he was showing off. Qin Feng didn't want to resign immediately, and planned to resign after working for a month or two. First, learn how a financial company operates, accumulate experience, and then start your own business. Secondly, he doesn't have much personal property at the moment and can't do much, so he just needs to get through this period of time first. By the way, what are you doing in the dormitory? Are you secretly rewarding yourself behind my back? Qin Feng changed the subject and joked with a smile. Joey denied it excitedly, I didn't, you're talking nonsense. After the two of them joked around for a while, Joey told them the reason. Brother Feng, I was accepted by Jia Media, and I have been checking Jia's profile and information. Congratulations on taking the first step towards your dream. Seeing Joey genuinely happy, Qin Feng was also happy for him. So I'm thinking of buying a new phone with high security performance. Joey chuckled, just like dishing wearing new shoes. Qin Feng came forward to take a look and asked curiously, what phone are you looking at? I also want to change my phone. After all, I have used this phone for 4 years and it is time to retire. Huawei P50, official price $49.88, gold black, 8GB RAM and 256GB memory. This one is pretty good. Qin Feng had heard of this mobile phone. Although the price was a bit high, its performance and convenience were quite good. Using the domestically produced Hongmeng system, safety and convenience are guaranteed. However, Qin Feng naturally looked down on this model. He directly picked up the mouse and started searching on the official website. Suddenly a gorgeous picture caught his eye and caught his attention. Chapter 9, The School Beauty Invites You to Dinner? Huawei Mate 40 RS 5G Porsche Limited Edition Mobile Phone, Ceramic White, Full Network 12G plus 512G Collector's Edition. Price, 24999? Hiss. Brother Feng, what are you looking at this for? Joey, who was standing by, saw Qin Feng open the phone and looked at him in confusion. He naturally knew what kind of family Qin Feng came from. Not to mention that he couldn't afford it, but there was no need to buy it at all. This was already considered a luxury item. After reading the official introduction, Shin Phone was a little tempted. Hearing Joey's question, he smiled and said, "This phone is good." Joey rolled his eyes when he heard this and said unhappily, "Brother Phone, you are talking nonsense. This represents the most advanced product of Huawei mobile phones, with the latest technology and the strongest research and development." Shin Phone pondered in silence, placed the order directly on the computer, filled in the address, and then scanned the code to pay. The operation was so smooth that it was over before Joey could react. After a long while, Joey thought for a while, organized his words and looked at Shin Phone. "Brother Phone, you. Don't worry, I know what I am doing." Shin Phone waved his hand, signaling Joey to rest assured. Then he changed the subject. "By the way, do you want to buy one too?" "No, I'll just buy P50. Joey shook his head. It was more than enough for him. On the other side, Su Miaohan and others gradually returned to school. The convoy of more than 10 cars attracted a lot of attention. Especially the Audi A8 that took the lead stole the limelight, making Yang Tianxi feel high-spirited and full of joy. At the west gate of Demon University, the sensation originally caused by Shin Phone gradually died down, but as the convoy moved forward, it sparked heated discussions again. Yang Tianxi looked at the envious eyes cast at him by the students on both sides, and he couldn't help feeling proud in his heart, especially the seductive glances from the good-looking girls, which made him even more elated. The limelight that had been snatched away by Shin Phone before was once again focused on him, and his courage was boosted a lot. After glancing at Su Miaohan with his peripheral vision, he quietly lowered the car window. He wanted Su Miaohan to also hear the discussion about everyone's envy of Yang Tianxi. As the windows of the Audi A8 rolled down, people on both sides of the school gate also saw Yang Tianxi in the driver's seat. Everyone was stunned, and then there was an uproar. Yang Tianxi liked everyone's reaction very much, but what happened next made his face darken. Is that Yang Tianxi? Really? He drives an Audi A8? Let me tell you, how could Yang Tianxi afford a luxury car worth tens of millions? Why are you arguing with me? How could I have known that the guy who usually looks like a top-notch second-generation rich kid turned out to be a Westerner? You can't say that. He is still quite wealthy. After all, an Audi A8 costs 1 or 2 million. It's far inferior to my husband. Your husband? Shin Phone, he's handsome and low-key. Is Yang Tianxi worthy of being compared with Shin Phone? The discussion of the crowd drifted into the car along with the air. Yang Tianxi's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and closed the car window. He didn't even dare to look at Su Miaohan and drove straight in. Su Miaohan's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect Shin Phone to be so popular. The key point was that it had only been a short time and Shin Feng's information was already known to these guys. Su Miaohan felt a sense of crisis. After thinking about it, she edited a message and sent it to Shin Phone. Then look forward to it. Ding dong. Shin Phone, who was originally chatting with Joey, received a message on his cell phone which was placed on the table. Shin Phone took it and opened it to have a look. Shin Phone, have you arrived at school? Thank you for choosing me when you bought the car. I got a generous reward. In return and to celebrate your purchase of the new car, shall I treat you to a meal? Shin Phone narrowed his eyes and tapped the table lightly with his fingers, making a crisp sound. Joey, who was standing by, saw Shin Phone remain silent for a long time, took a sneak peek, and exclaimed, "Brother Phone, the school beauty invited you to dinner? What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and agree to it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now is the time to get rid of being single." Seeing that Shin Phone was indifferent, Joey jumped up and down, and tried to persuade him excitedly. No rush. Shin Phone held the other person down and said calmly. Without caring about Joey's reaction, I thought about it and replied as follows. Student Su is too polite. You don't need to eat. Students help each other. Faced with Joey's confusion, Shin Phone did not explain. He held the phone for less than 10 seconds and Su Miaohan replied again. Just because we are classmates, I want to treat you to a meal. I know there is a very good private restaurant near the school. We can go and try it together. Please. JPG emoticon package. Seeing this, Shin Phone knew the time had come. In response to Joey's confused look, he gently said okay. Okay, then thank you, school beauty. Shin Phone even made a joke, which brought the two sides closer. After putting down the phone, Shin Phone looked at Joey, stood up and patted him on the shoulder, and said leisurely, "Remember, in the face of any situation, you must take the initiative, so that you will have more choices." Although Joey didn't understand, he was even more impressed when he saw that Chin Fong was able to get Su Miaohan to treat him to a meal. He used to think that Brother Fong was only good at studying, but he didn't expect that he was even better at chasing goddesses. He was about to win the school beauty with one move. Thinking of this, he said to Chin Fong with some regret, "Brother Fong, what a pity. What a pity. If you had started pursuing the campus beauty when you were a freshman, maybe your children would be just playing soy sauce now." Chin Feng's eyes went dark and he was speechless. Looking at Joey, who was sighing, he couldn't help but shake his head. "If I didn't have a Rolls Royce, people wouldn't even look at me." But Chin Fong did not expose the perfect image of Su Miaohan in Joey's mind. Then Chin Fong didn't pack too much and went out calmly to meet Su Miaohan. On the other side, Yang Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief after driving into the parking lot. He glanced at Su Miaohan, who looked normal, and invited her carefully, "Su Miaohan, it's almost 4 o'clock. Why don't we go eat first?" Su Miaohan shook her head, looked at the expectant Yang Tianxi and declined politely, "No, go eat by yourself, I'll go back first, thank you for giving me a ride back." Yang Tianxi's eyes darkened, and he was very disappointed, but he still forced a smile to show that everything was fine. "Then you should pay more attention to rest." Watching Su Miaohan leave without looking back, her alluring figure made him feel reluctant to let her go. A resentment towards Chin Fong suddenly arose in my heart. In his opinion, Su Miaohan refused to have dinner with him because Chin Fong had embarrassed him at the school gate before. "Chin Fong, it's Chin Fong again." He silently repeated Chin Feng's name in his heart, but did not dare to act rashly. Chin Feng's previous act of spending a huge amount of money made him realize that Chin Fong was not easy to mess with, so he could only curse him in his heart. If he knew that the goddess who rejected him was because she wanted to have dinner with Chin Fong, he would probably explode. Chin Fong, wearing a mask, leaned against a column of a pavilion, enjoying the cool breeze, and playing with his mobile phone with his head down, looking very comfortable. Suddenly, a faint scent of jasmine wafted over. Chin Fong turned his head and saw Su Miaohan, who was smiling. "Sorry for the wait, let's go." The tone is natural, intimate, elegant, and indifferent. Chin Fong only looked at Su Miaohan seriously now. The warm spring breeze blew her hair like a waterfall, and the strands of hair swayed in the wind. The delicate skin under the light makeup reveals layers of blush, making the exquisite face more lovely. "Yeah." Chin Fong retracted his gaze and put the phone back into his pocket. The two walked side by side, not too far or too close. Chin Fong could clearly smell the fragrance emanating from each other. Su Miaohan was a little nervous inside, as this was her first time being alone with a man in such a public manner. But seeing Chin Feng's calm expression, he also felt relieved. Little did Chin Fong know that the same thing happened. His heart beat slightly faster. No matter how calm he was naturally a little nervous when he went out to eat with a girl, especially a beautiful girl. The two of them walked out of the school without saying anything to each other, shocking many people along the way. They discovered that Su Miaohan, who had been the school belle for 4 consecutive years, was actually having dinner with a man. This discovery is no less significant than the Great Tokyo earthquake and the eruption of Mount Fuji. It instantly sparked their curiosity. Who is the man next to the school beauty? What is your identity? Where are you from? Thoughts kept popping up in their minds. Seeing many passers-by turning their heads frequently, Chin Fong was lucky to have the foresight to put on a mask. As for Su Miaohan, apart from a slight blush on her cheeks, her complexion was normal, and it was obvious that she had already gotten used to it. After leaving the school gate, under the guidance of Su Miaohan, the two went into an alley, turned around and walked into a private restaurant built in the last century. Suehua Building. Looking at the 3 large characters that had withstood the test of time yet still retained their grandeur, Chin Fong read them out. Su Miaohan, who was standing by, explained in a cute voice, "It is said that this private restaurant has been around since the beginning of the last century. It is a century-old restaurant. I guarantee that the taste will not disappoint you." "Why is it said?" Chin Fong was a little curious. Su Miaohan was stunned for a moment, then she chuckled and explained, "Because the boss said so himself. I don't know if it's true or not, but the taste is good, better than that of many big hotels." "Oh? Then I have to try it." Chin Fong has no other hobbies, and food is one of them. "Don't worry, I promise I won't let you down." Seeing Chin Feng's interested look, Su Miaohan said with a smile. Then the two of them stepped into the wooden door one after another. Chin Fong looked around. In addition to a road in the middle leading directly to the innermost part, there were small boxes on both sides, most of which were made of wood. There is a bright yellow incandescent light above the head, which looks antique. Next to the door is a semicircular cash register. There were two middle-aged women dressed in waitress uniforms inside, which surprised Chin Feng a little. Generally, the service industry recruits young, beautiful, and attractive women. This way, both of you. At this time, one of the waiters came out from the cashier counter, made a pleased gesture, and then led the way. Finally, they stopped at the second to last box inside. After Chin Feng and the other person were seated, the waiter took out two sets of tableware and a menu fixed on a wooden board from the cabinet in the box. What do you two need to eat? Su Miaohan looked at Chin Feng with a smile. Come on, I'm treating you today. Then I won't be polite. Chin Feng glanced at the menu. At a glance, there were about 100 dishes. This made Chin Feng believe that this private restaurant had been passed down since the last century. As we all know, the average restaurant has at most 20 to 30 dishes. Even if a big hotel only counts national dishes, there are no more than 100 dishes. Soy sauce chicken, Hakka stuffed tofu, fish-flavored eggplant, homemade steamed pork with rice flour. Chin Feng ordered nearly 10 dishes in one go, all of which were specialty dishes from the private kitchen, covering 8 major cuisines. Then he handed it to Su Miaohan. These are all for now. Do you need anything else? Su Miaohan's face was stunned. She took the menu stiffly, and when she saw the 3 or 4 digit prices of the dishes on it, the corners of her mouth twitched. Chapter 10, What? Are you, the Dragon King? No, no need. Let's serve these first and talk after we finish eating. Su Miaohan looked at Chin Feng's completely normal appearance, her heart bleeding. The 8 dishes are all specialty dishes of the private restaurant, so the taste is naturally impeccable, but the downside is that they are expensive, very expensive. She did some calculations in her mind and figured out that this would be about a few $1,000s. She was not a rich second generation like Chin Feng, so she was naturally heartbroken, but she couldn't show it in front of Chin Feng. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Okay, I wonder if you two would like drinks or wine. The waitress picked up the menu and asked as usual. Chin Feng looked at Su Miaohan with a questioning look. Su Miaohan suppressed her thoughts, looked at Chin Feng again and asked, Chin Feng, what do you want to drink? But she regretted it after she said it. Chin Feng pretended not to notice Su Miaohan's hesitation to speak, picked up the menu again and found the drink column. Coconut juice, corn juice, watermelon juice. Coke, Sprite, Wanglaji. Chamberton dry wine, Penfolds Grange dry wine. Wolianye, Mutai. Chin Feng glanced at Su Miaohan and asked, do you want red or white? Drinking? Su Miaohan was a little surprised. Just celebrate my new car. Chin Feng explained and then said to his aunt, give me a bottle of Feitian Mutai. Seeing this, Su Miaohan had no choice but to agree, but her mouth was full of bitterness. Although she didn't know how much the wine cost, Mutai was never cheap. Okay, please wait a moment, both of you. The auntie hurried away and came back again, brought a bottle of beautifully packaged Feitian Mutai and 2 small wine glasses, and then left in a hurry. Soon there were only 2 people left in the box. Chin Feng looked at the anti-counterfeiting label, then smiled and opened the package, saying, 53% alcohol, sauce-flavored, tastes pretty good. Thank you, classmate Su, for your hospitality. Su Miaohan's heart was bleeding, but she smiled brightly. You're welcome, just call me Miaohan. The two chatted casually, and soon a series of delicious and lustrous special dishes were placed on the table. Waves of aroma rose up, instantly filling the entire box. It was not yet mealtime and there were not many customers in the store, so the food was served very quickly. Yeah, not bad. Chin Feng didn't hesitate. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of soy sauce chicken and put it into his mouth. Various flavors bloomed in Chin Feng's mouth, making his eyes light up. Not bad, isn't it? Seeing Chin Feng's praise, Su Miaohan's depression was slightly relieved, her big eyes brightened up, and her face was filled with joy. Afterwards, the two of them ate heartily. Su Miaohan put down her bowl and chopsticks, looked at Chin Feng with red cheeks, and her voice was magnetic. I don't know if it was because of the alcohol or if it was intentional, but it was very tempting. Chin Feng? You've been too low-key during your 4 years in college. I've always been like this. So what does your family do? Everything. And you? Su Miaohan took advantage of being drunk and started to make indirect comments. Shin Feng naturally countered the opponent's moves and spoke without making any mistakes. During the conversation, Shin Feng seemed to have said a lot, but in fact he did not reveal anything, which made Su Miaohan very depressed, but she could not make it too obvious. The two chatted and the meal ended until nightfall. At this time, Su Miaohan was also sober, and the two of them walked to the cashier counter chatting and laughing. Su Miaohan stepped forward and gently asked the cashier, "Hello, I want to pay for box 8. The waiter saw me checking the box bill, and after some operation on the computer, he smiled and said, "Hello, the total bill for box 8 is 22,500 yuan. How much?" Although Su Miaohan knew it would be a bit expensive, she didn't expect it to be so expensive. She was stunned. This was the first time in her life that she had eaten such an expensive meal. But Shin Feng was right behind her, and there was no way she could deny the payment in public, so she took the bill, took a deep breath, and prepared to scan the code to pay. Shin Feng behind him smiled lightly, feeling that the joke was enough, and said cheerfully from behind, "Let me do it. It's not gentlemanly to let a lady pay." After saying that, he placed the phone in front of the sensor, and with a beep, it showed that the payment was successful. Very relaxed and unconcerned. Then he walked out of the wooden door and saw the dazed Su Miaohan. Shin Feng was still in a happy mood. The innocent school beauty instantly turns into a cute girl. Favorability +3. Standing on the stone steps outside, another reminder came to his mind, making Shin Feng even more delighted. Originally, he was in a good mood because he received 1,500 yuan due to the 12% rebate, but he did not expect to receive an unexpected surprise and gain Su Miaohan's favor. It's a pity that we still have 2 o'clock to reach 50. Looking at the favorability in his mind, Shin Feng felt a little regretful. Pursuit target, Su Miaohan. Current favorability, 48. Cashback ratio, 12%. Only integers will increase the rebate ratio. Su Miaohan really didn't expect Shin Feng to suddenly pay the money. Although it was unexpected, it was reasonable. Rich second generations like Shin Feng attach great importance to face. But this feeling was really good. Su Miaohan put away her phone and followed him out. What she has always pursued is this kind of life where she doesn't have to check her balance and doesn't have to worry about spending money carelessly and ending up not being able to afford food. Just like Shin Feng. There are 2 ways to solve this problem. Through her own efforts and diligence, perhaps she can live this kind of life in the future, but it is a bit difficult and risky. The second way is to marry into a wealthy family, thereby achieving social class advancement and not having to struggle for life. And she has been working hard for it. After these thoughts flashed through her mind, she also saw Shin Feng's back. After a few quick steps, she walked side by side with Shin Feng and regained her previous expression and made a weird face. "Didn't I say I'll treat you?" Shin Feng did not expose her. He glanced at the sky. It was gradually getting dark and the bright moon was hanging high in the sky. Unfortunately, the stars that were guarding it were nowhere to be seen. Looking down, although night has fallen, the magic city, this extremely prosperous modern metropolis of mankind, is emitting bright light, echoing the bright moon in the sky. Looking at the busy streets, it is noisier and more lively than during the day. "You will definitely treat me next time," Shin Feng said in a cheerful tone. "After a few interactions, aren't we familiar with each other?" Su Miaohan also smiled and nodded repeatedly. "It's settled then, I will definitely invite you back next time." Then he changed the subject and looked at Shin Feng playfully and said, "But, can you charge some interest first?" Shin Feng paused when he heard these thought-provoking words and voice. He turned his head and saw Su Miaohan's pair of smart and pure eyes blinking playfully, which instantly struck Shin Feng. Su Miaohan smiled with her hands covering her mouth, and was very proud of Shin Feng's reaction. "Tomorrow Hanyue Shanpin will launch new milk tea and cakes. How about I treat you to milk tea first?" "Okay." Shin Feng came back to his senses. As expected of the woman who had been voted the school belle for 4 years, she was indeed beautiful. The two walked and talked again and returned to school. Perhaps because it was night, with the protection of the darkness, the two did not attract any attention. After Shin Feng separated from the other party, he left humming a song. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, Joey rushed up to me with a gossipy look on his face. "Brother Feng, how is it?" "What do you mean?" Shin Feng pushed Joey away with disgust, sat on the chair, picked up a bottle of water and took a sip. "Having dinner with the school beauty?" "It's okay," Shin Feng said calmly. "What do you mean by okay? Brother Feng never noticed you pretending like this before?" Joey said dimly. But he quickly put it behind his mind and walked around Qin Feng twice without saying a word, his eyes fixed on him. What are you doing? Joey looked at him with scrutiny, and after a moment's scrutiny, he became a little puzzled. Brother Feng, why didn't I see that? What did you see? Qin Feng found that Joey seemed like a different person tonight. The school forum said you were a hidden super rich man, but I didn't see it. Brother Feng, are you hiding it too well? Brother Feng, did you really buy a Rolls Royce? Or a custom one? Brother Feng, did you really spend more than 10 million yuan? Joey's mouth was like a machine gun, chattering non-stop. A series of questions made Qin Feng understand the reason why Joey became abnormal. Seeing Joey's curious expression, Qin Feng cleared his throat, made a serious expression, and said solemnly, since you know it, I won't hide it anymore. I'm going to tell you. The atmosphere gradually became solemn, and Joey saw that Qin Feng's expression also became serious. I am actually the Dragon King hiding in the city. Depend on. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Joey's defense was broken and the corner of his mouth twitched. You are the Dragon King and I am the God of War? Well, because of family rules, you can't reveal your identity before graduating from college, so I pretended to be a civilian to get along with you. Brother Feng, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my true colors. I am actually the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. When Joey saw Qin Feng talking nonsense, his originally uneasy heart relaxed and he made a joke. Dormitory 303 then suddenly became quiet. After a while, Joey slowly asked, Brother Feng, are you really a rich second generation? Don't you know everything? Joey showed a trace of relief, and then he sighed, Brother Feng, you are really good at pretending. You should go to a drama. For 4 years, I have never doubted that you are the richest person in our 303. If the boss knew about it, he would cry to death. Qin Feng smiled and said nothing. Are you kidding? I am just an ordinary person. There is no need for me to pretend. No, Brother Feng, you have to treat me to a meal to comfort my little heart that has been deceived by you for 4 years. No problem. I really want to experience a luxury car? Go ahead. Qin Feng waved his hand with great generosity. Okay, thank you, Brother Feng. Seeing Joey's useless appearance, Qin Feng felt relieved, but their relationship did not become distant because of this. After they chatted for a while, Qin Feng went to the bathroom in his pajamas. After taking a refreshing shower, Qin Feng dried his hair and climbed into bed. Nowadays, young people will play with their mobile phones for a while before going to bed. Qin Feng was surfing the internet on his mobile phone. Seeing that the time was already 12 o'clock, Qin Feng did not continue to practice Taoism. He turned off his phone and went to play chess with Zhou Gong. P.S. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I wish all my book friends good health and happiness. Chapter 11, Resentment from Joey plus 999. The next day, the sun rose slowly over the horizon. The sun is shining brightly at this moment. Men's dormitory room 303. Qin Feng washed off the sweat-stained sportswear from his morning exercise and found a comfortable set of casual clothes from the closet, blue on top and white on the bottom. A blue t-shirt with letters on it and white wide-leg pants looked clean, refreshing, elegant and fashionable. After Qin Feng blew his hair, he took his phone and car keys and prepared to go out. He saw Joey also dressed in a more formal outfit. This made Qin Feng a little confused and he couldn't help but ask, Hey, do you have anything to do today? Joey was stunned and shook his head blankly. It's okay. Why are you dressed so formally? This isn't my first time experiencing a luxury car, so I have to dress it up a bit. Joey chuckled, somewhat satisfied with his outfit. How about it, Brother Feng? Not bad, right? Qin Feng understood a little bit. This kid thought he was taking him to experience luxury cars. He twitched his mouth. Xiaoyi, you don't think I'm taking you to experience luxury cars today, do you? Isn't it? Joey's smile froze. Maybe I didn't explain it to you clearly. Qin Feng explained, I have something to do today, so the luxury car experience project will be postponed for the time being. It's okay, Brother Feng, just treat me as a mute, I won't disturb you. Joey waved his hands, nonchalant. Something's wrong. You're such a bright light bulb. Qin Feng said speechlessly and unhappily. Ha? Joey was stunned, then looked at Qin Feng with wide eyes. Brother Feng, are you going on a date with the school beauty? She treated me and milk tea. Qin Feng looked at Joey, whose envy had become real, and nodded generously. Joey blurted out, and then said with a hurt look on his face, "So, love will disappear? Get lost." Shin Fong looked at Joey, who had a dramatic look on his face, cursed him with a smile, and left in a cool manner, leaving Joey alone with no desire in life. Today is the weekend and there are not many people in school. Everyone is either going out, staying in the dormitory, or in the library. Shin Fong stretched his long legs, walked through the dormitory area, came to the parking lot, and looked around at his car. In just a moment, Shin Fong saw the car logo shining golden in the sun. Shin Fong did not sit in the car directly. He leaned against the front of the car, basking in the sunlight. Not long after, a sound of footsteps came closer and closer. Shin Fong turned his head and his eyes lit up. Today, Su Miaohan tied her long hair up into 2 ponytails. She wore a light black sailor suit, a button-down long-sleeve top, and a knee-length skirt. The overall look is fresh and cute, giving Shin Fong a refreshing feeling. The sailor suit looks great with Su Miaohan. Su Miaohan smiled playfully and greeted sweetly, "Shin Fong. Get in the car." Shin Fong called out and turned around to sit in the driver's seat. After a while, Shin Fong started the car and began to drive slowly. At the same time, he asked Su Miaohan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Where are you going to take me to drink milk tea today?" "Hey!" Su Miaohan felt the comfort of the passenger seat. Comparing it with the luxury cars she had ridden in before, she had to say that this one was the most comfortable. She had no time to sigh. After hearing Qin Feng's words, she handed over her mobile phone. "Right here." Qin Feng took a quick look and saw Hangyue Shangping, which was just over Zhujiaoui. Qin Feng retracted his gaze and drove seriously. Because it is the weekend, although many license plates are restricted, the various avenues are still crowded with people and vehicles. The traffic is so congested that it takes half a day to move one step, slower than an ant. Qin Feng stopped again inside. "If I had known not to drive, I would probably not be able to get out in an hour." "Indeed." Su Miaohan nodded in agreement. Looking at Qin Feng's helpless expression, she suddenly smiled and said, "It's actually not bad. At least the car can still move." Then he looked out the window and continued to sigh. No one dared to cut in, and the cars behind didn't dare to honk too much. Is this the charm of luxury cars? Qin Feng quite agreed. Even though there was more than 10 meters ahead of him, no one dared to cut in. "Qin Feng, can I take a few photos?" At this time, Su Miaohan raised her cell phone, opened her lips slightly, and showed a faint smile. "Sure." The interior of a Rolls-Royce has always been known for its exquisiteness and detail. With this customized Rolls-Royce, the roof is decorated with a brilliant and vast starry sky. In the dark, especially at night, turning off the car lights can definitely make you feel like you are surrounded by a sea of stars, with the moon and stars in the distance. Qin Feng agreed. Su Miaohan's smile grew, and then she picked up the Fruit 13 and started her selfie journey. Taking pictures is naturally her forte. Su Miaohan is more proficient in angles, light, composition, focus, etc. than the average professional. Click, click, click. For a moment, Qin Feng only heard the sound of the camera freezing, but he did not show his face. This was his request. Su Miaohan was just a little disappointed and then. That's all. Qin Feng looked at the endless stream of vehicles ahead, feeling a little bored. He glanced at Su Miaohan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, who was concentrating on editing a photo and then sending it to a group. Su Miaohan typed with an expression that was somewhat proud, somewhat ostentatious, and somewhat boastful. Magic City Authentic Group Buying Group. Su Miaohan, sisters, the sun is shining, the breeze is blowing, it's another pleasant weekend. I heard that Hangyue Shangping has launched several new milk teas and cakes. Is there any group going to taste them? Picture.jpg3. A front photo of the car, with the passenger seat and the Rolls-Royce Celebration Goddess logo included. A photo of the starry sky ceiling and interior of the car, and a beautiful selfie. Qin Feng took a quick glance and saw a series of replies below, just like someone kept sending messages to you. The page scrolled down quickly and Qin Feng did not see the content clearly. But you can tell when you see the curve of Su Miaohan's mouth getting bigger and bigger. Su Miaohan did not reply, but turned off her phone and turned to chat with Qin Feng. Half an hour later, the road ahead seemed to be clear. Qin Feng stepped on the accelerator and quickly got out of this extremely congested route. He turned the steering wheel and drove directly onto the overpass on the right. Looking at the endless river in the distance and the wide view, Qin Feng lowered the window. A gust of river breeze came from afar, bringing with it a hint of moisture. Xin Feng's originally anxious mood was instantly relieved a lot. The vehicle speed then slowed down to maintain the minimum speed limit. Suddenly, several supercars came from behind and passed by. The amplified sound waves became louder and louder, causing Xin Feng to frown. Especially the last Ferrari, a spirited young man with dyed red hair deliberately lowered the window and chuckled at Xin Feng, as if he was laughing at him for driving so slowly. Then, before he could react, he stepped on the accelerator like a galloping horse and disappeared on the viaduct. Su Miaohan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also saw this scene. Seeing Xin Feng's frown, she consoled him, "Xin Feng, you don't have to argue with such a playboy." Before she could finish her words, Su Miaohan felt a strong push on her back and the car speed increased sharply. She was so scared that she quickly grabbed the handrail above the window. Boom! A wave of air came out from the 4 exhaust holes, and the Rolls-Royce flew out in an instant. These young dandies are used to being arrogant on a daily basis. Most people might think that it is better to have less trouble than more, but Xin Feng will not indulge them. The Rolls-Royce is very powerful. After some operation, Xin Feng caught up with the red Ferrari before exiting the overpass. Xin Feng observed that there were no cars in front or behind, so he drove side by side and honked the horn a few times. However, the other party probably didn't expect Xin Feng to catch up so quickly. The red-haired young man lowered the window with a grim expression. Xin Feng just glanced at him indifferently, then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! Instantly left the Ferrari behind. The greatest revenge against a person is not words, but an expression of indifference. He disappeared in the street in a few blinks of an eye. The red-haired energetic young man was also stunned, and then his face turned pale. He wanted to catch up with the other party desperately, but found that Xin Feng had already lost his figure. He could only curse a few words and hit the steering wheel hard with his right hand. If they didn't have something to do today, he would have to find Xin Feng. Then slow down and wait for the supercars behind to catch up. Because Xin Feng did not follow the previous navigation, the phone was replanning the route for him. Looking at Su Miaohan, whose face turned pale in the passenger seat, Xin Feng asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Su Miaohan shook her head to indicate that it was okay. Xin Feng didn't say anything when he saw this and continued driving along the planned route. There were no more accidents on the road after that, and half an hour later, we arrived at Zujiawi Shopping Plaza. This is a large shopping district with complete dining, drinking, entertainment, and shopping facilities. Hanyue Shangpin Pastry Shop is located in the food court on the 3rd floor of the shopping district. Xin Feng drove directly into the underground parking lot without stopping. Such a large shopping district is always crowded with people and it is weekend, so parking spaces are naturally extremely tight. Xin Feng drove around inside before finding an empty space in a corner. Coincidentally, there was a small car on the opposite side that he saw. The two sides looked at each other, the latter's pupils shrank sharply, and he stopped and motioned Xin Feng to go in. After all, this is a Rolls-Royce. If the two of them bump into it while fighting for a parking space, he would be in trouble. It's better to give it to others. There are many parking spaces of this size. Xin Feng didn't hesitate to see this. He reversed the car into the garage very smoothly, making Su Miaohan, who was standing next to him, feel her heart in her throat. This is a Rolls-Royce. Aren't you afraid of getting hit or scratched at such a high speed? Okay, get out of the car. Xin Feng turned off the engine in neutral, said this, picked up the keys and phone, and got out of the car. The parking lot is large and, although bright, a little depressing. Xin Feng looked at Su Miaohan, who was coming down, and said something with a smile. Next, I will follow you. Hee, then you have to follow closely. Su Miaohan raised her chin, and then she led the way in front. Her long ponytails bounced behind her like she was swinging on a swing, which was very cute. The two took the elevator straight to the 3rd floor. There were 5 or 6 people in the elevator, and Su Miaohan whispered in Xin Feng's ear. The 1st floor here is a large department store with all kinds of home appliances, electronic products, snacks, clothing, daily necessities, jewelry, necklaces, etc. You can buy anything you want. Oh? You can buy anything? Xin Feng felt a warm breath and tilted his head slightly, feeling a little curious. Su Miaohan had a confident look in her eyes. She often came here to go shopping with her friends. It could be said that this was the place she was most familiar with in Shanghai besides school. Everything is available. Su Miaohan affirmed, and then continued to introduce, the 2nd floor is where all the major high-end brand stores and flagship stores are located. There was some envy and yearning in his tone when he said this. The second floor is probably the most attractive part of this shopping mall. The third floor is full of delicious food and snacks, including many famous domestic and foreign stores, and the fourth floor is a leisure and entertainment area. After Su Miaohan finished her introduction, the elevator reached the third floor and Qin Feng and the others walked out. Chapter 12, What are you barking about? Qin Feng stood at the elevator entrance, and buzzing sounds came from all directions instantly. He looked around and saw that the layout inside was a closed U-shaped business district, which was very large. The heat and aroma of many delicious foods in the store wafted upwards, and the nearly 10-meter wide corridor was crowded with people coming and going, and pedestrians were shoulder to shoulder, making it very lively. After observing for a while, Qin Feng turned to look at Su Miaohan. The latter was used to it. She smiled at Qin Feng and pointed to a place in the middle of the right side and said, "Han Yue Shangpin is right there. Let's go." Qin Feng took a look and then followed the crowd. However, the two of them, one was unrestrained and uninhibited, and the other was pure and cute, which attracted the attention of others. But no one came forward to disturb them. Hangyue Shangpin is not only a large chain restaurant, but also a well-known snack bar with delicious pastries and milk tea. Qin Feng saw at a glance the big words Hangyue Shangpin Cuisine made of LED lights. The floor space is several times that of the restaurant next door. The interior is decorated in warm colors. The warm sunlight shining through the floor-to-ceiling windows outside and the yellowish lattice lights make the interior bright, spacious, stylish and atmospheric. Welcome to Shangpin. The two receptionists at the door bowed slightly to Qin Feng and the others very enthusiastically. This way, sir or madam. As soon as Qin Feng and his companion stepped in, a graceful waitress came up to Qin Feng with a standard smile. Qin Feng nodded slightly, then looked around. The area inside was very large, with nearly 20 tables placed there. There were also partitions nearby, dividing the place into open boxes. Qin Feng and Su Miaohan followed the waiter to a table for two by the window. There was a shelf next to it with several pots of green plants on top. Below was the place for guests to place bags and other items. Qin Feng was very satisfied with this location. From the window he could see the busy road in the distance and the various buildings stretching out in a row, which was a unique scenery. What do you two need? The waiter smiled sweetly and handed the two people a menu that looked very high-end. Qin Feng gestured to pass it to Su Miaohan, who originally wanted to politely decline, but when she saw Qin Feng's smiling eyes and recalled the memories of last night, Su Miaohan took the exquisite menu without hesitation. The first page is full of our store's specialty teas and pastries, with exquisite, eye-catching pictures and alluring colors. Su Miaohan walked straight past it. The four-digit number starting with 56 made her heart tremble. This is a high-end pastry shop, and she didn't have to pay when she came here before, so there was naturally no pressure. But she couldn't afford it now, but with Qin Feng with her, she couldn't be too stingy. So when she turned to the second page and saw the new cakes, she suppressed her sadness and ordered a few. Tiramisu, strawberry mousse, misty forest, financier puff, Shawalian waffle, dreamy matcha and rainbow milk tea. Su Miaohan closed the menu, handed it to the waiter on the side, and said lightly, "Let's serve these first." "Okay, ma'am, please wait a moment." The waiter took graceful steps and walked towards the front desk. Qin Feng retracted his gaze and looked at Su Miaohan, revealing an interested tone, "You seem quite skilled. You must have come here many times before." Su Miaohan hummed softly and explained, "I've been here a few times with my friends before." Afraid that Qin Feng would ask who the friend was, she quickly changed the subject, "The cakes here will definitely not disappoint you." Thinking of the taste of this restaurant, Su Miaohan's eyes narrowed, with a hint of aftertaste. Unfortunately, this restaurant is too expensive. If she didn't have some friends, she wouldn't be able to afford it. Let's wait and see. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair and smiled easily. "I heard that you went to Green God Real Estate? Why don't you continue working in the 4S store? With your connections and experience in the past few years, you will be able to rise quickly." Qin Feng thought of something and looked at Su Miaohan curiously. Su Miaohan didn't expect Qin Feng to ask this question. She thought for a moment and explained, "After all, Green God Real Estate is one of the top 50 in China. Whether it's status or treatment, it's incomparable to 4S stores." "That's true." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "And the position I'm interviewing for is Deputy Director of the Sales Department. How can I say that I'm an urban white-collar worker?" Su Miaohan was very happy to hear Qin Feng's approval, and there was a hint of pride in her words. "Ha ha. Shin Feng also laughed and said, "Then I have to call you Manager Su from now on." When Su Miaohan heard this, a smile quickly spread across her face. He covered his face and smiled, then thought of something and asked, "I heard from the monitor that you seem to have joined Tianhua Finance?" "Yeah." Shin Feng nodded. "That's a pity. I heard that you are the only one who got in as a freshman this year. But you won't go, right?" Given Qin Feng's status as a top student from a prestigious university, for those wealthy families, it is very likely that she will take over a business of the company or start her own business directly. Qin Feng nodded first, then shook his head. "Let's work for a month or two to gain some experience." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Miaohan felt very envious. That was a large domestic financial enterprise, much better than her job at Green God Real Estate. This is just a stepping stone for people to accumulate experience. Not to mention that Qin Feng is a second-generation rich man. Whether he is starting a business or something else, he has the capital to fail and accumulate. Ordinary people like her don't even work in this profession and don't even have the chance to try. The reality is so cruel, so it made her more determined. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Feng changed a lot. His eyes rolled around and he said softly, "By the way, when did you start working officially?" "June 3rd, the Monday after next." Qin Feng thought for a while and said. Su Miaohan felt a little envious when she heard this and sighed, "That's great, but it's a pity that I have to go to work the day after tomorrow." After saying that, she couldn't help but complain, "There are only 3 days left in this month, and I still have to go to work. I haven't even found a house yet. I'm speechless." After saying that, she looked at Qin Feng with her eyes as clear as water and asked tentatively, "By the way, Qin Feng, the company is a bit far from the school. Can you give me a ride before I find a house?" Today is May 26th. Qin Feng calculated that he only had 1 week left. Looking at Su Miaohan's expectant yet anxious eyes, he thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, but you have to be quick. Don't worry, I've made an appointment with the agent to view the house in the next few days." Hearing Qin Feng's agreement, Su Miaohan felt a great joy in her heart. She could already imagine the reactions of other people in the company when they saw her getting out of the Rolls-Royce on the day of work. Envy? Shock? Jealousy? Enthusiasm? Respect? Ding. Favorability +2. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Seeing that Su Miaohan's current favorability has reached 50 and the rebate ratio has doubled, I can't help but get excited. Rebate rate, 24%. From the previous 12%, it directly increased to 24%, which is not a small number. Qin Feng had a smile on his face. When he was thinking about how to take advantage of the system, Su Miaohan's cell phone on the table suddenly rang. She glanced at Qin Feng, who didn't seem to care. Then she clicked on it and found that someone from the previous Magic City Authentic Group buying group had tagged her. Supermodel Chanxian of Shanghai at AA4S. Su Miaohan, "Wow, it seems like your store has received new cars? How many sisters did you ask to share the order? Why didn't you tell us?" Seeing this, Su Miaohan's eyes narrowed, her good mood disappeared instantly, and she cursed the stinky paper in her heart. After she finished scolding, her face still looked unhappy, and the person who tagged her was a woman who usually didn't get along with her. The two of them had often sabotaged each other in the past. But the other party was not wrong. She often found others to share the bill before. Thinking of this, her face turned even darker. Let me start from the beginning. As an ambitious contestant, Su Miaohan has always been yearning for high-end circles and has been trying to integrate into them throughout her 4 years in college. Coincidentally, at a certain event she actually found a circle called Magic City's Top Socialites Group, which made her ecstatic. But the result disappointed her terribly. She naively thought that in this group, she could try to integrate into the group of real socialites. You can chat with rich ladies about luxury goods, share your connections, and make friends with social elites. But later she found out that she was wrong, so wrong. After lurking for a week, she suddenly realized. She didn't join the group of socialites at all. It is a high-end version of Pinduoduo. In this group, she can share a Ritz-Carlton double suite with 6 other people. You can enjoy a top-notch afternoon tea in Shanghai for only 85 yuan per person. 20 people can group together to order luxury bags, and anything else she can't think of. Everything can be pieced together. All the members in this group are not rich ladies or celebrities at all, but people from ordinary or middle-class family conditions. At most, they are good-looking and have good figures. My dream is to use my looks to hook a rich husband and a huge wallet, and achieve a great leap in life. I may not be destined to be a socialite, but I have the dream of being a socialite. As a result, she saw people in the group posting pictures of all kinds of high-end places and famous brand luxury goods, living such a free and happy life, which gradually aroused her greed. She became addicted to it and even surpassed her teacher in terms of IQ and EQ. At the beginning, she became famous in the group because of her part-time job in a 4S store. Later, as TR techniques became more sophisticated, group buying became less popular and people seldom did so. However, because of group buying, there was a rift between him and several members of the Magic City Authentic Group Buying Group, and both sides often made sarcastic remarks in the group. By the way, Magic City Authentic Group Buying Group was previously called Magic City Top Celebrity Group. Su Myahan guessed that the name might have been changed to its current one because it was too high profile. She had previously posted a photo of herself sitting in Chin Fong's Rolls Royce, so the other party mistakenly thought that she was group buying again. AA4S Su Myahan, what are you barking at? Seeing the other party constantly being sarcastic, Su Myahan couldn't stand it anymore and started to scold him. In the past, both sides had exercised some restraint and had not fallen out with each other, but this time Su Myahan didn't care at all. What would happen if they fell out? Perhaps the other party did not expect that he was so brave. There was silence in the group for a moment, followed by more intense words. Su Myahan didn't care and kept repeating the same thing over and over again. What are you barking at? Chapter 13, Shopping, Why Should I Pay? At this point, the group was already in an uproar. Some people were trying to take advantage of the situation, some were trying to persuade people falsely, and some were just watching the show. Especially Chanxian, who was so angry that she was trembling all over. She could never have imagined that Su Myahan was like a different person today. I was just talking nonsense as usual, but you acted like you had eaten gunpowder and exploded at the slightest touch. AA4S Su Myahan, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Supermodel Chanxian, you. AA4S store Su Myahan, what are you barking at? Su Myahan could even imagine the other party's current reaction. The corners of her mouth curled up immediately, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Chin Fong felt a little strange. Why was this girl grinning foolishly while holding her cell phone? Chin Fong cleared his throat with a sharp sound. Seeing Su Myahan put down her phone and looked over, Chin Fong was speechless. What are you looking at so happily? Su Myahan smiled and said, a friend sent me a video of a dog imitating human speech. It's very interesting. Really? Chin Fong did not allow any doubt. Yes. Su Myahan didn't care what was happening in the group at this moment. After putting down her phone, she started a brief chat with Chin Fong. Soon, various cakes and milk tea were brought over and filled the table. At first glance, it is pleasing to the eyes and increases appetite. Looking at the various pastries on the exquisite jade plates, which were bright in color and overflowing with fragrance, Chin Feng's appetite was whetted. Under Su Myahan's expectant gaze, he put a long square piece of pastry in front of him into his mouth. Suddenly, a sweet and soft taste fills your mouth. It is crisp and refreshing when you chew it gently. Chin Feng's eyes lit up, and he ate 2 more pieces with a satisfied expression. He looked at Su Myahan and praised with a smile not bad. Su Myahan's pretty face lit up when she saw this, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she tasted a piece, humming softly, it's just the right amount of salty and sweet, and not greasy. Isn't it delicious? There was a hint of happiness in his tone. Like a child who gets a red flower and is praised by his parents. Here, have some milk tea. Then he took out a cup of milk tea packaged in a paper cup, inserted a straw, and handed it to Chin Fong. Chin Fong took it and thanked him. He looked down and saw a colorful color floating on the water, just like a rainbow after the rain. It looks like a rainbow. Chin Fong nodded and then took a light sniff. It is dense and smooth in the mouth, sweet and warm, fragrant and moist, and the fragrance of milk is tinged with the fragrance of tea. Various flavors flowed in the mouth, which was better than the milk tea Chin Fong had drunk before, but not greasy or choking. It has more aroma and thickness of tea. How about it? Chin Fong nodded slightly to indicate yes. Su Myahan narrowed her eyes, a smile spread from the corners of her eyes, and the dimples on both sides of her cheeks were faintly visible, which was very cute. The two of them drank and chatted. Su Myahan was enjoying her time very much. She felt that Chin Fong was completely different from the other rich second generations she had met before. From temperament to conversation, from talent to ability, Chin Fong completely defeated those guys in the school who claimed to be rich second generations, such as Yang Tianxi. Is this the top aristocratic family? Su Myahan thought so. Although she longed to marry into a wealthy family, she did not like someone like Yang Tianxi, who was a rich second generation but was good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Although I will have a worry-free life with no worries about food and drink in the second half of my life, I don't want this kind of life. At this time, her cell phone vibrated again, and she turned it on again while chatting and laughing. Supermodel Chanxian from Shanghai at AA4S Su Myahan, let us stop arguing here, let us just get straight to the point and make an appointment somewhere. Supermodel Chanxian of Shanghai at AA4S Su Myahan, where is she? Pretending to be missing? Can't afford it? Su Myahan flipped through the pages and saw over 99 messages. Seeing the other party's sarcasm, she was too lazy to pay attention. I replied casually. AA4S Su Myahan, yes. Supermodel Chanxian, aren't you proud? What? Are you scared? Don't dare? AA4S Su Myahan, yes. Supermodel Chanxian, you. AA4S Su Myahan, yes. Looking at Su Myahan's chaotic speech, Shanshan on the opposite side was immediately defeated. She felt like she was going crazy, as if she was punching cotton. Su Myahan put down her phone and felt happy. Looking at Qin Feng opposite her, her eyes moved, she cut out a piece of cake, and then fed it to Qin Feng with a smile on her face. Qin Feng, try this cake. Qin Feng was a little surprised by Su Myahan's behavior, but he didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. Soft and delicious, melts in your mouth. Qin Feng only felt the fragrance lingering on his lips and teeth, his taste buds blooming in his mouth, and a fresh grass fragrance reaching his stomach. It's delicious, right? Su Myahan sat down again, picked up a piece for herself, smiled sweetly, and there was a smear of cream on the corners of her mouth, which was extremely charming. By the way, Qin Feng, do you have anything to do today? After chatting for a while, Su Myahan changed the subject and asked. Qin Feng thought about it and it seemed okay, so he shook his head. Then Su Myahan said happily, can you accompany me downstairs this afternoon? I want to buy some clothes. Seeing Qin Feng's gaze, Su Myahan explained, I have to go to work the day after tomorrow, so I want to buy 2 formal suits. After saying that, she looked at Qin Feng expectantly, her bright eyes full of shyness and anticipation. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then agreed. I also have to go to work, and it seems that I also need to buy a few formal suits. It just so happens that Su Myahan is here today, so isn't it a good opportunity to save money? That's just right. I want to buy 2 sets too. Let's go together. When Su Myahan heard this, she felt happy and nodded rapidly. The two of them ate on and off, and after an hour, they slowly finished. Come to the cashier. Hello, the total consumption of table 12 is 1,850 yuan. A soft, friendly voice came from the window inside. Su Myahan glanced at Qin Feng from the corner of her eye. The latter was indifferent. She felt a little disappointed, but still quickly chose to pay. This is a 30% discount on new products. Qin Feng naturally saw Su Myahan's actions, but he chose to ignore them. He is not a sucker, so he should not be asked to pay the bill every time, even if he can get a rebate. The two of them left together as the receptionist said, welcome next time. There was still a lot of noise and bustle outside. The second floor is the clothing store, just take the escalator down. The two walked slowly to the second floor side by side. The layout was similar to that of the third floor. However, the decoration is much more luxurious and looks elegant and simple. The floor is all polished in forged marble, and the blazing highlight shines down, forming bright refractions. Looking around, you can see all kinds of high-end luxury brands gathered here, each one magnificent and high-end. In addition to major luxury brands, major domestic mid to high-end brands have also taken root here, making the second floor of this shopping mall remain the same in an era when physical stores are disappearing. Qin Feng and Su Myahan walked for a distance at the front, passing by the world's top luxury flagship stores such as Chanel, Audi, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Armani, Givenchy, etc. It is full of jewels and luxurious yet restrained. Several major brands including clothes and shoes, ties and scarves, branded bags, major cosmetics, etc. are all within their business scope. But Su Myahan didn't stop and went straight through, which surprised Qin Feng a little, but he quickly understood. It's not that the other party is not interested, but that they can't afford it. After passing through this section of top luxury brands, Su Myahan suppressed the desire in her heart and looked forward. His eyes sparkled again. This was a shopping attribute that came from deep in his genes. Like a fish returning to the sea, Su Miahan completely relaxed herself and took Qin Feng to visit each store. In high spirits. Although the major brands here cannot be compared with the previous ones, they are also considered second-tier brands. However, what made Qin Feng speechless was that Su Miahan only looked but did not buy. She went to 5 stores in a row, and after nearly an hour, she finally set her eyes on a short-sleeved summer suit for professional women. The blue slim worksuit, worn by Su Miahan, not only shows off her perfect figure, but also her outstanding temperament, vividly embodying the image of an urban white-collar worker. How about it? After Su Miahan changed, she came to Qin Feng, showed him around, and then looked at Qin Feng expectantly. Qin Feng's eyes were full of admiration. When he heard Su Miahan's question, he nodded and said affirmatively, "Yes, it suits you very well." Su Miahan has 2 different kinds of beauty when she wears formal suit and dress. It can only be said that good-looking people look good in anything they wear. As soon as Su Miahan came out, she seemed to have a halo of her own and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Really? When Su Miahan heard Qin Feng's praise, her eyebrows curved like crescent moons and she smiled. Of course. Qin Feng commented generously. Afterwards, Su Miahan went back to the fitting room and changed back into her dress. The capable and intellectual feeling disappeared, and the pure and moving school beauty returned. The originally disappointed men in the store were brightened up again. When they saw Su Miahan coming to Qin Feng, they looked at Qin Feng with eyes that were almost spitting fire. I felt envious and sour in my heart, thinking, isn't he just a pretty boy? Hello, please pack this set for me. Su Miahan said this to the waiter who was standing nearby and envious of her beauty and figure. Okay, Miss Su, it looks really good on you. The waiter quickly took the clothes and couldn't help but praise them. Then he walked quickly to the cashier and started packing. Thank you. Su Miahan was not surprised at all. It was obviously the first time she encountered this, but she was still very happy. Qin Feng couldn't help but joked, even the young lady was taken down by you, what else can't you take down? Su Miahan glanced at him and thought, there is also you. That's right, I'll kill them all. But she didn't say it out loud, she just made a joke. Then the waiter who had left before came back and stood 1 meter away from the two of them, and whispered, Miss Su, is there anything else you want to see? Su Miahan retracted her smile and shook her head, let's pay the bill. Okay, this way please. Several people gradually came to the cashier counter, and the sweet voice of the checkout clerk immediately rang out. The total is 2,599 yuan. Do you have a membership in our store? Su Miahan nodded, reported a string of numbers, and prepared to pay. This scene made the waiter opposite a little curious, and he glanced at Qin Feng who was leisurely beside him. They thought it was Qin Feng who paid. Qin Feng naturally noticed everyone's gazes, but he remained calm. He just accompanied Su Miahan to buy clothes, why should he pay? Are you kidding? He is not Yang Tianxi. Qin Feng thought, if Yang Tianxi were here, he would definitely rush to pay. Chapter 14, Shopping Method from Qin Feng. Su Miahan knew that Qin Feng would not help her pay, so she didn't think much about it. After the payment was completed, he picked up the packaging bag and continued to the next store with Qin Feng. In this way, time slowly came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Even though Qin Feng felt a little tired, he was speechless when he saw Su Miahan's still eager expression. When it comes to shopping, women are born kings, even if a strong athlete goes shopping with a frail girl. The losers are definitely the athletes. Qin Feng promised. What made him speechless the most was that after shopping for 2 or 3 hours, Su Miahan only bought 2 sets of formal suits. Her efficiency was extremely low. He had seen it online before, saying that accompanying a woman shopping was a torturous thing, and he scoffed at it at the time. Now it seems that he was really too young and did not grasp the ins and outs of this matter. Not Su Miahan, are you okay? Qin Feng leaned against the glass railing on the outside, with a helpless expression on his face. Okay. Su Miahan knew she should stop after hearing that. She smiled and looked at Qin Feng, thank you so much for today, Qin Feng. Now I should go buy clothes with you. Hearing this, Qin Feng slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing Su Miahan's words, he wanted to go home immediately. But then he thought that Su Miahan was around and Qin Feng could get the system for free, so he agreed. At this time, the two of them had already walked around the second floor and were just 1 corner away from returning to their original place. Qin Feng thought about it and took a step forward. Since the goddess fund is paying for it, why is he hesitating? Just pick the most expensive one. This is just the right time to improve his status as a wealthy man in Su Miaohan's eyes. So I just found a luxury flagship store for men's formal wear and walked in. Su Miaohan sighed inwardly, then smiled again and followed him in. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kaitan. Xin Feng walked to the door, and a dignified and pretty shopping guide at the cashier counter looked at the two of them with a smile that made people feel like spring breeze, and her voice was light and generous. Good afternoon. Xin Feng nodded and glanced over. She was wearing a standard shopping guide uniform, with her black hair piled high. Her carefully dressed appearance made people feel happy and she looked very elegant. She doesn't look like a shopping guide but rather a lady from a noble family. This was Xin Feng's first impression. How may I help you? The salesperson spoke while leaning forward slightly with his hands clasped together and placed on his abdomen. Every move was done with respect and etiquette. Her voice was gentle and kind, and she added, Sir, just call me Xiaohe. My name is Xin Feng. Xin Feng nodded and then explained his purpose. Please help me find a formal suit for work. Okay, Mr. Qin, please come this way. Upon hearing this, the shopping guide Xiaohe's smile deepened and his tone became more enthusiastic. For them, the most important skill is to be able to judge people. Obviously, in her eyes, Xin Feng was a potential customer. Who will buy and who can buy is the biggest test for a salesperson's eyes. This is not to look down on anyone. After all, they have to receive many guests a day. It is impossible for everyone to provide consistent service. Wouldn't they be exhausted by that? In fact, to be able to work as a shopping guide in these high-end luxury stores, one must basically undergo rigorous training, be selected, and be evaluated and graded every month. Her figure, appearance, etiquette, knowledge, service, emotional intelligence, etc. are all first class. The shopping guide Xiaohe made an inviting gesture, and Xin Feng and Su Miaohan did not hesitate to walk inside first. Su Miaohan beside him was secretly shocked. Is this a high-end luxury flagship store? It really looks extraordinary. She had never heard of the brand Kaitan, but along the way she secretly glanced at the prices of the clothes hanging on the racks on both sides, and her pupils shrank sharply. With a 5-digit price tag, it was clear that she couldn't afford to go there. Although she has earned a lot of money by working part-time in a forest store in recent years, she still rarely buys these top luxury brands. After all, she spent most of her money on maintaining her face. The only luxury item I own is an LV bag, which I treasure very much and carry with me whenever I travel. But any piece of clothing here is as expensive as her bags. The shopping guide Xiaohe brought Xin Feng and the others to the formal wear area. On the cloth sofa at the side was a beige cotton sofa cover. Mr. Qin, this lady please take a seat. The shopping guide Xiaohe led the two to the sofa area and then personally made a cup of tea for them. Thank you. The two thanked him. Then Xin Feng told the other party his height, weight and requirements, and the latter left and began to screen according to Xin Feng's requirements. As soon as the other party left, Su Miaohan breathed a sigh of relief and said in a complicated tone, Sure enough, the service of high-end luxury goods is different. When I think about the stores I visited before, I feel a little emotional when comparing them. Both the service and the environment are top-notch. What these high-end luxury goods sell is service. Xin Feng didn't have as many thoughts as the other party and explained. Then pick up a brand introduction book on the coffee table. This aroused his interest. To be honest, Xin Feng had never heard of this brand before. Kaitan, Italy's top menswear brand, Kaitan originated from a formal tunic worn by the ancient Greeks at the Olympic prayer ceremony. It is a symbol of classicism, elegance, and simplicity, blending charming Italian customs and superb craftsmanship. It is a suit brand that features handmade suits and follows traditional production processes. It has been awarded as one of the top 5 world's best custom clothing brands by the world's top luxury research institutions. It is also the world's only international brand, and Keaton is to the menswear industry what Ferrari is to the automotive industry. Xin Feng was a little surprised after reading the introduction in the publication. He didn't expect that the high-end flagship store he casually walked into had such an amazing origin and happened to be a brand that produces men's suits. 8 wrong. Xin Feng was very satisfied. At this moment, the shopping guide Xiaohe came out with 3 suits. He introduced enthusiastically, Mr. Qin, these are 3 sets selected for you based on your height, weight, and requirements. You can try them. Xin Feng looked at 3 suits of different styles and colors, which were white, black, gray. Xin Feng pursed his lips and was about to say something when Su Miaohan beside him suddenly became interested. She picked up one of the white suits and handed it to Qin Feng, saying enthusiastically, "Qin Feng, hurry up, go try it on." Qin Feng was pushed and pulled to the changing room. Qin Feng had no choice but to start changing his clothes. I glanced around. The changing room was a full 20 square meters. There were 2 floor-to-ceiling mirrors facing each other, which were big enough to cover half of the wall, allowing guests to see both sides in person. It was definitely much more upscale than the store Su Miaohan had entered before, and the other party could only call it a changing room. I wonder what will happen if Miaohan finds out. Qin Feng had an idea and then quickly changed his clothes. After a moment, the change of clothes was completed. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he saw himself in the mirror. The person in the mirror had messy hair, big dark eyes, a high nose bridge, thin light lips, and a calm face. He was wearing a pure white suit that fit his body smoothly and closely, with 3 buttons buttoned and slid in front of his chest. He looked a little cold but not casual. The slender figure under the suit is perfectly set off, and with that kind of extraordinary temperament, the whole person looks elegant and gentlemanly. Good. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Generally speaking, white suits are difficult to wear, and some people look out of place in them. But he is different. He can wear the suit perfectly. It also brings out his temperament and figure. If the protagonist of the novel appeared in reality, Qin Feng would be the only choice among them. It's a pity that the shoes and shirt detract from the look, and without a tie, it lacks the elegance of a suit. Qin Feng walked out of the locker room. Su Miaohan and the shopping guide were stunned for a moment, and felt amazed. Clothes make the man, and Buddha relies on gold. Qin Feng usually looks very handsome in casual clothes, giving off a male god feeling. Now he is changed into formal clothes. At first glance, he looks like a prince from a fairy tale. Especially Qin Feng's temperament, which is 99% suitable with the white suit. It would be perfect if the shoes, shirt, and tie were complete. This is the common feeling of Su Miaohan and shopping guide Xiaohe. Su Miaohan walked around Qin Feng for countless times, and finally said with emotion, "Qin Feng, the white suit goes well with your temperament." She put her left hand around her waist and placed her right hand on the palm of her left hand to support her chin. "You can buy more white clothes in the future." Then he turned around and picked up the black suit, and continued to say to Qin Feng excitedly, "Qin Feng, try black. I think you will look good in black. I look good in anything I wear." Qin Feng joked, causing Su Miaohan to roll her eyes, but she did not refute. After all, Qin Feng did look like a clothes hanger. "You look good in anything you wear, just like me." Then he handed the black suit to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng just waved his hand. In Su Miaohan's puzzled eyes, Qin Feng said lightly, "No need to be so troublesome. He is not a woman. He likes to try on and pick clothes when buying them, which is very troublesome and a waste of time. In addition, I had accompanied Su Miaohan for 2 or 3 hours and was a little tired at this time." So he waved to Xiaohe in the distance, and the latter came over quickly with a smile on his face. "Mr. Qin, do you have any questions?" Qin Feng pointed to the wall in front of him, where there were 5 suits of different colors and styles, and asked, "Are there any of these that fit my size?" Xiaohe took a pleasant look and thought that Qin Feng liked the style hanging on the wall, so he nodded slightly. Qin Feng was very satisfied with this. These styles and colors were very much in line with his aesthetic taste, so he waved his hand and pointed at a tan suit. Xiaohe thought Qin Feng liked this set and was about to take it off. But when she heard Qin Feng's voice next, she thought she had misheard. Su Miaohan next to her was also stunned. "Yes, pack up all the other suits for me except this tan one." Forehead. Chapter 15, Am I Fast? The shopping guide Xiaohe blinked, and his eyes widened under his long eyelashes, looking a little dull. "Mr. Qin, do you mean to pack everything except this one?" Xiaohe repeated it to prevent himself from hearing it wrongly. "Yes, and wrap these 3 sets as well." Hearing Qin Feng confirm again, Xiaohe was startled. As a senior shopping guide, Xiaohe has always had a good eye. Although Qin Feng's clothes were ordinary, his temperament was not bad. In addition, he had a stunning female companion like Su Miaohan by his side, so it could be said that he had spending power. But that's all. Now Qin Feng actually said that he would pack up 7 formal suits. You should know that each suit in their store basically starts at 5 figures. And the sets selected by Qin Feng are all the best. Is this something that an average family can afford? Seeing Qin Feng's indifferent expression, even Su Miaohan beside him was slightly puzzled, not surprised at all. Could it be? Thinking of this, Xiaohe felt a little excited. She took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and spoke with a hint of respect. Okay, Mr. Qin, please wait a moment, I will do it for you right away. After obtaining Qin Feng's consent, Xiao Yi hurriedly walked towards the warehouse with small steps. The hurried pace fully reflects the owner's excitement. Qin Feng said something to Su Miaohan, then went back to the dressing room and changed back into his casual clothes. He sat back in his original seat, looked at Su Miaohan, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and smiled indifferently. What's wrong? You bought so many formal clothes. I'm going to buy it anyway, so I might as well buy a few more so I don't have to buy any more this year. Of course, Qin Feng would not tell her that with the goddess fund paying for it, it didn't matter whether she bought more or less. Looking at Qin Feng's leisurely and easygoing appearance, Su Miaohan was stunned. There was some frustration on her pretty face. Qin Feng's words were a little hard for her to accept. In Qin Feng's eyes, the luxury goods he pursued so desperately were like knockoffs sold at roadside stalls. He bought as much as he wanted based on his interest. Isn't this the life she has always been pursuing? Don't worry about the price. Don't think about the brand. Just be interested in it. Su Miaohan's eyes lit up. It only took her a few seconds to go from frustration to excitement. It seems that I need to pay more attention to Qin Feng. Su Miaohan felt that the breakthrough to the wealthy life she had been pursuing lay in Qin Feng. This made her even more jealous of Qin Feng. Ding! Favorability +2. Qin Feng, who was originally drinking tea leisurely, suddenly paused, glanced at Su Miaohan silently, and understood something in his heart. After thinking about it, he said it again. Isn't it much simpler than your method? Look, your previous selection was not only troublesome but also a waste of time. Am I much faster? Qin Feng explained with a smile. Su Miaohan was speechless. Can I compare with you? If I had money. So you said, well, you are really fast. Qin Feng felt something was wrong when he heard it, but he didn't think much about it. When he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from a distance. Stepping on the bright floor makes a crisp sound, which is well arranged like a lively note. Qin Feng turned his head and saw that the leader was a plump and beautiful woman in her 30s. She was wearing a tight professional suit and walking towards him slowly with her slender waist like a water snake. Xiao Yi followed closely behind, with several shopping guides beside him, each of them holding a suit in their hands. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Gao Jia, the store manager of our store. I am glad that you chose Kaitan. Gao Jia walked up to Qin Feng, bringing with her a faint scent of elk and a voice as clear as an orchid. Hello, Manager Gao. Qin Feng looked at the person who came and almost blurted out something, then he reacted instantly. It almost got me into trouble. After calming himself down, Qin Feng shook hands with the other person like a gentleman. A delicate and smooth feeling spread to his nerves, but he quickly let go before he could feel it. Mr. Qin is really a young and promising man. He looks like someone who can do great things. Manager Gao, you're too polite. Qin Feng selectively ignored the other party's compliments, his tone concise and a little distant. Gao Jia's expression remained unchanged. She smiled and continued, I heard from Xiao Yi that Mr. Qin is planning to buy these 7 suits. After saying that, he waved to the shopping guide behind him, and Xiao Yi immediately spread out several suits so that Qin Feng could observe them better. Qin Feng glanced at it casually and said cheerfully, not bad. Gao Jia behind him felt something in his heart and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In recent years, due to the sluggish global economy, major high-end luxury brands have been severely affected by internal competition. Kaitan has also been hit, with sales declining and customers continuing to be lost. So it is rare to meet a client as generous as Qin Feng. This is also the reason why she went to see it in person after hearing Xiao Yi's report. Naturally, she wanted to get her hands on this kind of resources, and she was very enthusiastic about Qin Feng. As the two chatted familiarly, several shopping guides led by Xiao Yi packed the items skillfully. Su Miaohan, who was standing by, frowned a little. Looking at Gao Jia's appearance, she suddenly felt a sense of nervousness and urgency in her heart. Given Qin Feng's appearance and family background, if other people knew about it, they would definitely pounce on him like a cat smelling fish. This gave her a sense of crisis. Suddenly Qin Feng thought of something, looked at Su Miaohan again, and said with a smile, Miaohan, please help me pick out some shirts and ties. He rarely wore formal clothes before, so he needed to buy a tie, shirt, and leather shoes. Su Miaohan's originally gloomy mood suddenly brightened. Qin Feng asked me to help him choose a tie and a shirt? He didn't let Manager Gao help him choose but asked me to choose? Isn't that a girlfriend's job? Is Qin Feng hinting at something? For a moment, Su Miaohan's heart was rising and falling like a tsunami. But she was happy and excited. So she curled her lips, glanced at Gao Jia, and agreed happily, okay. Then I went to choose with great interest. Looking at the swallow like Su Miaohan, Gao Jia still smiled, and his attitude towards Su Miaohan's provocation did not change at all. Su Miaohan was a little frustrated. Qin Feng naturally noticed Su Miaohan's little thoughts and couldn't help but smile. Compared to Gao Jia, Su Miaohan is still a little immature. It has nothing to do with other things, but it comes from her experience and social level. In the end, Su Miaohan selected a total of 5 shirts, 7 ties, and 3 pairs of leather shoes for Qin Feng. I have to say that Su Miaohan has a very good taste, which basically conforms to Qin Feng's aesthetic standards. Thank you. Qin Feng thanked Su Miaohan with a smile. You're welcome. Su Miaohan was in a very happy mood, smiling sweetly, not feeling tired at all. Then the group came to the cashier counter and looked at Qin Feng. Especially Xiao He, his face flushed with excitement. Because this is a huge commission. As long as she completes this order, she won't have to worry about her KPI this year. Since it involves interests, she is both nervous and expectant. Qin Feng chuckled and took out an ordinary CCB card from his pocket. Simply swipe the card on the POS machine and enter your password. Drop. Payment successful. As the long bill of 450,000 yuan came out, the store fell silent. Although the consumption in Shanghai is very high and even millions is not uncommon, it is still a huge number in the eyes of ordinary people like them. After all, this is not a fixed asset, but a consumable. Even Gao Jia was somewhat happy. It's not the order, but Qin Feng himself. Su Miaohan, who was far away, could even hear her own heartbeat. When she saw Qin Feng's calm eyes, the voice in her heart grew louder and louder. Mr. Qin, congratulations on becoming a senior customer of our store. This is our VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy a 10% discount at any store in the world, and we also provide door-to-door delivery service. Mr. Qin, you will be the first to know about any new products in our store, and we will provide you with customized services. Gao Jia handed Qin Feng a VIP card with golden edges and patterns engraved on it, and then explained it to him. Thank you. Qin Feng took it, looked at it, and felt a little emotional. It is said that some of the top wealthy people wear custom-made clothes, and even luxury stores that are out of reach for outsiders will provide door-to-door service. I didn't expect that I would receive such treatment. Isn't it said that this kind of treatment is difficult to obtain? Qin Feng shrugged, thinking that it wasn't that difficult. In fact, he didn't know that this was a gift given to him by Gao Jia in order to win him over. Generally speaking, if you want to become a high-end customer of Kaitan, your annual consumption must reach more than 1 million, and you will only be able to obtain a high-end VIP card for 2 consecutive years. It is very difficult to obtain, and there are no more than 20 people in Shanghai who own this card. That's why Qin Feng had the illusion that it was easy to obtain. Mr. Qin, can you please leave me your contact information? We have an internal group in our store, which is full of our senior customers. Generally, we will notify the group of any new products. As soon as Gao Jia finished speaking, not only the shopping guides, but even Su Miaohan became envious. Even a fool knows that this is a high-end communication group. The circle that Su Miaohan had been pursuing was now open to Qin Feng. For a moment, I felt bitter. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He knew that although he didn't need it, there was no need to refuse. After all, China has always been a society based on personal relationships, and no matter how strong a tiger is, it cannot defeat a pack of wolves. Of course. Then Qin Feng added Gao Jia's WeChat. This scene made Su Miaohan, who had come to her senses, curl her lips secretly, feeling jealous and a sense of crisis in her heart. Gao Jia posed the greatest threat to her. Manager Gao, please help me deliver these to my car. Qin Feng then looked at Gao Jia and made a request. No problem. Gao Jia readily agreed, and then instructed 2 of the employees, help Mr. Qin put these packaging bags on the car. Understood, manager. 2 of the employees answered in unison. Welcome to visit us next time, Mr. Qin. Watching Qin Feng leaving, Gao Jia stood at the door with her legs straight and a smile on her face. See you later. After saying that, Qin Feng left without looking back. Seeing this, Su Miaohan hurriedly followed, but she felt a little depressed and surprised. Qin Feng was very efficient and generous when buying clothes, and he spent more than 400,000 yuan without blinking an eye. But he was very straight and didn't even buy her one. Not only did it make her feel depressed, but she also felt a little lost. Chapter 16, The Circle of Horror. Shin Feng and his companions took the elevator to the underground parking lot and walked to the Rolls-Royce, which was as quiet as a ghost. Shin Feng unlocked the car, opened the back door and said to the two Kaitan employees who were helping to deliver the things, "Just put it inside." The two employees widened their eyes at the luxurious interior and handsome body of the car. They never expected that Shin Feng's car was a Rolls-Royce. The two carefully placed dozens of packaging bags on the soft and loose leather seats, and then they said a little stiffly, "Mr. Shin, it has been placed for you, we will leave first." "Thank you both." Shin Feng closed the car door and thanked them sincerely. "Mr. Shin, you're welcome." After saying that, the two of them turned and left side by side, gradually disappearing into the bright yet somewhat dull underground parking lot. Shin Feng felt that he needed to put some cigarettes and water in the car. "Although I don't smoke, I can give it to others, just like these two employees helped me. Although they were just working, they really helped me." Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. He turned back to the driver's seat and started driving outside. On the other side, two employees also returned to the Kaitan flagship store. Looking at the shopping guides who had not yet dispersed, they instantly became interested. "Guess what car Mr. Shin drives? My God, it's a pity you didn't go down." The shopping guides who were about to disperse asked curiously after hearing this. "What car? Mercedes? How petty. He drives a Rolls-Royce. And it's not just any Rolls-Royce. I've never seen such a handsome Rolls-Royce. It's even more handsome than the Darth Vader." You sound like you've seen other models of Rolls-Royce. Don't underestimate people." Suddenly the atmosphere became more lively. Gao Jie also said with emotion, "These days, the second generation of rich people like to keep a low profile. Fortunately, Xiao He, you are still calm." She was in a good mood. It was rare to see young people driving a Rolls-Royce, which meant that Shin Feng was really not an ordinary person, and the high-end VIP she had sent before was not a mistake. Thinking about Shin Feng wearing ordinary clothes, he looked like a guy who was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. "I stumbled upon this by accident." Mr. Shin looked very elegant and had a beautiful girlfriend by his side. "I thought it would be good enough for Mr. Shin to buy a set, but who knew?" Xiaoyi's face was as beautiful as a flower, and her tone was filled with some emotion and excitement. Of course, her eyes are also very sharp. Since ancient times, women have been a man's business card for success and an extension of his status and strength. Especially Su Miahan, who was wearing fake goods and looked a bit vain. The man following her must be extraordinary, and the fact was just as she expected, that Mr. Shin was really not an ordinary person. Yes, Mr. Shin bought nearly $500,000 worth of clothes for himself. He was very generous. If he bought them for his girlfriend, wouldn't it be worth millions? Yes. But Mr. Shin's girlfriend seems to be wearing all knockoff brand names, why don't you buy her one? Maybe Kaitan is most famous for its men's clothing, so people don't like it? I really envy that lady. Mr. Shin is not only handsome and rich, but also humble and polite. He doesn't have the temper of a rich young man at all. He is simply the male god in the novel. Manager, don't you have Mr. Shin's WeChat? How about recommending him to me? Yes, manager. If any of us can take down Mr. Shin, won't your business be easy? Seeing all the shopping guides looking at Gao Jia, the latter said unhappily, "Go away, stop messing around. How dare you dream of a family like Mr. Shin? He's just here to experience life. How can anyone be interested in you, a bunch of sleazy women? Are you as pretty as the lady next to Mr. Shin? Don't let your imagination run wild, or you'll annoy her." A sentence mixed with laughter and scolding changed the topic and made everyone laugh awkwardly. "Okay, pay attention to your appearance while you're at work." After saying that, Gao Jie turned around, glanced at Shin Feng's contact information, a strange look flashed in her eyes, and she left quickly. On the road, the orange-yellow light of dusk shone into the car and onto Shin Feng's face, making Shin Feng's temperament more gentle. Su Miahan sat in the passenger seat and pursed her lips and said, "Shin Feng, why don't you finish your meal before going back? I'm a little tired today, so I'll just eat at school." Shin Feng looked straight ahead and gave an explanation. "Oh." Su Miahan didn't say anything when she saw this, but a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. But she thought that today had brought her and Shin Feng closer. "I'll recover soon. If I don't want to eat, then I won't eat. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." The two of them were silent along the way. After a few hours, they slowly drove into the school. Compared to the sensation yesterday, the attention today was a little smaller, but it was still the focus of everyone's attention. After returning to the parking lot, Shin Feng turned off the engine and looked at Su Miaohan. You go first. You've worked hard today. Do you want me to help you? Su Miaohan smiled and said gently. No need, I called Joey. Then I'll be leaving first. Bye. Bye-bye. Shin Feng watched the other party leave with the bag, then picked up his phone and called Joey directly. Hey, where are you, kid? Stop talking nonsense. Come over to the parking lot. What's the matter? Do you still want to ride in a luxury car? Hurry up. Shin Feng hung up the phone with a smile and cursed, then waited quietly. When I was bored, I looked at the WeChat interface and saw the invitation from Gao Jie to join the group chat. After thinking about it, I clicked in and chose to join. K Group. This is the WeChat group that Gao Jie mentioned. Shin Feng was a little stunned. This name was indeed a bit strange. Is this the high-end circle? I wonder what Miahan's expression will be when she finds out. Shin Feng was a little curious. There are only 16 people in the group, excluding him and Gao Jie. There are 14 real rich people. Etc. Shin Feng suddenly realized, why did I exclude myself again? Am I not a rich man? Shin Feng glanced at his personal property and shook his head, not wanting to think about it anymore, at least not yet. Lu Jingtong, wow, there hasn't been a new person in the group for a long time. Who is this friend? Zheng Yaoi, I don't know you, Ms. Gao, can you come out and explain? At this time, there was a ring from the mobile phone. Shin Feng looked down and saw two unfamiliar names starting to chat. He thought about it and changed his nickname in the group chat. It was obvious at first glance that these two people were not ordinary people, but to Shin Feng, they were no different from ordinary people. Since the system appeared, he has had the confidence to face anyone and any force. To quote a friend online, I don't care whether my friends are rich or not, because none of them are as rich as me anyway. This statement made by that friend may be a bit exaggerated, but to Shin Feng, it is not an exaggeration at all. After looking at his balance, the richest man in the world has to call him brother, and then follow him and shout Brother Feng 666. Gao Jie, this is Mr. Shin Feng, a good friend. Shin Feng smiled when he saw this. You already knew I'm a good person when we just met for the first time? But he didn't expose it. After thinking about it, he said something in the group. Shin Feng, hello everyone, you can just call me Shin Feng. Lu Jingtong, my name is Lu Jingtong, just call me Brother Lu, where are you working? Seeing this, Shin Feng raised his eyebrows. According to psychological analysis, this guy is very familiar with others and is quite extroverted. He might even be a funny person. So he didn't hold back and just talked nonsense. Shin Feng, waiting to take over. Lu Jingtong, oh no? You're taking over so soon? You're really miserable, buddy. You can't enjoy a good life anymore. You have to endure pain that you shouldn't endure at such a young age. For everyone in the group, inheriting the family business is basically their true portrayal, so when they heard that Shin Feng was taking over, they thought he was going to inherit the family business. Shin Feng felt a toothache when he saw the message from the other party. Is this what a human being would say? I wonder how many people will be envious when this news gets out, but this guy actually thinks he is a burden. He is really an idiot. Zheng Yaoi, please don't mind Jingtong, Mr. Qin. If he said anything wrong, I apologize on his behalf. Shin Feng, Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. Mr. Lu is really outspoken. I envy him. Lu Jingtong, brother Hui, please don't be polite. Shin Feng is definitely not a person who cares about things, right? Shin Feng really shouldn't say whether this guy is stubborn or just wise. However, being born into a wealthy family, Shin Feng felt that this guy was the latter. Zheng Yaoi, I wonder what Mr. Qin does? Lu Jingtong, oh, right, I almost forgot what job you were going to take over. Shin Feng, ahem, just kidding. Actually, I just graduated and plan to work in the financial industry. Zheng Yaoi. Lu Jingtong. Shin Feng, I wonder what you two do. Lu Jingtong, brother, you are so humorous. My family owns a hospital. If you are sick in the future, feel free to come to me. I will arrange for the best experts to see you. Shin Feng, thank you. Shin Feng's eyelids were twitching wildly. Who is so humorous? Lu Jingtong, you're welcome. Zheng Yaohui, Mr. Qin, if you need real estate services, you can contact me. Qin Feng, if you have any, please help Mr. Zhang. The group chat ended. Qin Feng turned off his cell phone, looked ahead, and slowly exhaled. It seems that Zheng Yaohui is in the real estate industry, and that funny guy's family should be in the medical industry. These are just 2 people in the group, what about the other dozen or so people? It's terrifying to think about it. No wonder people like Su Miaohan are trying so hard to squeeze into this circle. Qin Feng understood a little. At this moment, a figure appeared in his sight. Who else could it be but Joey? Qin Feng no longer thought about it. Brother Feng, Joey looked at Qin Feng with a little excitement as soon as he got in the car, his eyes were full of excitement. Do you want to open up? Qin Feng patted the steering wheel and raised his head and said. Joey was stunned and stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes. Do you want to? Forget it, Brother Feng. I haven't touched the steering wheel for a long time. If I hit. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to open it? Think. Change positions. After saying that, Qin Feng went downstairs. Thank you, Brother Feng. Chapter 17, Who will be the best after licking to the end? Only me, class leader Yang. The night is immersed in a sea of light, like a black curtain that is dressed up as a magnificent world. Brother Feng, you bought too many things. Under the streetlight, 2 slender shadows were stretched extremely long, and suddenly a silent voice was heard. Qin Feng glanced at him and said calmly, Didn't I see you say that when I was driving before? Hee, that can't be compared. Zhou Yi's hands and even his wrists were stuffed with packaging bags. Hearing this, his expression changed quickly. Brother Feng, how does it feel to date the school beauty? There was curiosity in his tone. What date? Qin Feng glanced at her, and she shrank her neck and said unhappily, Don't ask too much. When you get to Jai, watch more, listen more, and talk less. Speaking of this, Joey put away his playful smile and became serious for a while. Brother Feng, there was a notice over there asking me to report over on the 29th. Qin Feng was also paused when he heard this. Today, the 26th, is the weekend, and the 29th is next Wednesday. So early? I heard from HR that the company is hiring a group of new people this summer and they are in need of an agent, so I may go there first and have a senior to guide me, and then I will guide the new people alone. When Joey spoke, his tone was obviously filled with excitement and uneasiness. Come on. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He originally wanted to pat Joey on the shoulder, but found that his hands were full of plastic bags, so he had to give up. Well, don't worry, Brother Feng, I will work hard. My ideal is to be able to bring out a first-line star. Yes. Maybe I'll need Brother Feng's help then. No problem. I'll get the eldest and the 3rd brother to help you out. Qin Feng waved his hand with great ambition and his tone was full of confidence. By the way, I bought a few suits. You can pick one when you get back. It will be your graduation gift from Brother Feng. No need, Brother Feng. Okay, it's not expensive, just a few $100s, why refuse it? 4 years of college love is not worth a suit? Well, thank you, Brother Feng, It's just a small matter. The conversation between the two gradually drifted away, appearing and disappearing in the night sky until it disappeared. The next day, it was cloudy. Monday, May 27th. It is advisable to travel, but avoid digging earth. Girls' dormitory. The layout is the same as the men's dormitory, but it has a much more lively feel. The table near the window is filled with various bottles and jars of cosmetics. It is obvious that the owner of the table is also a girl who loves beauty. Sitting on the chair was a girl dressed in a fresh style, wearing a blue pleated skirt and with her hair straight over her shoulders. She looked as pretty as a girl next door. At this moment, she put down her light-colored lipstick, looked at her beautiful appearance in the mirror, and her face was somewhat excited. At this moment, the mobile phone placed next to the table suddenly rang. The girl opened it with great anticipation, but was immediately disappointed. Su Miaohan thought it was a message from Qin Feng to her. Yang Tianxi, classmate Su, are you there? She originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but after thinking about it, she sent a question mark. Su Miaohan? Yang Tianxi, good morning, classmate Su, do you have time today? I would like to invite you. Su Miaohan, sorry, monitor, I have to go house hunting today, so. Yang Tianxi, are you looking for a house? I can help you. You know I'm a local and I happen to know some real estate agents. In the boys' dormitory, a good-looking man suddenly looked excited, his eyes fixed on his phone without blinking. The man was young Tianci. He was extremely excited at this moment. Maybe he could even share the apartment with Su Miaohan? The thought made him shudder. Su Miaohan, thank you, monitor, but I have already found an agent, so I won't bother you anymore. Yang Tianci was immediately anxious when he heard this. He was still imagining a wonderful life in the future, but his dream was shattered before it even began. Yang Tianci, come on, Mr. Su, I wonder what kind of house you want. I can help you find it. Su Miaohan, thank you for your concern, monitor. If I don't find something satisfactory, I will look for you. Seeing this, young Tianci felt a little depressed, but he could only pray that the agent Su Miaohan found was not good enough. Young Tianci, okay, if you are not satisfied with anything, please feel free to send me a message. Su Miaohan, thank you, monitor. Su Miaohan put down her phone expressionlessly. She knew exactly what young Tianci was thinking. How could she possibly give her this opportunity? Thinking of Qin Feng, Su Miaohan regained her good mood, smiled sweetly, and looked bright and charming. Unfortunately, this was the girls' dormitory and no one saw her. After finding Qin Feng's chat interface, she sent a message to Qin Feng with great anticipation. Good morning, Qin Feng. Today is another energetic day. At that time, Qin Feng had just finished today's exercise and was sitting in the cafeteria enjoying his breakfast, holding a mobile phone in hand and chatting with others. Xiaowen, Mr. Qin, we have already processed your license plate. I wonder when you have time to come and get the license plate. Qin Feng, already here? Xiaowen, since you are a senior customer of our store, you enjoy the highest treatment rights. You only need to wait for the vehicle management office to open today to handle it. Qin Feng, then I'll come over today. Xiaowen, okay. Putting down his phone, Qin Feng drank the millet porridge in one gulp, finished the last bun, stood up and left, taking the garbage away. It's really strange, the threshold for high-level customers is so low now? Qin Feng thought as he walked. In just 2 days, he not only became a high-end customer of a high-end luxury brand, but also a high-end customer of an international 4S store. If he tells others about it, people will definitely think he is bragging. At this moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated again. He slowed down his pace, lowered his head and clicked it. It was a message from Su Miaohan. Su Miaohan, good morning, Qin Feng. Today is another energetic day. Qin Feng, good morning. Su Miaohan, I'm going to look for a house today. Do you have time? Can you accompany me? Qin Feng, sorry, I have something to do today, please find someone else. In the girls' dormitory, Su Miaohan's face froze. She bit her lips lightly, her eyes looking a little stunned. Qin Feng actually rejected me? This was something she had not expected, but based on her girl's intuition, after yesterday's contact, she was sure that Qin Feng had a good impression of her. In other words, no man can resist her charm, so she wants to strike while the iron is hot and continue to increase her feelings. She had already thought about what to do today, but she never expected Qin Feng to reject her. Is Qin Feng playing hard to get? Su Miaohan stared at the table and muttered to herself, feeling suspicious. After all, she used this trick often and was very familiar with it. But then she thought again, Qin Feng seemed to have always treated her like this before, so there was no need to lie to him. Thinking of this, Su Miaohan's brows gradually relaxed. Su Miaohan, is that so? Then go and do your thing. Qin Feng, of course, if you are in a hurry, I can take you there? Su Miaohan, no, business is more important. I won't keep you any longer. Seeing this, Qin Feng gradually smiled. No wonder Su Miaohan was so popular. She was so reasonable. Everyone would like her, right? Qin Feng, okay, let us do this for now. After saying that, Qin Feng ignored it, turned off his phone and walked towards the dormitory. Su Miaohan pursed her lips, closed the chat interface with Qin Feng, leaned back on the pink and white chair, turned her head and looked at the golden sun shining on the ground. Then Su Miaohan found young Tianxi's chat interface again. Su Miaohan, is the monitor here? Yang Tianci, yes, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Su Miaohan, squad leader, I made an appointment with an agent to go and see a house today, but it's difficult to get a taxi there. Yang Tianci, I'll take you there, I have a car. Su Miaohan, wouldn't this be too much trouble for the monitor? Yang Tianci, it's not a bother at all. Helping classmates is my unshirkable responsibility as a class monitor. Seeing this, Su Miaohan's mouth curled up, her mood immediately brightened, and she typed a few words with her slender white fingers. Su Miaohan, thank you, monitor. Yellow face smile.jpg. Tianci, it's just a small matter. I'll come pick you up right away. After the message was sent, a man in a male dormitory was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He quickly found the most handsome clothes in the closet and then stood in front of the mirror to dress up. At this time, a boy in the dormitory saw young Tianci like this and asked curiously, "Class monitor, are you going on a blind date?" "Go to hell." Young Tianci cursed excitedly. Then he grabbed the Audi keys on the table and left. Just then another boy came in and said, "Class monitor, didn't you say you would take us for a ride?" "Next time for sure." After saying that, young Tianci couldn't wait to leave. As soon as Qin Feng entered the dormitory door, he saw young Tianci walking and running all the way without looking back, with a happy face, which made him feel strange. Without thinking too much, he went back to room 303. Qin Feng didn't see Joey, but he didn't care. After taking a shower in the bathroom, he came to the balcony and looked at the suits that had been dry cleaned and hung out to dry. He was suddenly stunned. "I forgot to buy casual clothes." Qin Feng finally reacted, shook his head and smiled. It seems he will have to buy it next time. So he found a more casual suit and put it on. He was wearing a beige suit, a white shirt, a light yellow tie, and shiny, reflective leather shoes. Standing in front of the sink in the bathroom, looking at myself in the mirror, I felt a little tougher and more dignified. This suit fits Qin Feng's body perfectly, without a single wrinkle. Well, the dry cleaning shop at school is pretty good and their workmanship is excellent. You know what, it's really comfortable to wear. It's many times more comfortable than the suits I wore before. Qin Feng did some exercise and felt it for himself, and he had to say that it really worked. Both the fabric and the style are much higher quality than the clothes Qin Feng bought before. Then he took his cell phone and keys and left the dormitory. Qin Feng was already quite handsome, and after putting on the suit, he looked completely different from before, with a touch of sharpness and majesty. He's just like the CEO in a romance novel. This caused everyone to turn their heads to look at him. Qin Feng drove silently all the way to the parking lot and drove straight to the 4S store. Chapter 18, Supercar Club. Today is Monday, and there are obviously fewer cars on the road. Qin Feng drove at high speed and arrived at the 4S store on Changnan Street, Punan Avenue in less than half an hour. Qin Feng stopped to look after getting off the bus. The pedestrians coming and going were still bustling, but it was much quieter than the day before. Qin Feng crossed the street and saw Zhou Xiaowen swaying at the door. She was still dressed and looked plump and attractive. She stood there like a model, and passers-by all looked at her. "You must be waiting for me, right?" Qin Feng didn't expect Zhou Xiaowen to be so respectful. As Qin Feng took a step forward, Zhou Xiaowen also noticed Qin Feng in time. Her eyes moved, and she walked over with a cat-like step while smiling. "Mr. Qin, you are here." The tone is gentle and respectful. The two were 2 steps apart, and Qin Feng could smell the other's refreshing fragrance. He nodded and greeted her. "Mr. Qin, please come this way. Our manager is waiting for you in the office." Zhou Xiaowen was also stunned when she saw Qin Feng. She was a little dazed. Looking at Qin Feng, who was dressed formally today, she felt more majestic and sharp than usual. She reacted quickly, turned slightly sideways and made a gesture of invitation. "Your manager is looking for me?" Qin Feng was a little confused. It seemed that he had no connection with the other party. Zhou Xiaowen smiled and nodded gently. "Yes, our manager Lin wants to discuss something with Mr. Qin." Qin Feng thought about it and stepped in. Zhou Xiaowen behind him breathed a sigh of relief. Somehow, Qin Feng gave her a strong sense of oppression today. Especially when she looked at Qin Feng, her legs felt weak. The manager's office of the 4S store was on the 2nd floor, so Qin Feng and the other person walked through the noisy hall, went up the stairs and turned left to find the first room. Zhou Xiaowen first knocked on the door, then turned the handle and made a gesture of invitation to Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked in directly and looked around. The office was not big, about 40 square meters. Apart from the desk, there was only a set of sofas for guests and a tea table. It looked very simple. The lighting is also very good, making the tidy office extremely bright. When Qin Feng just came in, a middle-aged man who was working in the office quickly stood up and said to Qin Feng with enthusiasm, "Mr. Qin, we meet again. Manager Lin, what do you want to talk to me about? Qin Feng was briefly polite to the other party and then went straight to the point. Lin Hao did not answer Qin Feng's question, but instead had a smile on his face. Mr. Qin, please take a seat. Let's make some tea and talk slowly. Qin Feng looked at Lin Hao with surprise, then sat down directly under the other's gaze. Lin Hao sat down opposite Qin Feng with a smile and started to make tea. First, boil the water on an electric stove until it is 70% boiled, then pour it into a ceramic teapot to heat the walls of the pot, then pour it out and start boiling the water again. The operation was smooth and skillful, which made Qin Feng ponder secretly. Although he didn't know what Lin Hao was up to, he was dazzled by his tea-making skills. He is shown to be a tea connoisseur. I didn't expect that Manager Lin is also a person of refined taste. Nearly half an hour passed like this. Although neither of them spoke, Qin Feng did not feel bored at all. Instead, he was very interested. Finally, Lin Hao handed Qin Feng a cup of light orange tea that gradually darkened in color, and then he revealed a kind smile. Please, Mr. Qin. This is authentic Wui de Hongpo. I promise you won't be disappointed. There was a lot of complacency and pride in his tone. Qin Feng also became interested when he saw this. Although he had never tasted de Hongpo, he knew its status. It can be called the national tea, and in ancient times it was a tribute that only the royal family could enjoy. I heard that picking is now prohibited. Qin Feng was not polite either. He picked up the small teacup, put it to his nose and took a light sniff. The rich fragrance of flowers and plants made him feel refreshed. My mind felt much clearer, and the tiredness from the morning exercise was much relieved. Qin Feng took a sip and an indescribable scent spread in his mouth. He felt his taste buds blooming and frolicking. The tea soup is sweet, mellow, and fruity. It has a strong salivation sensation at the beginning, followed by a rich, sweet taste with a bright and unrestrained flavor. After drinking the cup, Qin Feng squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. It seemed that even the blood circulation speeded up a lot. Then there is another aftertaste that spreads from the stomach to the throat, and then swirls around in the mouth, as if it has an endless aftertaste. Even though Qin Feng didn't know much about tea, he felt that this tea was extremely extraordinary. In the past, when I drank tea with my dad at home, I only felt bitterness, no sweetness, not to mention the aftertaste. It was like I was not drinking tea. Good tea. Qin Feng put down the teacup and praised Lin Hao. Lin Hao's face was as bright as a camellia tree blooming when he heard this, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Mr. Qin, you are too polite. Then he showed a regretful expression. It's a pity that this is only the second generation of De Hong Pao grafted from the remaining mother tree De Hong Pao. Although it is good, it can't be compared with the tea from the mother tree. Although his tone was regretful, he was still very proud. Although the second generation of De Hong Pao cannot be compared with the mother tree, it is also extremely precious. Not to mention ordinary people, even some wealthy people cannot drink it. This is not something you can drink just by having money. He also put in a lot of effort to get a little bit. He usually treasures it very much. If it weren't for Qin Feng, he wouldn't have made a pot of it. After listening to Lin Hao's explanation, Qin Feng also realized the preciousness of this tea, but he did not expect that Lin Hao would actually take it out to treat him. This made him feel a little strange. This was only the second time he had met the other party. It shouldn't be like this, right? Even if you are a rich second generation, you don't have to flatter like this, right? As the manager of the Magic City branch, Lin Hao's status is naturally needless to say. So why is that? Could it be related to the other party's plan to look for me next? After figuring it out, Qin Feng was no longer in a hurry. He picked up the teapot again and refilled his cup, savoring it slowly. The more they tasted it, the more they realized how precious this tea was. Soon, the first cup was finished in silence. Then proceed with the second soak. Qin Feng then felt the astringency and bitterness of the tea, but it soon became sweet and delicious. The aroma gradually becomes stronger, and it is somewhat different from other teas. The more it is brewed, the more fragrant it becomes. This is tea leaves grafted from the mother tree. How fragrant must the mother tree's De Hong Pao be? Isn't this a real luxury? Qin Feng thought about how luxury goods are popular abroad nowadays, and everyone, including him, is pursuing those high-end luxury goods. It seems a little ridiculous now. When it comes to luxury goods, it seems that domestic products are the best. Domestic luxury goods have always only circulated among wealthy circles, and ordinary people don't even have the chance to hear about them. No matter how rich you are, if you don't enter a certain circle, you won't have a chance. Xin Feng gradually became interested in tea. After all, this country has a 5,000-year history, and tea was equivalent to salt in ancient times. You can imagine its glorious history. At this time, Lin Hao, who was opposite Qin Feng, began to speak slowly. Mr. Qin, do you know why I am looking for you? Since Qin Feng is so patient, he has to speak first. Qin Feng drank the tea in his hand and smiled calmly. Manager Lin, please speak. Actually, I came to Mr. Qin this time to invite him to join the SSCC Supercar Club. Seeing Qin Feng's steady appearance, Lin Hao smiled gracefully and spoke without further ado. Qin Feng pondered Lin Hao's meaning in his heart, but he still said politely, Manager Lin, are you mistaken? My sky is not a supercar. Lin Hao smiled heartily, looked at Qin Feng and said, Mr. Qin has misunderstood. The condition for joining the SSCC Club is not a sports car. Seeing Qin Feng's puzzled look, Lin Hao told Qin Feng the history and some news of the SSCC Club. After a moment, Qin Feng suddenly realized and became interested in this club. The SSCC Supercar Club was founded in 2008 and is the first pure green club in China that insists on non-profit purposes. Currently, the club has about 300 members, of which more than 200 are supercar owners, one-third of whom are successful people from all walks of life, and the rest are basically children of successful entrepreneurs, and a small number are self-made business tycoons. The membership requirements are not just about owning a sports car. First, you have to have a charitable heart, and then you have to be recommended by one of the club's directors. There is also a probation period. Anyway, the conditions for joining are simple and strict. Thinking of this, the question came up again. Qin Feng couldn't help but look at Lin Hao. Manager Lin, why did you invite me to join? Lin Hao waved his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, you misunderstood. It's not me who invited you. I don't have that much face. I'm just a messenger. What is that? He is a junior of one of the bosses of our company. He is a deacon of the SSCC Club. He asked me to invite you, Mr. Qin. Oh? Qin Feng looked at Lin Hao suspiciously, meaning, do I know him? Mr. Qin, I'm not very clear about this matter. I thought you knew that person. Lin Hao smiled and said that he didn't know either. I see. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Since there was too little information, he couldn't analyze it clearly. But after thinking about it, he agreed. He is fearless no matter what the other party's purpose is. At the same time, he also knew why the other party asked him to drink this kind of tea. It turned out to be because of this. Okay, then I choose to join. No problem, let's go to the club right away. Sure. Qin Feng has no objection. So the two of them tidied up a bit and walked outside. Qin Feng immediately spotted Zhou Xiaowen, who had been standing at the door and had not left. Mr. Qin, Manager Lin. Zhou Xiaowen shouted to the two of them, and then said to Qin Feng, we have changed the license plate number for you. Thank you. Qin Feng had told Zhou Xiaowen his parking address before, and he was very satisfied with the other party's efficiency. Then he and Lin Hao got out, and the other went to the parking lot. Qin Feng also returned to his car, and the two of them drove outside, one in front and one behind. The SSCC Supercar Club is located between Jing'an and Jiading districts, close to the Outer Ring Road, and is surrounded by other supercar clubs. The fundamental reason is that there is an international racing track in the JD district. The journey was nearly an hour's journey, and just at noon, the two of them, led by Lin Hao, stopped at the entrance of the club building. Chapter 19, Huang Jiala, the pretentious director. Qin Feng looked at the ordinary 5-story building in front of him. At first glance, the exterior decoration was very old, as if it had been ravaged by time. Qin Feng paused, glanced at Lin Hao beside him, and said in astonishment, is the club so difficult? Even if it is a charitable club, it cannot be so discreet. After all, the members are basically wealthy and can easily spend some money to renovate the place several times. Mr. Qin, you will know when you go in. Please come this way. Lin Hao understood Qin Feng's confusion. In fact, everyone who came here for the first time had a similar expression, so he gave Qin Feng a look. The two came in through the main gate. There was no change in the hall. There was a front desk, a reception room, and an exhibition hall. The walls were covered with various honors and awards, and in the middle were various supercar models. Qin Feng took all of this in, and then heard the conversation between Lin Hao and the front desk receptionist. Hello, may I ask what can I do for you? I'm Lin Hao, and Mr. Huang asked me to come here. Boss Huang is on the third floor. He told you to just go up. Okay, thanks. It was obvious that Mr. Huang wanted him to join the club's board of directors, and the other party had already made a suggestion. Xin Feng followed Lin Hao and took the elevator straight to the third floor. Bite. The elevator stopped and the door opened, and what came into view was a soft and gentle carpet of an unknown animal on the floor. Then look upwards, the wall panels polished to a bright jade-like finish reflect bright light under the LED lights. The indoor height of the third floor is about 3 or 4 meters, and the overall view is wide and high-end. As you step out of the elevator, a feeling of luxury and elegance is revealed. The entire third floor seems to be connected. At first glance, it is extremely spacious, and the layout and style are Jiangnan Hui-style decoration. The simple and exquisite furniture, beautiful decorations, and overall embellishment, the perfect combination of ancient style and modern elements, rich yet relaxed, luxurious yet not vulgar, unrestrained and grand layout, the magnificence is difficult to describe in words. Xin Feng now understood the look in Lin Hao's eyes. The thing looked ordinary and plain on the outside, but unique on the inside. It was luxurious, comfortable, and fashionable. You could tell it was made by a master. How is it, Mr. Qin? Lin Hao asked with a deep smile on his face. It's okay. Xin Feng's previous surprise had disappeared at this moment, and he recovered and still looked calm and unsurprised. Please, Mr. Huang's office is here. Lin Hao's face wrinkled when he heard this, and he pointed to one of the small rooms separated by glass. With Qin Feng's family background, he must have seen countless magnificent decorations, so the fact that he said it was okay meant that their club was really good. Soon, an unbelievably young man came out. Xin Feng looked around, and Lin Hao greeted him enthusiastically and said respectfully, Mr. Huang. Xin Feng was a little surprised. He thought Mr. Huang should be very old, but he didn't expect him to be so young. At this time, the other party also looked over, and the two looked at each other in the air for a few seconds. Then Xin Feng saw the other party pretending to be mature and frowning, nodded at him, showing a solemn look. Hello, I'm Huang Jiala. Hello, Mr. Huang? Xin Feng laughed. This guy is quite interesting. He had seen people pretending to be young, but he had never seen people pretending to be old. Okay, you go first. At this time Huang Jiala waved at Lin Hao, and the latter left tactfully. Soon, there were only 2 of them left on the huge third floor. Of course, there might be people in other small rooms as well. Excuse me, Mr. Huang, why did you specifically invite me to join the club? Xin Feng estimated that the other party might not be younger than him, so he didn't hesitate to ask directly. Huang Jiala did not hide it and blurted it out. I heard that you have 20 custom-made Sky Phantoms? After saying this, he felt quite regretful and sorry. The previous maturity was instantly replaced by immaturity. Xin Feng understood instantly that the other party's target was not him, but the Rolls-Royce in his hand. Looking at the other person's appearance, he should be regretting that I was the first to attack him. That's right. Xin Feng knew the other party's purpose, so he didn't deny it. What surprised him was that since Lin Hao was so respectful to him, the Rolls-Royce was not just shipped in, but had been in the country for half a month, and it was obvious from the expression on Huang Jiala's face that he really liked it. There were obviously many opportunities to get it first, so why did he get it in the end? Soon the other party told Xin Feng the answer himself. Huang Jiala's face fell, as if his favorite toy had been snatched away. He said depressedly, I fell in love with that phantom when it was still on display, so I begged my dad to use his connections and spend a lot of money to have that phantom sold in China. Who would have thought that when I was trying to gather the money, Lin Hao actually told me that it had already been sold? When Huang Jiala said this, he was obviously annoyed and stared at Xin Feng with clear eyes. Xin Feng almost understood what was going on. He asked why Phantom had stayed in the 4S store for half a month. It turned out that someone had given him a heads up. It seems that I have missed out. As we all know, supercars are generally in short supply. When a supercar arrives at a large 4S store, someone will drive it away within 3 days. But what's the point of saying this now? Now that it's in Xin Feng's hands, can he still drive it away? How can the meat slip away once it's in your mouth? No matter what you open, it won't work. Xin Feng thought, this is a luxury car worth more than 15 million. If he sells it, won't his own startup fund be available instantly? Moreover, this is a limited edition custom model with great collection value. It will definitely appreciate in value in the future. Maybe I can even get this guy to add some points. Anyway, to him, it doesn't matter what car he drives. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is direct. As Chin Feng became more and more excited, the system's emotionless prompt sound rang in his mind. Quota rules, supplementary explanation 2. The host only has the right to use all the property acquired through spending, purchasing, etc. during the pursuit, and has no right of inheritance. Chin Feng's enthusiasm was instantly extinguished. This reminded him that during the period of pursuing Su Miaohan, the ownership of everything he spent belonged to the system, and he only had the right to use it. It seems that I should just stay put and take advantage of Su Miaohan. Chin Feng's thoughts were like the sea, but they soon calmed down. He glanced at Huang Jiala and an expression of I see appeared on his face. So that's how it is. I have to thank Mr. Huang for his generosity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to get it. Chin Feng had a smiling face and looked sunny, but what he said was like rubbing salt into Huang Jiala's wound. Huang Jiala's breathing became rapid. He looked at Chin Feng and said expectantly, "Can you?" "Cannot." Chin Feng refused directly. Although the other party didn't finish speaking, Chin Feng knew what he was going to say. Huang Jiala was confused when he saw this, but he quickly reacted and looked at Chin Feng stupidly and asked, "Do you know what I'm going to say? You want me to transfer the car to you?" Huang Jiala nodded subconsciously when he heard this. Impossible. Chin Feng rejected the young man's expectation outright. Chin Feng laughed at Huang Jiala's expression, but what made him curious was that the other party was obviously a rich second generation, but he did not look arrogant and domineering. Obviously, the other party has good family education. Seeing that the other party had no scheming at all and all kinds of expressions on his face, Chin Feng became more and more certain that this guy was pretending to be old. I guess he has just reached adulthood. Chin Feng looked at the other person's angry appearance and suddenly asked, "You just came of age, right?" "How do you know?" Huang Jiala blurted out, but quickly reacted and kept silent, just staring at Chin Feng with wide eyes. Chin Feng smiled easily, looked at the other party and continued, "You should still be a student, right? Today is Monday, and you are here. You've been skipping classes, obviously?" Chin Feng's tone was calm and his expression was easygoing, but in Huang Jiala's eyes he was full of majesty and mystery. The other party was able to guess my identity and age. Seeing the other party's doubtful look, Chin Feng stopped teasing him and directly stated his purpose. "Mr. Huang, do you still want me to join the club now?" When Huang Jiala heard Chin Feng say Mr. Huang with an emphasis on his voice, his face froze, but he quickly recovered and looked at Chin Feng seriously. "Of course." "Oh?" Chin Feng was stunned at first, then he looked at the other party for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. "Why are you laughing?" Huang Jiala suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "You let me join the club, and then you want to drive my car?" Chin Feng stared at Huang Jiala jokingly. The latter's ink black eyes instantly widened, then occupied the entire pupil. He stared at Chin Feng without saying a word. He didn't expect that his hidden thoughts would be revealed by Chin Feng in one sentence. His face felt as if it was burning, and his tender face quickly turned red, as if he had been caught lying. He is simple-minded and doesn't look like a rich second generation at all. "So do you want to join?" Looking at Huang Jiala's serious and expectant expression, Chin Feng was stunned, thought about it and nodded of course. "Okay, I'll ask someone to help you get a membership right away." Huang Jiala became excited when he heard this and immediately took out his cell phone to make a call. Chin Feng waited quietly, and soon the elevator sounded outside and a slight sound of footsteps was heard. "Mr. Huang." A woman in her 20s walked over gracefully. "Help him with the membership procedures." Huang Jiala pointed at Chin Feng and turned into a mature look again. Chin Feng clearly noticed the smile on the woman's lips and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the other party knows Huang Jiala's age, but because the other party is trying hard to pretend, they have to act along. Looking at Huang Jiala, who was trying hard to maintain his dignity, Chin Feng wondered how this guy would react when he found out the truth. Social death? Chin Feng then handed his ID card to the woman, who took it and went to go through the membership procedures. At this time, Huang Jiala came to Chin Feng and said in a very mature manner, "Chin Feng, the department is in urgent need of a supercar, and now is the time to need you." Seeing the other party calling him by his name, Chin Feng remained calm and said, "Supercar? Mr. Huang, you must be mistaken. I don't have a supercar." "You have. Mr. Huang, that's a coupe, not a supercar." Chin Feng explained patiently. Chin Feng's eyes were calm, and Huang Jiala was quickly defeated. He could only whisper, "Okay, Xin Feng, can you lend it to me?" "Mr. Huang, it's time for you to go back to school." Xin Feng did not agree. "No need, I've been admitted to Magic University." Huang Jiala was a little proud when he said this, and looked at Xin Feng happily and said, "Xin Feng, I am also your junior, so just let me drive for a while and feel it for myself?" "Is there anyone who calls you senior like that?" Xin Feng was a little surprised to hear that the other party was admitted to Demon University, and then he became angry when he heard the next sentence. Chapter 20, Encounter on the Track. Needless to say, the third floor has excellent lighting. Countless solar ions pass through the thick glass and fall on the furry carpet. Xin Feng didn't know when he was sitting on a set of solid wood chairs made of rosewood, which were carefully crafted and carved like works of art. With his hands on the armrests, Xin Feng rubbed the texture on it with his fingers, feeling the smooth and delicate real touch transmitted to his nerves. He couldn't help but look down at the carved patterns on it. He didn't care at all about the sounds coming from his ears. Just when Xin Feng was annoyed by Huang Jiala and was about to speak, he heard rustling footsteps in the distance. The two looked in the direction of the voice and saw the woman who had helped Xin Feng with the membership application had returned. She reported to Huang Jiala, "Boss Huang, the application has been completed for Mr. Qin." Then he handed Xin Feng a membership card. "Thank you." Xin Feng took a small notebook with the three big characters "membership card" written on the purple leather surface. The first page contains his headshot and basic information. "Mr. Qin, you are too polite. If the club has any activities, we will notify you in the group. Of course, Mr. Qin can also come to our club building to play when he is free. We have various entertainment venues on the second floor." The woman's expression remained unchanged, but the smile on her face was more sincere than before, and her tone was very standard. "Mr. Qin, please scan the code and I will invite you to join the group right away." Seeing the QR code the other party brought out, Xin Feng calmly took out his phone, scanned it and asked, "Don't you need to pay the membership fee?" The woman shook her head and continued, "No, we only charge the necessary funds when organizing activities, and nothing else." "If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Mr. Qin, if you have any questions, you can contact me at any time." After saying that, he nodded at Huang Jiala and turned away. Huang Jiala, who was standing by, perhaps saw Xin Feng's confusion and explained enthusiastically, "Are you wondering where our club's operating funds come from?" Seeing Xin Feng nod, Huang Jiala immediately became interested. Before, he was dominated by Xin Feng's strong observation and analytical abilities. He thought Xin Feng was omnipotent and knew everything. Now it was his turn to perform. Huang Jiala cleared his throat and spoke with some pride. Although the club has no membership fees and no operational projects, it holds 1 or 2 charity galas every month and occasionally holds racing events. Through ticket sales and racing betting, and the large repair shop the club runs. The club will also cooperate with some large hotels, photo studios, and wedding companies to provide car rental services, which perfectly solves the club's daily expenses. After all, the general expenses are not that big. The building of our club belongs to one of the members. After listening to Huang Jiala's explanation, Xin Feng's mind became much clearer. Huang Jiala then changed the topic, staring at Xin Feng with burning eyes, his tone full of expectation. "Xin Feng, no. Senior, brother Feng, can you just let me try?" Perhaps it was because the other party had helped Xin Feng solve his doubts before, or maybe it was because Xin Feng looked at the other party's sincere expression and felt relieved. However, Xin Feng asked one question first. "Do you have a driver's license?" He knew that this guy was still in high school. Yes. I will take the test as soon as I turn 18. Huang Jiala was so excited when he heard Xin Feng's subtext. He had no other hobbies and just liked playing with cars. In addition, the other party's family can support him in developing his interests and hobbies. Apart from anything else, he has strong confidence in playing with cars. Seeing the other person's eyes shining, Xin Feng felt that this was a young man's passion for something, which came from the bottom of his heart. So he agreed, since he was by her side anyway. "Okay, but you can't open it in the city. We can go to the nearby international racing track, where there is a professional track," Huang Jiala said excitedly. "Okay then." Xin Feng agreed immediately after hearing that it was a professional track. He also wanted to go and see it for himself. "No problem, we'll set off right away." Huang Jiala was so excited that he quickly ran to his room and got ready. Seeing that the other party was wearing a professional racing suit and helmet, Xin Feng couldn't help but nod in his heart. "Let's go." Seeing the other party's eager look, Feng smiled, and without saying anything, he walked directly towards the elevator. Brother Feng, have you ever tried the strongest power of that phantom? Huang Jiala asked curiously in the elevator. No, Feng didn't care about the other party's name, shook his head and explained, there is no chance in the city at all. I've seen its data. The V12 engine gives it 670 horsepower, a peak torque of 900 Nm and a 0-100 meter acceleration of just 3 seconds, and a top speed of 300 km per hour. The power and endurance are in no way inferior to those of ordinary supercars, and may even be slightly better. Huang Jiala's cheeks were slightly flushed as he spoke this, and his speech was very fluent. Feng believed that if it weren't for his passion for supercars, who would remember the parameters of these supercars? Although the power is not inferior to supercars, you have to understand that supercar power is one aspect, and the weight and model of the car are also very important. Feng looked at the other party's excited tone and poured cold water on it. If it is on a normal city road, maybe that Phantom is enough to compete with a supercar, but on a professional track, the design of a supercar is in line with the requirements of the track. You know, everyone can accelerate in a straight line. Can't we just step on the accelerator? Why do we need a racing driver? Looking at Huang Jiala, who looked up, Feng said with certainty, going fast on a curve is really fast. The two walked and talked, and Huang Jiala didn't react until they got in the car. He looked at Feng anxiously, Brother Feng, didn't you let me drive? Feng calmly prepared everything and said as he released the handbrake, yes, but that was on the racetrack. After saying that, he started the car. Huang Jiala opened his mouth, looked at the focused Feng, then closed his mouth and could only mutter a few words. Feng glanced at Huang Jiala, who had an expression on his face, and suddenly realized that the other person had a simple mind. Perhaps it was because the boy had always been focused on supercars that he didn't care about anything around him, thus maintaining a pure mind. On the other side, there is a new ground with a wide view and is as flat as a playground. A young man and woman are standing on an observation deck looking down. Student Su, this is the famous international racing track in Shanghai. It is also one of the famous domestic racing tracks. There will also be sports car exhibition races from several clubs later. I promise you will not be disappointed. One of the young men looked at his female companion beside him in a rather flattering manner. Thank you, squad leader, for bringing me here to see this. The woman smiled faintly, as if spring had come, and it seemed as if the wind in the air was cheering. But why doesn't the monitor participate? I remember the monitor said in his freshman year that his driving skills were very impressive. The young man was stunned and his face froze at first, but when he heard that the other party even remembered what he said when he was a freshman, he felt a great sense of joy. Looking at the woman's curious eyes, the man's pulse quickened, and he suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Actually, my skills are average, and I have to register in advance to participate in the competition. If you want to see it, I will definitely sign up next time. The man looked assured. Forget it. I heard that racing is very dangerous. You'd better not take the risk, squad leader. As long as classmate Sue is happy, I will go even if it is dangerous. When the man heard the woman's worried words, he felt very sweet in his heart and patted his chest to assure her. The man was still not satisfied after he finished speaking, and began to look around the court. Suddenly he saw a familiar face and was delighted. Student Sue, I know a friend who was at the racetrack. Wait a minute, I'll talk to him and show you around. Isn't this bad? The woman blinked, her tone a little hesitant, but her face was very excited. The man looked indifferent when he saw this. Don't worry, we are very good friends. After that, he happily shouted to the familiar face in the distance, Brother Kun, Brother Kun. A red-haired man in the distance turned around when he heard the sound. He quickly called Su Myohan to go with him, and then he trotted over first. The woman frowned when she saw this. It seemed that the facts were not as the man said. The red-haired man's status was obviously much higher than the man's. And she was very clear about the look in the red-haired man's eyes when he looked at her. The naked and undisguised desire made her feel disgusted. But the key point was that the man had no idea and was still waving at her to come over. The woman sighed in her heart and knew that it was impossible for her to just turn around and leave at this point, so she had to bite the bullet and go over. We can only take one step at a time and see what happens. I felt a little regretful in my heart, wondering why I had chased the man away before. What do you call a beautiful lady? Hello, my name is Su Myohan, and I'm Yang Tianxi's classmate. So you are Tianxi's classmate. I am his good friend. I heard that you want to experience racing. At this time, Qin Feng quickly found the location of the international racing track according to Huang Jiala's guidance. It was obvious that the other party had been here many times. Qin Feng parked in the parking lot under the guidance of the staff. Brother Feng, there are several tracks here. The one in the far block is the simplest and also the one that is praised for its loops. In the passenger seat, Huang Jiala began to explain. After Qin Feng turned off the engine, he asked, "Is it open to the public?" "It's open. But it's usually 300 yuan per lap, and you have to receive some training before you get on the track." Huang Jiala continued to explain, "Generally, you need to buy some professional equipment and insurance, but we don't need that. The club has a special rest and preparation room here. Let's go down and take a look first." Qin Feng nodded, ignoring the other party's eager eyes. "Don't worry, since I promised to let you drive, I'll let you drive." Looking at Huang Jiala, who seemed a little depressed on the road, Qin Feng's unhurried voice came over. "What did Brother Feng say?" "Of course I trust Brother Feng very much." Huang Jiala saw that Qin Feng didn't seem to be a man who didn't keep his word, and he immediately smiled happily. "There is a door next to the blocking net, and you can go in directly," but Qin Feng took a look around first. Looking at the vast venue, he sighed. "It must be extraordinary to own such a large piece of land in the Magic City." Qin Feng's eyes suddenly paused. He discovered two familiar faces, which he had not expected. Why are they here? Qin Feng wondered. Seeing that their expressions seemed like they had encountered some difficulties, Qin Feng greeted Huang Jiala and walked through the gate. Chapter 21. What a pity, such a good bootlicker. The circular track was like the Roman Colosseum, with spectator seats all around, from high to low. When Qin Feng and his companions walked to the bottom of the track, the three people in the distance had not noticed them yet. Several conversations could be heard in the wind. "Miss Su, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Would you mind?" "Brother Cohen, I have something to do tonight. Tell me if you have anything to say, I'll help you sort it out." Qin Feng saw the embarrassment on Su Miaohan's face and couldn't help but look at young Tianxi beside him. "Brother Cohen, classmate Su has something to do tonight, so how about I accompany you for dinner?" Yang Tianxi also reacted at this time. This brother Cohen had a crush on Su Miaohan, which made him anxious, and he began to speak with a smile. Unexpectedly, the red-haired man said bluntly, "Tianxi, this is none of your business, don't say anything." The threat was so obvious that young Tianxi trembled subconsciously. The smile on his face turned into panic and bitterness. He regretted very much why he came to chat up with him before. He knew Brother Cohen well. He was greedy for money and lustful. Wasn't he walking into a tiger's mouth? Seeing Su Miaohan's pleading eyes, he subconsciously dodged. Although his family was rich, if his family knew that he had offended Li Cohen, they would probably break his legs. Su Miaohan, who was standing by, was very disappointed when she saw this, but she also realized that Brother Cohen's status might be higher than she imagined. She knew very well how much young Tianxi liked her, but under his threat she didn't even dare to argue. "What do you think, Miss Su? I don't think you will refuse this invitation, right?" The red-haired man was very gentlemanly, but his lustful eyes revealed his inner thoughts. Su Miaohan smiled stiffly, and just as she was about to answer, a familiar voice came from behind her. "I'm sorry, Miaohan and I have a date tonight, and I declined on his behalf." As soon as the words fell, everyone turned to look at Qin Feng with different expressions. The red-haired man looked displeased as he examined the newcomer. Suddenly he felt that the man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he looked familiar, so he didn't act rashly. Yang Tianxi was stunned for a moment, then he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he knew that Qin Feng was not an ordinary person, and maybe he could compete with Li Cohen. "Qin Feng! Qin Feng!" Su Miaohan and Yang Tianxi spoke at the same time, but her tone was full of surprise. She quickly came to Qin Feng with curiosity on her face. "Why are you here?" "Bring friends over to play." Qin Feng explained immediately, then his eyes passed over Yang Tianxi and looked at the red-haired man. Qin Feng recognized this guy instantly. The other party was the owner of the Ferrari on the viaduct yesterday. He was the red-haired young man who tried to provoke him but was slapped in the face instead. "I didn't expect to meet him here again today, but the other party didn't seem to recognize him." Qin Feng was lost in thought as he looked at the other person calmly. "You are." The red-haired man narrowed his eyes and his aura began to become dangerous. "Who I am has nothing to do with you?" Hearing Qin Feng's voice as calm as the sea, the red-haired man was suddenly stunned. He didn't expect Qin Feng to be so disrespectful to him. This made him a little angry. Dude, you're awesome. Can't you pull it? Qin Feng was wearing a suit, had a muscular build and a strong temperament. When he said this, his head tilted slightly, looking a little rebellious but inexplicably handsome. The red-haired man laughed angrily, and as he laughed his face suddenly turned cold, his eyes were like poisonous snakes spying in the dark. Qin Feng, right? I'll remember you. He took 2 steps forward and looked like he was going to attack, but finally stopped. He probably felt that he was not big enough to defeat Qin Feng. The red-haired man saw Huang Jiala behind him from the corner of his eye. Seeing that the other party was wearing a professional racing suit, he immediately showed a playful expression. It seems that you are here to race too? How about this, let's have a competition. The loser gets to run around the track naked. Do you dare? After saying this, his eyes were full of provocation and teasing. Before Qin Feng could say anything, Huang Jiala behind him was unhappy. He rolled his eyes and said loudly, okay. Let's compete. Seeing Qin Feng's gaze, he shrank his neck, took a few steps forward, and continued to say to the red-haired man, but you are not worthy to be compared with Brother Feng. You have to compete with me first. Only if you beat me will you be qualified to compete with Brother Feng. The red-haired man was stunned. He looked at Huang Jiala under the helmet, then looked at Qin Feng, who still looked calm. Okay. Do you dare to compete? The red-haired man agreed immediately and continued to stare at Qin Feng and sneered. He didn't take Huang Jiala seriously at all. After all, the other person's voice sounded very young, so what skills could he have? Qin Feng frowned at this time, looking at Huang Jiala who touched his arm. The other party looked confident. Qin Feng did not hesitate and an idea came to his mind. Okay, but forget about streaking. What? Are you scared? The red-haired man laughed as soon as he heard it, and said in a very proud tone, okay, but Miss Su has to accompany me for dinner, how about it? Qin Feng ignored him and said calmly, what's the point of streaking? Let's do something practical. Whoever loses will donate 1 million to charity. Compare? The red-haired man felt very oppressed. Not only was he stunned, but Su Miaohan and others beside him were also stunned. Huang Jiala, in particular, was stunned, but also felt moved. Qin Feng actually believes in himself so much. Although he could definitely win the fight with his own strength and skills, the key Qin Feng didn't know. This made his favorable impression on Qin Feng increase rapidly. If Qin Feng could see Huang Jiala's favorability, he would probably feel a great sense of relief. The red-haired man didn't expect Qin Feng to play such a big game, and was a little hesitant for a moment. 1 million in real money is not a small amount. Reality is not fiction. In novels, some rich second generations spend millions or even tens of millions. In the eyes of the red-haired man, this is brainless behavior. So he hesitated, looking at Qin Feng's indifferent look. It was obvious that the other party was very confident. His originally full confidence suddenly lost its momentum. What? Are you scared? Seeing the other party hesitate, Qin Feng repeated what he had said before. Qin Feng was a little surprised to see that the other party didn't fall for it. When Su Miaohan saw that Qin Feng made the arrogant brother Kuan's face turn red with just a few words, her image of Qin Feng was elevated a lot more in her mind. His eyes flickered slightly, and at this moment Qin Feng was simply stunningly handsome. Yang Tianxi, who had been secretly paying attention to Su Miaohan, was now filled with disappointment. Compared to Qin Feng, he seemed to have no advantage at all. Ding! Favorability +5. Suddenly, a reminder in Qin Feng's heart rang. He was not surprised at all. After all, he was venting his anger for Su Miaohan, so it was understandable that he wanted to increase her favorability. And it increased by 5 points at a time, so it was obvious that I showed up at the right time this time. Humph, gambling is illegal? Qin Feng, you want me to go to jail, but I won't do as you wish. At this moment, the red-haired man suddenly showed an expression as if he saw through your thoughts, snorted heavily, and then turned and left. Without stopping. Ha! Qin Feng showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that the red-haired man actually ran away. Not only Qin Feng, but the others around him also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Yang Tianxi, his mouth twitched, wondering when did Brother Kuan become so law-abiding? Qin Feng quickly calmed down, looked at the red-haired man's back as he walked away, and pondered secretly. It seems that this guy is quite decisive. Compared to the illusory face, 1 million is more realistic. He doesn't care about face at all. He is much better than Yang Tianxi. Before, when he saw Huang Jiala looking very confident, he wanted to give him a hard blow, but he didn't expect that the other party would not be fooled. However, there is another possibility, that is, the other party recognized Huang Jiala and knew that he was not his match, so he decisively refused. But there was no point in thinking about that now. After the other party left, Qin Feng stopped paying attention. Looking at Su Miaohan, who was still dumbfounded, he smiled and asked, "By the way, weren't you looking for a house today? Why are you here?" Su Miaohan was stunned. Although she felt a little embarrassed, she still thought of an excuse. The pictures that the agent posted online were all retouched pictures. The house was very bad, so Qin Feng nodded cooperatively and did not choose to expose the other party. Su Miaohan might also know this, so she didn't continue to dwell on this topic. After a pause, she blushed and thanked him. "Qin Feng, thank you for what happened just now. It's just a piece of cake." Qin Feng waved his hand. The two chatted for a while, and finally it was Huang Jiala's turn to speak. "Brother Feng, isn't there going to be an exhibition match later? I'll go sign up right away, and you just wait and see how I beat him." Huang Jiala approached Qin Feng, his face full of a sense of solidarity. Qin Feng didn't say anything. Su Miaohan was stunned and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say that you have to register in advance to participate in the exhibition match?" Huang Jiala waved his hand casually. "It's okay, I'll just talk to the person in charge of the track later." Seeing Huang Jiala's indifferent expression, Su Miaohan understood in her heart that this guy has a strong background and can change the rules as the person in charge of the track. He is much better than Yang Tianxi. On second thought, it is natural. When she is with Qin Feng and calls him Brother Feng, it is obvious that they have a special relationship, and there is no need to say much about their family background. Otherwise, if they are not in the same circle, how can they play together? Yang Tianxi in the corner also understood what Huang Jiala said and looked at him in surprise. He knew how difficult it was to change the rules of the track. At least he couldn't do it like Brother Koan before. For a moment, Qin Feng and Huang Jiala became mysterious in his mind. Seeing Su Miaohan getting closer to Qin Feng, his heart ached more and more, but he also knew that he was not qualified to compete with Qin Feng. No matter which aspect. He didn't even dare to offend Brother Koan, let alone Qin Feng. Although he admired Su Miaohan, he would not and dared not offend Qin Feng. After all, compared to losing love, he doesn't want to lose the happiness of being a rich second generation, not to mention that it is impossible for him to have love. Thinking of this, he looked at her with a bitter look on his face, then left dejectedly. "Squad leader, where are you going?" Su Miaohan saw Yang Tianxi turn around and asked in confusion. Yang Tianxi didn't look back, but said something softly and left without looking back. "Student Su, I'm sorry, I suddenly remembered that I had something else to do, so I left first." "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Su Miaohan already understood that Yang Tianxi would no longer be her bootlicker, which made her look a little complicated. What a pity. Such a good liquor. Qin Feng didn't say a word from beginning to end. Seeing the other party leave in a miserable state, he didn't feel happy at all, as if it was just a matter of course. Chapter 22, What are you talking about? Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. He originally wanted to ask for some information about the red-haired man. We can only talk about it later. The last 3 people left the track and the staff had already started to check the track. After returning to the parking lot, Huang Jiala made a phone call directly, shouted a few words, hung up happily, and then looked at Qin Feng expectantly. "Brother Feng." Qin Feng glanced at it and sighed, "Be careful. Then throw the key to the other person." "Brother Feng, don't worry. During my 6 years in junior high and high school, I went to a foreign racing training center for training during the winter and summer vacations. Although my driver's license is still in the probationary period, my actual driving experience may be greater than yours." After saying that, Huang Jiala ran into the Rolls-Royce. After sitting in it, he couldn't let it go and experienced it. However, someone gave him a message about the qualifications of the participants in today's exhibition match and the information of the sports cars. He directly found the red-haired man's information and his pupils suddenly shrank. Li Kuan, 26 years old, has 7 years of experience in driving. He has participated in the Magic City Racing cross-country race, the Eastern Exchange race. The resume is impressive, but this is not the reason for Huang Jiala's emotional fluctuations. It was because of the sports car that the other party was participating in the performance. The Ferrari A12, the swan song of the V12 engine, has a 6.5L engine filling its engine compartment and is matched with a 7-speed wet dual-clutch transmission. It can unleash a terrifying power of 800 horsepower, and its terrifying data allows it to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.0 seconds. Although it is similar to Qin Feng's Rolls-Royce, the other party's car design is as smooth as a bullet head, and it appears to be diving forward when viewed from the side, which is very suitable for racing on the track. This is far beyond the comparison of a Rolls-Royce, so if he wants to avenge Qin Feng and defeat Li Kuan perfectly, he must change the car. It's not that Rolls-Royce is not good, but the two have different focuses. It's a pity that I can't drive the Phantom on the track this time. Huang Jiala was a little disappointed. He quickly walked down and returned the key to Qin Feng. Why isn't it opening? Qin Feng was a little confused after taking it. Wasn't this kid very much looking forward to it before? Huang Jiala shrugged and said, "No, that red-haired guy is called Li Kuan. I have no concerns about his skills, but the Ferrari A12 he drives is a very powerful supercar, so I need to change it." In fact, he didn't have to change it, but thinking about how much Qin Feng believed in him before, he felt touched. In addition, he had said before that he would guarantee to beat Li Kuan, so he chose to be conservative and changed to a supercar. Qin Feng naturally understood this truth. Looking at Huang Jiala's shrugged shoulders and childish expression, he suddenly felt more favorable towards him. "Do you have any other supercars now? Is there enough time? The exhibition match will start in half an hour, and it may be too late to find a car elsewhere." Unexpectedly, Huang Jiala nodded confidently, "Brother Feng, our club has an independent garage here. I have a supercar parked in it. Although it is average, it should have no problem winning this game." Qin Feng understood as soon as he heard it and did not object. After all, his Rolls-Royce was not a supercar and was not suitable for participating in racing competitions. "Then I'll watch your performance in the audience," Qin Feng joked with a smile. Huang Jiala grinned and assured, "Brother Feng, just watch." After saying that, he went to prepare. Qin Feng took Su Miaohan and walked towards the audience seats. On the way, Qin Feng asked curiously, "Aren't you going to work tomorrow? You haven't found a house yet, isn't that a hassle?" Su Miaohan was also a little distressed. "Yes, but I have been looking at houses. They are either far from the company or the rent is high. I really want to own my own house in Shanghai." After saying this, Qin Feng sighed and smiled without saying anything. "Isn't this normal? It's just that the other party has many requirements and wants a cheap rent. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Unlike you, you should have found a house long ago." Su Miaohan glanced at Qin Feng with a hint of envy in her tone. Qin Feng shook his head and said, "No, I haven't started looking yet, no rush." Su Miaohan. Su Miaohan listened to the other party's indifferent tone and suddenly wanted to hit someone. All the problems she encountered in renting a house ultimately came down to just one problem. That's money. Nothing is a problem if you have money. In a place like Shanghai, as long as you have money, you can live a very good life. So these problems are not a problem for Qin Feng. "Where are you planning to find a house to rent?" Su Miaohan asked curiously. In fact, she had some thoughts in her mind, which was to rent in the same community or even the same building with Qin Feng. This is the only way to get close to the water. Otherwise, once she leaves school, she will never have another chance. Qin Feng turned to look at Su Miaohan in surprise. "Rent a house? What do you mean by rent a house? You don't rent a house? Then where do you live?" Su Miaohan asked stupidly. "I'm buying a house. Why would I want to rent one?" Qin Feng's doubtful voice was heard, and Su Miaohan was silent for a while. Is this the world of the rich? So arrogant? You have to know that the price of houses in the suburbs of Shanghai is over 10,000 yuan per square meter now, not to mention the city. A house must cost at least several million? It is impossible for ordinary people to settle down in Shanghai after leaving their hometowns and working hard all their lives, but this is just the starting point for the second generation of rich people. He has already surpassed countless dreamers who came to Shanghai to develop and succeed. It's just a joke, don't take it seriously. Seeing Su Miaohan silent, Qin Feng said with a smile. But Su Miaohan just rolled his eyes at him. "Qin Feng, don't forget me when you're looking for a house. I'm working at Green God Real Estate now. Don't worry, I will definitely find you when I buy a house, and I will also ask the school beauty for a big discount," Qin Feng assured with a smile. Nonsense, if I don't ask you for help, how can I afford it? Right, system? Qin Feng's current personal property is only 380,000 yuan, which is probably just enough to buy a toilet in Shanghai. Small and remote toilet. System. Qin Feng had just tried it out. If he asked Su Miaohan to buy a house, the goddess fund could be used, but it would not work if he asked someone else to buy a house. I wonder if I can exploit a system bug. I've been looking for Su Miaohan to buy a house, and then rent it out, so I can get a rent every month. As soon as Qin Feng had this idea, the system came out with a righteous tone and blocked the bug, but it wasn't really a block. After all, I can't make profits or trade with things purchased with the goddess fund. Su Miaohan curved her crescent eyes and smiled brightly. Don't worry, I'm the deputy director now, and the preferential rates are very high. You have to treat me to a meal then. You should treat me to the meal you owe me first. Qin Feng looked at the other party's smiling face and was a little speechless. Besides, I am helping you to improve your sales. Why don't you treat me to a meal? You still want me to treat you? Su Miaohan paused, and after thinking about it carefully, it was true, so she changed the subject and chuckled. Does Mr. Qin have time tonight? Can you make up for the meal I owe you? Okay. Qin Feng agreed immediately. At this time, the two of them also arrived at the audience seats, found the best viewing position, and sat down side by side. Standing high above, with a vast expanse in front of you, the Shanghai International Circuit is considered a business card for domestic racing, with strong official support and a large area. The ring track is one of the major tracks and also a viewing track, so one circle is nearly 2 kilometers long, with straight lines, bends, curves, S-lines, etc. However, they are all on the same level, so it can be considered a simple test. This track mainly tests the driver's memory. He has to remember various cornering data and consider how to drift on the corners, etc. There are about 8 lanes in a row, but each game basically has 10 to 16 players. That's less than the 22 players in F1. As time passed, sounds like the roars of wild beasts soon came from outside the venue, and handsome sports cars began to enter the venue like charging bulls. The audience in the auditorium also shouted and cheered, and the scene was crazy for a while. Perhaps Qin Feng was the only one who remained calm. Su Miaohan next to him also stood up unconsciously and waved vigorously at the cars entering the field. Suddenly, a pure gray supercar honked loudly under Qin Feng's feet. Qin Feng looked over and saw that it was Huang Jiala. Su Miaohan screamed and waved her hands, and the latter returned to the starting point. Qin Feng couldn't help but hold his forehead. Although Su Miaohan's voice was nice, the piercing screams that kept ringing out made his ears buzz. I never noticed that Su Miaohan had a loud voice. Fortunately, with the referee waving the flag, the 16 supercars started the race like running cheetahs, and the sound of supercar engines rose and fell on the track. What is worthy of Qin Feng's attention is that 2 supercars, one gray and one red, took the lead and started competing on the straight track. No need to think, the red one must be the red-haired man, and the gray one is Huang Jiala. On the court. Huang Jiala was not surprised when he saw Li Kuan walking side by side with him. After all, Brother Feng was right. Who can't accelerate in a straight line? It was not the driver's skills that were tested, but the performance of the supercar. When Huang Jiala looked at the other person, Li Kuan also looked over, a little surprised. But Huang Jiala looked at the upcoming first turn and gave Li Kuan the international communication gesture, a middle finger. Then instantly start shifting gears, braking, and releasing the accelerator. In an instant, the supercar seemed to be out of control, drifting to the side, making a harsh friction sound with the ground. Then, seeing the right opportunity, Huang Jiala stepped on the accelerator, changed gears quickly, and rushed out in an instant like an arrow. Throw the red Ferrari out of the way. Li Kuan looked at the supercar in front of him with a grim face, with a hint of relief and horror in his eyes. I'm glad that I didn't make a bet with Qin Feng before. I'm shocked that Huang Jiala has such good skills at such a young age. The bending angle, strong calculation and analytical ability, and courage are all better than his. He knew he lost. There was also a loud cheer in the distance, with countless spectators applauding Huang Jiala's wonderful drifting around the corners. Su Miaohan also knew that the gray supercar was driven by Huang Jiala, and she excitedly shouted to Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Huang Jiala has surpassed. I know. Qin Feng looked at Su Miaohan's hands, which were grabbing his arms tightly because of excitement. He felt a little helpless, but there was also a hint of excitement on his face. At the same time, he also understood why the audience was so excited and shouting. The infectiousness of the scene and the human desire and pursuit for adventurers. Chapter 23, You Have Great Skills. As Huang Jiala took the lead in the first U-turn, the ones behind him were even more far ahead. Each turn not only did not become an obstacle, but instead became a prop for Huang Jiala's performance. Finally, he won the first place. Various sounds were heard on the field. Xin Feng was also quite excited. In the past, he thought that as long as the car could be driven, it was fine and he pursued pragmatism. But now after watching Fast and Furious, he thinks supercars are really cool. It is definitely one of the romances of men. In the backstage parking lot, Xin Feng saw Huang Jiala running over excitedly from afar and shouted, "Brother Feng, I'm number one." Very detached, without any of the competence and strength seen on the field. Not bad. Xin Feng praised, causing Huang Jiala to grin, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Miaohan on the side smiled generously and gave a thumbs up, "Your skills are great." Huang Jiala's face turned red all of a sudden, and he was shy and didn't say anything. It seemed that he rarely talked to pretty girls. Su Miaohan covered her mouth and laughed. The exhibition match is over, so the ring track should be open, right? Xin Feng changed the subject and began to ask. Yeah, it's open after the game. Let's go, take me to experience it for a while. Xin Feng patted Huang Jiala's shoulder. Huang Jiala was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened, and a huge sense of surprise came from his heart. No problem. Huang Jiala immediately understood what Xin Feng meant and asked him to drive Xin Feng's Rolls-Royce around the track for a lap. Xin Feng turned around and looked at Su Miaohan, chuckling, "Let's go and experience the feeling of being on the track." Su Miaohan was also very excited when she heard this, and quickly followed Xin Feng's footsteps. The three of them walked towards the Rolls-Royce and happened to meet the gloomy-faced red-haired man Li Koen on the way. The other party was also stunned for a moment. The enemies were extremely jealous when they met. Li Koen's eyes immediately turned cold, he snorted and prepared to pass by. Xin Feng ignored the other party, but Huang Jiala curled his lips and deliberately said something loudly. Defeated General. Li Koen paused when he heard this, clenched his fists and trembled slightly. It was obvious that he was very uneasy. A hint of cruelty flashed across his eyes, but it suddenly disappeared when he thought of Huang Jiala's identity. The son of Huang Yi, the founder of SSCC Supercar Club, became one of the directors based on his racing skills. He is far from being comparable to her, but the other party rarely appears in the circle. The other party was wearing a helmet, so he didn't recognize him at first. It was not until Xin Feng increased the stakes that he became suspicious. It was not until he turned the corner on the track that he completely recognized him. He ignored it and quickened his pace, leaving the parking lot quickly. Huang Jiala said with regret, "It's a pity that guy didn't fall for it, otherwise we would have won $1 million. Xin Feng's guess came true, that is, Li Koen really recognized Huang Jiala's identity, otherwise he would remain indifferent when he was mocked like this. You have to know that when I met Li Koen on the overpass before, his arrogant and domineering personality would have probably attracted people a long time ago." Shaking his head without thinking too much, Huang Jiala sat in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce, Xin Feng sat in the passenger seat, and Su Miaohan sat in the back seat, and the three of them went straight to the track. Huang Jiala looked excited, as if he was even more excited than when he won first place in the previous competition. While experiencing the driving performance of the Skyline Phantom, a 20-year customized model of Rolls-Royce, he told Xin Feng about the racing drift driving skills. He didn't want to teach Xin Feng anything, but he couldn't help but want to say something to the person next to him. Xin Feng carefully wrote down these little tips and observed Huang Jiala's operations carefully. He felt that he wouldn't be completely in the dark when he wanted to drive a supercar in the future. In the afternoon, the scorching sun sets. Xin Feng was driving a Rolls-Royce on the way back to the club. Looking at Huang Jiala, who looked depressed, he explained. Driving on the road is different from driving on a track. If you get confused and step on the accelerator, you might get into an accident. Brother Feng, I know that a truly ethical racing driver will not bring racing skills to the road. Huang Jiala assured seriously. Okay, I'll let you experience it again next time I have the chance. Xin Feng waved his hand and said casually. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of the club. Xin Feng unlocked the door, turned around and nodded to the back seat. We're here, you can get off now. The co-pilot was Su Miaohan. It is naturally much more pleasing to the eye than a little brat. Oh, Brother Feng, when will you come to the club to play? Huang Jiala asked reluctantly. Come over when you have time. Oh, goodbye Sister Miaohan. Huang Jiala then greeted Su Miaohan and ran out instantly. Su Miaohan smiled dumbly and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, your brother is also naive. When she saw Huang Jiala calling Qin Feng brother Feng, she thought he was Qin Feng's younger brother. Qin Feng thought about this and found it a little funny, yeah. After sighing, he released the brake and the car quickly disappeared on the street. Qin Feng randomly found a restaurant, had dinner with Su Miaohan, and watched Su Miaohan pay the bill skillfully. Qin Feng touched his nose, feeling something was wrong. But he didn't rush to pay, even if he could get a rebate. How much can I get back for a meal? This might cause Su Miaohan to misunderstand. Not worth it at all. On the way back to school, Qin Feng specifically asked, by the way, what time do you go to work? 9:30, but it takes about 35 minutes to take a taxi from school to the company. Su Miaohan had obviously tried it herself. Qin Feng calculated and said, we need to reserve some time to deal with emergencies on the road. Let's say 15 minutes, so I will wait for you at 8:35. No problem. Su Miaohan agreed immediately, and after thinking for a while, she said again, I heard that the school's performance hall will be showing a movie for free tonight, shall we go and watch it together? Qin Feng did not agree immediately, but opened his phone to check the time. It was 5:18. The school performance hall would start showing the movie at 8 p.m., which was a little over 2.5 hours away. If nothing else, I'll text you around 7:30. Okay, then I'll wait for your news. Su Miaohan understood as soon as she heard it, and smiled sweetly with her eyes narrowed. She wondered if she could get closer to Qin Feng tonight. Although Su Miaohan wanted to win Qin Feng over as soon as possible, it was only for Qin Feng's identity and property, not for feelings. So the favorability still hasn't improved. At least for now, there is not much love between men and women for Qin Feng. Su Miaohan is a realistic and materialistic woman. She knows what she wants and what her purpose is. Just like a line in a TV series, you can get my body, but you can never get my heart. This sentence is very appropriate and describes Su Miaohan very well. Qin Feng was also very clear about this, but he was still very confident that he could defeat Su Miaohan. And the plan that was formulated was very effective, and the favorability level has increased to 57. He believed that it would not take long for him to reach level 90 and complete the pursuit mission. Each of them has their own goals, just like two agents fighting to see who can achieve their goal first. At 5:42, Qin Feng arrived at school. The two left separately in the parking lot. Qin Feng slowly returned to the dormitory. Zhou Yi had disappeared at this time. There was no one in the dormitory, but there were two storage boxes on the ground. Zhou Yi's desk was also tidied and empty. Qin Feng had a calm expression. He looked around the dormitory. His desk was the only one left with a lot of sundries on it. He sighed inwardly. The place where he has lived for 4 years is full of memories. The once bustling and noisy 303 will soon be left with only him, and he will eventually leave. And Qin Feng's traces of youth will also be replaced by others, becoming someone else's traces of youth, and then be replaced. It is said that the army may change but the camp remains the same, so is the school no different? It carries the youth of countless people and is the place where dreams begin. But it will eventually fade away and become a part of memory. Qin Feng's originally restless mood gradually calmed down. I pulled a chair and sat down casually, my thoughts flying. At some point, the sky outside the window had become completely dark. The sound of cicadas outside the window, always accompanied by the smell of human life, reached Qin Feng's ears along with the air. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the door. It was the sound of the key moving in the lock. Qin Feng looked over and saw Zhou Yi humming a little tune and sticking his head out. When he saw Qin Feng, he immediately shrank back. Brother Feng, you're back? Zhou Yi took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring from the bag in his hand and handed it to Qin Feng. Well, why are you so happy? After Qin Feng took it, he unscrewed the bottle and took a sip. The liquid flowed down his throat to his stomach, his Adam's apple moved up and down, and then he asked with a smile. When Zhou Yi heard this, he quickly pulled out a chair and sat next to Qin Feng. He spoke the story with great excitement, just like the storytellers in the tea houses of the old times. Brother Feng, you didn't see it. When Yang Tianxi from next door came back in the afternoon, his expression was just like his father's. I heard from his roommate that this guy went out happily in the morning, and I don't know why he came back like this. Qin Feng smiled knowingly after hearing this. He certainly knew the reason, but he didn't explain in detail. Qin Feng listened to Zhou Yi talking about some gossip about school and occasionally interrupted him. Before he knew it, it was 7:20. Zhou Yi thought of something and asked Qin Feng, by the way, brother Phone, there will be a movie playing in the school's performance hall today, how about going to see it? You go ahead. Brother Phone, if you don't go, I won't go either. I'll go. Shin Feng said with a smile, but not with you. Tisk. Joey's face changed, and he instantly immersed himself in the play, looking at Shin Feng with resentment. Brother Phone, you have changed. Have you forgotten what we agreed on? Get lost. Shin Feng punched Joey, then said with disgust, don't disgust me. I think it's very suitable for you to enter the entertainment industry. By the way, if you want to become famous in the future, I can sponsor all your expenses for going to Thailand. Shin Feng stood up and said seriously. Then he changed into comfortable casual clothes. Shin Feng seldom wore suits, so he felt a little uncomfortable wearing one suddenly. It's better to wear casual clothes to be more comfortable. Shin Feng thought so. Then, with depressed eyes, Joey sent a message to Su Miaohan. Meet at gate number 1. Chapter 24, Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Joey said faintly, Brother Feng, did you really pick the school beauty? Shin Feng smiled mysteriously, guess? What are you envious of? There are so many good-looking people in the entertainment industry. Are you afraid you won't be able to find them? Looking at Joey's envious expression, Shin Feng comforted him. Joey rolled his eyes and said, they are all surgically done. What's so good about them? And I don't want to have multiple hats for no reason. Shin Feng exclaimed in amazement, your circle is so chaotic. Joey's face darkened, go to hell. Shin Feng checked the time and prepared to go out. He looked at Joey, who was standing still, and said, didn't you say you were going to the movies? Joey took a quick glance, then silently opened the computer that had not yet been packed. What's the good movie? Are there any fun games? Women will only slow down my speed in drawing my sword. After that, he ignored Shin Feng and started to mutter something like, no woman in my heart, so I will be a god when I draw my sword. Shin Feng's mouth twitched, he sighed, and thought about the poor guy, then he walked away, and the wooden door hit the doorframe with a loud bang. Joey looked at the LOL game startup logo on the computer. Then he crossed it out with a blank expression. He leaned back in the chair and uttered lean after a long time. The nights in late May were neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for a walk. The breeze blowing from afar seems to be able to soothe the heat in people's hearts. Shin Feng faced the breeze and ran towards gate number 1 of the performance hall as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. Passing by the Carnival supermarket, he thought for a moment and bought 2 bottles of water and a pack of extra chewing gum. 9 yuan. Personal property, 387,719. Shin Feng didn't care about the gray page of the Goddess Fund. The campus of Demon University is very large. Shin Feng walked from the dormitory building to the performance hall, and it took him nearly 20 minutes to reach gate number 1. At this time, many people gathered near the door, all in pairs, or with several classmates, who came out to watch a movie from the same dormitory. There were almost no people alone. So when Shin Feng arrived, he attracted a lot of attention. Shin Feng found a place under the shade of a tree and stood there, not caring about anyone's reaction. Shin Feng is very famous on the school forum. He is known as the school idol, the mysterious rich second generation, and the owner of tens of millions of luxury cars. When these words appear on a person, it will definitely attract attention and discussion. However, most people only know Shin Feng's name, and few have seen Shin Feng in person. So all these eyes were inquiring into the fact that Shin Feng came to watch a movie alone. It was a little after 7:50, and before Su Miaohan arrived, the door to the performance hall opened, and people filed in and formed a long line. Shin Feng had just frowned when he saw Su Miaohan walking towards him. She was like an elf in the darkness, very eye-catching. The crowd in the queue was a little chaotic at this time, especially the boys. They didn't expect that the legendary school beauty Su Miaohan would also come to watch the movie, which made them very excited. Watching a movie with the school beauty is, after rounding it off, equivalent to watching a movie alone with the school beauty on a date. Especially since the school beauty came alone, many boys were eager to try. Compared with the boys, the girls on the side were full of hostility. After all, under the brilliance of Su Miaohan, they all became background boards. But what made everyone curious was that Su Miaohan looked around as if she was looking for someone. The thought of gossip suddenly arose, and for a moment the whole team was whispering. Shin Feng sighed, then walked out of the shadows and came behind Su Miaohan. A faint scent of jasmine mixed with flowers filled his nose. Then, he patted Su Miaohan's shoulder amid everyone's stunned and disbelieving eyes. What are you looking for? Xin Feng's voice sounded in Su Miaohan's ears. The latter was startled and rolled her eyes when she saw it was Qin Feng. Qin Feng, why are you walking without making any sound? Like a ghost. Su Miaohan's tone was strange and coquettish. You just didn't hear it. Qin Feng replied, then handed the other party a bottle of mineral water and walked to the end of the line. Let's go and queue up. Su Miaohan changed into a black rose-like long dress, which made her full of charm and maturity. Combined with her innocent and charming face, she made people feel both pure and sexy. She curled the corners of her mouth, causing many boys who were secretly paying attention to her to swallow their saliva, just like the mortals whose souls were taken away by foxes in vernacular novels, making people feel lost and heartbroken. At this time, Su Miaohan no longer cared about the gazes and discussions of the crowd. She followed Qin Feng like an obedient young wife in a landlord's house. In her opinion, Qin Feng's conditions completely met her standards for marrying into a wealthy family, and she didn't have to screen among many targets. Naturally, she no longer needs to maintain her clean, pure, and attractive personality. Maybe this will even bring her closer to Qin Feng. Seeing many boys using methods that they thought were very concealed but were actually full of loopholes, and looking behind Qin Feng was somewhat speechless. Why are you dressed like this to watch a movie? Don't I look good like this? Su Miaohan blinked and asked playfully. It looks good. Qin Feng answered honestly. It was indeed pleasing to the eyes. That's it. Su Miaohan said happily. Doesn't it make you proud? Yes. Qin Feng was still very honest. That's good to go. Hearing Qin Feng's praise, Su Miaohan was in high spirits and smiled like a flower. Okay. Qin Feng also took it into consideration when he saw this. He regarded it as a beauty that pleases him. Su Miaohan would dress up very beautifully every time she met him. What did this mean? This means that Su Miaohan is really greedy for my body. You're thinking in the wrong direction. Su Miaohan is really greedy for my identity. The line moved quickly. After Qin Feng and Su Miaohan entered, they found a seat near the aisle and sat down under everyone's gaze, and then watched the movie peacefully. But after a busybody posted the secretly photographed Qin Feng's profile on a forum and described it in great detail, the post immediately became popular. Just like throwing a stone into a calm lake, splashing water, and creating countless ripples. Ripples appeared. Unexpectedly, the campus beauty who had been as pure as a lotus for 4 years was reported to be on a date with a mysterious man to watch a movie, which quickly aroused the condemnation of the male students. It's over, my youth is over. I didn't expect that even the school beauty is in love. Whose general is this? He is so brave. My white moonlight is not clean anymore. Whoa. Who is this guy? How dare he steal my wife? Is he so brave? The guy upstairs, do you think you are Brother Jie? Does the host have a photo of his face? Don't get me wrong, I just want to give this guy some special products. Yes, we just want to make friends and give some local specialties. This guy looks like the guy who drove the Rolls-Royce before. What's his name? Qin Feng, yes, Qin Feng. He seems to be from Class 1 of the School of Economics and Management. At this time, an account called Tsang Lao Shi Henrun was quickly pushed to the front row. Quickly became popular. Qin Feng? Oh my god, it really is true. It's over. Even the school bell has fallen for money? Who is Qin Feng? You may not have heard of Qin Feng, but you have heard of Rolls-Royce, right? It belongs to that buddy. Is it him? The owner of the Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions? So that's how it is. That guy's name is Qin Feng. He seems to be a top student. He always ranks in the top 10 in exams. He kept a low profile during his 4 years in college. I didn't expect that he would reveal his identity as a rich second generation when he was about to graduate. This guy is quite interesting. What's so interesting? Isn't it because he's rich? No wonder Su Miaohan is willing to pay for him. Disgusting. That's right, now her true colors are finally revealed, right? A pure green tea bitch. What the hell? Qin Feng is both talented and handsome, why are you jealous? She and the school beauty are classmates, so it's not surprising that they're together. To be honest, they're a good match. What a match, my school beauty is going to fall for me. Qin Feng and I will never reconcile. +1. Ditto. Second. The forum instantly became a mess, with some expressing support, some expressing jealousy, some expressing envy, and of course some speaking ill of the other. And the news began to spread rapidly to several nearby universities. After all, Su Miaohan's name was very famous in the university town. Xin Feng was naturally unaware of all this, he seemed to be really watching a movie. Not to mention what was happening on the internet, even Su Miaohan, who had a resentful look in her eyes, didn't pay any attention. I asked you to see a movie, and you actually came to see the movie? Su Miaohan was too tired to complain. The name of the movie is 1921. It is a main theme movie that tells the story of the fearlessness and passion of our ancestors in the process of building the party 100 years ago. It is also a story full of youth. They are just like the post-90s and post-aughts 100 years later. When the country is in crisis, they rely on their unswerving faith and pioneering spirit to bravely shoulder their own mission of the times. The film takes youth as its keynote and uses the art of light and shadow as its brushstrokes to draw a spiritual blueprint for the youth of the new era. Xin Feng watched the film very seriously, and it was not until the 137th minute that he came back to his senses. The youthful atmosphere conveyed by the vivid characters in the film was something he had not felt for a long time. It was not until the lights in the hall came on, the movie ended, and everyone stood up to leave that Xin Feng noticed Su Miaohan's depressed look. However, he was not in the mood to say anything at this time. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go." Then leave. The night was quiet, Xin Feng and Su Miaohan just walked without saying a word. The street lights were dim, sending their shadows forward one by one. It was not until Xin Feng turned to the door of the female dormitory that he whispered, "Go in, good night." "Good night." Su Miaohan knew that Xin Feng was not in a good mood, so she didn't say much. She just smiled lightly, waved her hand, and turned to leave. It took a long time for Xin Feng to recover. Movies are the most real and important tool for humans to convey their emotions. Xin Feng shook his head, forgetting those heavy scenes, and walked towards the dormitory. After all, he is just an ordinary person, not the protagonist of the movie, so of course he will do what he can. After returning to the dormitory, Xin Feng heard Zhou Yi's voice as soon as he stepped outside the door. "Becomes on." After Xin Feng came back, Zhou Yi just said one sentence and continued to immerse himself in the game. "Brother Feng, you're back." "Yeah." Xin Feng took a quick shower. When he came out, Zhou Yi had already turned off the computer. He then came up to Xin Feng with an excited look on his face. Xin Feng was so scared that he felt a chill on his back. Chapter 25, What's wrong with watching a movie with classmates? "Brother Feng, you are famous." After a while, Xin Feng put on his pajamas and heard Zhou Yi's voice, with a hint of watching the fun in his tone. Xin Feng tilted his head and raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Famous for what?" "Brother Feng, look at the campus forum, you have angered everyone." Zhou Yi felt a little gloating. Xin Feng had some guesses in his mind, but seeing Zhou Yi so happy, he couldn't help but be speechless. "What good will it do you if I incur public wrath?" After drying his hair, Xin Feng climbed onto the bed and opened the campus forum. As soon as he entered, he saw a post that was pinned to the top and in red and bold. Shocked. The school beauty was late at night. Typical clickbait title. Xin Feng's eyes paused and he clicked lightly. At the top was a picture, which was of Xin Feng and Su Miaohan. Judging from the angle of the picture, it was obviously taken from the side. The poster was also a live audience member, and he gave a brief account of some of the events. It looked normal, but the replies and comments below made him feel dizzy. Xin Feng took a special look and found that the number of comments on the post had already exceeded 999 plus, which obviously meant that a lot of people responded. The comment with the most likes was, "Kill Xin Feng, seize Miaohan." The following are some who followed suit. Just at this moment, Su Miaohan sent him a message. "Xin Feng, I'm sorry, please don't pay attention to the comments online." Obviously Su Miaohan also knew about what happened on the internet, but she was afraid that Xin Feng would think too much, so she came over to give him some advice. Xin Feng smiled. He would not be influenced by what happened on the internet. "If you take it seriously, you will lose. Don't worry, but I didn't expect you to have so many admirers at school." Su Miaohan, "No, they are just following the trend." Su Miaohan was very smart and saw the truth at a glance. At this time, in the girls' dormitory, on a bed near the window, the walls were covered with various pink wallpapers. A girl with a bun and a facial mask was leaning against the wall, explaining to the phone. Although she was very happy about her popularity in school, she did not get carried away because she knew it was all fake. At this time, several of her roommates in the dormitory also laughed and joked. Sister Myahan, are you really together with Chin Fong? Yeah. Are you guys really going on a date tonight? Myahan, is Chin Fong really the heir to a hidden family as rumored online? As the saying goes, three women make a drama. Their faces were full of gossip and they all looked at Su Myahan with shining eyes. Su Myahan rolled her eyes at a few people. Do you believe what they say on the internet? You've read too many romance novels, right? And what about the hidden family? But aren't your photos all over the internet? Aren't we classmates? What's wrong with watching a movie with classmates? Su Myahan smiled and shut up several roommates. Although many girls in the school disliked her, the girls in the class had a good impression of her because of her high emotional intelligence and skills. Not to mention the dormitories. Su Myahan returned her gaze to her phone and chatted with Chin Fong for another half an hour, finally ending the topic by saying that she had to get up early for work the next day. Su Myahan, good night and sweet dreams. Chin Fong, yes. Chin Fong put down his phone and went back to the forum. After browsing for a while, he suddenly heard Zhou Yi's voice coming from the other side. Brother Fong, I want to treat you to a meal tomorrow. I'll treat it as a practice for you. Brother Fong, I remember that you were the one who treated me to the first meal when we first met, so let me finish it off. Thank you for your care over the past 4 years. I will prepare the last meal for you. Zhou Yi shook his head, his tone filled with reminiscence and longing, and then he spoke seriously. Chin Fong fell silent upon hearing this. Okay. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Chin Fong laughed and cursed. What last meal? Do you think this is your last supper? Will you forget me when you become a top agent? Hee, it was a slip of the tongue. Zhou Yi put away his sadness and smiled. Sleep. Chin Fong lay down and soon the dormitory fell into darkness, with only faint breathing sounds remaining. Chin Fong looked at the ceiling and thought for a while, then he fell into a deep sleep without knowing when. The next day, Tuesday. On May 28th, the sky was clear. Avoid medical treatment and travel. Chin Fong woke up on time at 7 o'clock. He exerted a little force on his abdomen and sat up from the bed. He turned his head to glance at Zhou Yi, who was still dreaming. He changed into sportswear quietly and ran straight away. I finished today's exercise at 7:50, had breakfast, went back to the dormitory to take a shower, changed casually, and then leisurely went out. Arrived at the parking lot at 8:20. At 8:25, Su Myahan came in from the entrance. Today she was wearing the dark blue suit she bought at the weekend, with her hair tied up high. Overall she looked very capable and intellectual. A hint of admiration flashed in Chin Feng's eyes. Noticing the two breakfasts in Su Myahan's hands, Chin Feng felt that he had been careless before. Su Myahan walked over gracefully with a cat-like step, handed Chin Feng a breakfast, and said with a smile, I knew you would come early. To express my apology for what happened online, here is the breakfast I prepared for you. Chin Feng took it and took a look. The Chengji buns and Lusher soy milk were obviously made with great care. He glanced at Su Myahan in surprise. These two restaurants have the best breakfast in the school. As the saying goes, kings should not meet each other. The two restaurants are located in the south and the north, far apart, and if you go too late, they will run out of food. In the past, Chin Feng would only get up early to queue up when he was greedy. However, Chin Feng did not say that he had eaten breakfast. After all, he was not a straight man. Thank you. Chin Feng thanked him, and then the two of them got on the passenger seat, one on the left and one on the right. You got up early today? Chin Feng asked while eating buns. Su Myahan took a bite of the bun and said, After all, today is my first day at work, so I'm a little nervous. Didn't you have experience working part-time in a forest store before? Why are you so nervous? Chin Feng asked curiously. You also said it was a part-time job. Su Myahan rolled her eyes and took a sip of soy milk. Anyway, you don't understand the feelings of a worker. Okay. Chin Feng might have understood it before, but now he really doesn't understand it. After all, he is not afraid of being fired, wandering the streets, or having no money. For a moment the car was filled with the aroma of buns. I have to say that Chengji's buns are delicious, with thin skin and rich fillings. They are crispy, soft and delicate, and the soup is delicious. Chengji's buns are still delicious. I wonder if I can eat them again in the future. Chin Feng said with satisfaction after taking a sip of soy milk. Su Myahan smiled and joked, This is not difficult. You can ask someone to run for you every day. This doesn't seem to be a difficult task for Mr. Chin, right? Calling you? My fees are very expensive, right? How expensive can it be? Although Qin Feng knew it was a joke, he still waved his hand and said generously. Are you kidding? As long as you, Su Miaohan, go and buy it yourself, it will be paid for by the goddess fund anyway. Qin Feng would be happy for that. After Qin Feng saw Su Miaohan finish eating, he looked at the time. It was 8:35, just right. So he started the car and navigated according to the location given by Su Miaohan. Green God Real Estate, as one of the top 10 real estate developers in China, is very powerful and well known in Shanghai. It has developed many well-known communities. The Shanghai branch is located in the Green God building near Huangpu district, but Su Miaohan does not work there, but in the sales office in the development zone. As a deputy sales manager, it is natural for me to stick to the front line of my job. The development zone sales building is not the sales office of a certain residential community, but the general term for the sales offices of all residential communities developed by Green God Real Estate in Shanghai. This is the sales center of Shanghai. Sales offices of developers big and small are all here, and there are a constant stream of customers coming and going every day. Whether you can afford to buy a house or not, you will come here to take a look. There are a lot of fakes here. If you want to become an ace salesperson, you need to have a pair of sharp eyes to distinguish the pearls from the fakes. The sales office of Green God Real Estate is naturally very lively, but today the sales department seems to be particularly enthusiastic, which surprised the familiar customers. Could it be that there is a senior management inspection today? Several leaders of the sales department were dressed in formal attire, gathered outside the door and looked at the roadside from time to time. The leader was a man over 50 years old, in good spirits. The power of time seemed to have left no mark on him. At this moment, he said nothing and stood at the door with his eyes closed. Behind him are 5 leaders, 3 men and 2 women. Several people stood together, talking to each other in low voices. One of the women frowned and asked, "Does this deputy director Su have someone above him, so that he was promoted to deputy director right after graduation?" "I'm not sure, but it's more than enough for an outstanding graduate from the Demon University to be the deputy director. But I heard that deputy director Su is very beautiful, like a fairy from heaven." "Old Wang, do you have any photos?" "No." Another plump young woman chuckled, "Does being pretty make you qualified to be a supervisor?" The young woman had some resentment, while the others just kept silent. They all knew the reason for the young woman's resentment. There was a vacant deputy manager position in their sales department. Everyone originally thought it would be this young woman's, but in the end it was taken by Su Miaohan, who was parachuted in. The young woman's name is Lu Qin, and she currently works as a director in the sales department. She originally thought that the position of deputy manager was a sure thing for her, but someone interfered with her. Naturally, she felt resentful towards Su Miaohan. "Okay, if you want to question the administrative order issued by the higher-ups, you can appeal instead of feeling dissatisfied here." Seeing that Lu Qin was still trying to mock her, the middle-aged man, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes and scolded her. The young woman Lu Qin shut her mouth instantly and dared not say anything more. After an unknown amount of time, a Rolls-Royce suddenly drove over from a distance, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Many salesmen in the sales office looked at the Rolls-Royce eagerly. They really hoped that the other party will stop in front of them. But unfortunately, the Rolls-Royce acted like a scumbag, driving past the eager eyes of many salesmen and finally stopped in front of Green God Real Estate. Naturally, this attracted the attention of many salesmen, and even Lu Qin's management team couldn't help but look over. Finally, a young, handsome and elegant man got off the car, and an elegant and beautiful woman who looked like a fairy got off the passenger seat. Chapter 26. Workplace Turmoil. The two of them were like diamonds in the dark, shining brightly and instantly attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, the world seemed to have clicked a shutter. Handsome men and beautiful women. This is a word that pops up unconsciously in everyone's mind. Seeing everyone's reactions, Qin Feng had a blank expression on his face, while Su Miaohan, who came to Qin Feng's side, had a bright look on her face with a smile on her lips, and she was obviously very satisfied with this scene. This is the effect she wants. When meeting a colleague for the first time, she naturally wants to create a mysterious background so that others will feel that there is someone behind her. It seems to be working pretty well now. The other salespeople were hesitant and didn't dare to step forward because Qin Feng's temperament was too strong, but soon a group of managers from the Green God Real Estate sales office took action. The middle-aged man in the lead was one of the interviewers of Su Miaohan. He naturally knew Su Miaohan, so he walked straight up to her. The other 5 managers were also stunned, but they quickly realized that this person should be Deputy Director Su Miaohan, and they all followed. Manager Su, welcome. The middle-aged man faced his right hand with a smile on his face, and his previous serious look was gone. Su Miaohan also called out with a hint of respect and affection, Manager Du, you are too polite. The middle-aged man was called Du Fu, and he was the manager of the sales department and Su Miaohan's immediate superior. Naturally, he had to bring several other managers from the sales department to welcome them. This is Wang Gue, the director of Group 1, this is Lu Qin, the director of Group 2, and this. Hello? After the two sides exchanged greetings, Du Fu introduced Su Miaohan to several other directors and also introduced Su Miaohan to other people. Su Miaohan naturally greeted him with a smile, and the other directors also gave face to the superior and greeted him respectfully. Manager Su 4. Deputy Director Su. Only Lu Qin deliberately emphasized the second word, and the scene suddenly became subtle. Qin Feng, who was watching nearby, exclaimed that it was very interesting. It is said that the workplace is like a battlefield. Su Miaohan was targeted on her first day of reporting. The battlefield came too quickly. Qin Feng showed an interested look on his face. He wanted to see how Su Miaohan would resolve it. As for worry, Qin Feng didn't think that Su Miaohan couldn't solve the problem. As for the others, including Du Fu, they all frowned and had an even worse impression of Lu Qin. You are too cunning. However, he did not intervene. After all, Su Miaohan had nothing to do with him, and he also wanted to see if Su Miaohan had real abilities. For a moment, everyone's eyes were cast on Su Miaohan. Everyone would think that Su Miaohan looked unhappy, but she looked normal, not angry at all, and her smile became even deeper. That's right, everyone, don't call me by the wrong name. Just call me Deputy Director Su. Otherwise, the director will think I'm being ungrateful if he hears me. Then Su Miaohan looked at Du Fu again, Manager Du, today is my first day at work, you should ask someone to let me know about it, right? Although Du Fu didn't know what Su Miaohan meant, he still nodded slightly. Then let Director Lu explain it to me in detail. Su Miaohan smiled brightly when she heard this, and said while looking at Lu Qin. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin was stunned, and then looked very ugly. Just as she was about to refuse, Du Fu agreed immediately. Of course. Seeing this, Su Miaohan stopped paying attention to Lu Qin and walked to Qin Feng. Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Feng again. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at who Qin Feng was and what his relationship with Su Miaohan was. Qin Feng, I'll go in first. Well, Qin Feng waved his hand and nodded to Su Miaohan with a smile, go ahead. Then he glanced somewhere. Su Miaohan immediately understood Qin Feng's intention and rolled her eyes at him. I have something to do tonight, please come back by yourself. After saying that, Qin Feng got in the car. He stepped on the accelerator and left the sales office of Green God Real Estate. Su Miaohan, standing there, was a little disappointed at first, but she quickly recovered. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to pick her up from get off work every day. Manager Du just looked at Su Miaohan deeply and left first, citing work as an excuse. After asking Su Miaohan for help, several other directors returned to their posts, leaving only Lu Qin with an unwilling look on her face and Su Miaohan with an indifferent expression. Director Lu, can you tell me about the supervisor's responsibilities and daily work content? Su Miaohan gave the order directly without any leniency. She didn't know Lu Qin before, and there was no offense between them. It was impossible for the other party to hate her for no reason, so there was only one reason, interests. The world is bustling with people seeking profit, and everything that happens is related to profit. It's nothing more than that I have blocked the other person's path to promotion and occupied his position, so he shows hostility towards me. But it's none of her business, and it's not her decision. The reason why she interviewed for the position of deputy manager was because of the job vacancy posted on the official website of Green God Real Estate. So she really doesn't spoil Lu Qin. But in Lu Qin's eyes, Su Miaohan's words were seen as pride and bragging, which made her jealousy and resentment grow rapidly. But she couldn't contradict him since he was her boss. Otherwise, once he reported the matter to higher-ups, even if she had someone behind her, no one would be able to save her. So she could only introduce it in a sarcastic tone. But Su Miaohan is not an ordinary person. As long as the other party is sarcastic, she will repeat the same sentence expressionlessly. Director Lu, please introduce it again in more detail. Until noon, Lu Qin had not yet clearly explained the responsibilities of the supervisor. But Su Miaohan was not in a hurry, because she had already done a detailed investigation before coming. During this period, she also thoroughly discovered Lu Qin's hostility towards her and the people behind her. After lunch, come to my office to continue. After saying that, she left without looking back. The so-called office is just a small room separated by a few wooden boards. This is a bit troublesome. I didn't expect that the director is behind that yellow-faced woman. Su Miahan frowned slightly. She thought the person behind the other person was at most a supervisor. The positions in the sales department from low to high are sales representative, sales manager, sales supervisor, sales manager, and sales director. Sales representative is the most basic sales position, commonly known as salesperson or salesperson. The sales director is the team leader of a group of salespeople. Even though it is not a high-ranking position, it is still a management-level position after all. A sales manager is in charge of several groups. But I didn't care too much about it. In the afternoon, Lu Qin became angrier and angrier, and the more she thought about it, the more resentful she became towards Su Miahan, so she went straight to the director's office on the top floor. Lu Qin didn't even open the door and just barged in. This is a taboo in the workplace, but it also shows that Lu Qin and the director have a special relationship. The director's office is very large and on the top floor, with a very wide view. The director is a fat middle-aged man in his 50s with a big belly. The other party was processing documents and was displeased when he saw someone barging in so ignorantly. But when he saw Lu Qin, his face suddenly changed. He quickly stood up and scolded, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come to my office during work hours?" Lu Qin was already feeling aggrieved, and as soon as she came in she was scolded. The resentment in her heart was like a barrel of gasoline that was about to explode. "Luo Feng, what do you mean? Do you dislike me?" The director of the sales department was Luo Feng. He was startled when he heard Lu Qin scream. He quickly stepped forward to close the door and then growled, "What are you shouting about? Do you want everyone to laugh at you? I've become a joke, what am I afraid of?" Lu Qin sneered. Luo Feng felt a little headache when he saw Lu Qin like this, and could only persuade her in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? Can you please talk properly? Okay, let's talk it out. Luo Feng, didn't you promise before that the deputy director position would be mine?" "Yeah." "Was he pushed?" Luo Feng was a little confused. Lu Qin said disdainfully again, "You are still pretending to be good with me. Don't you know whether it is good or not? As a director, you can't be unaware of this, right?" Unexpectedly, Luo Feng's face gradually became solemn. "I really don't know about this matter. It was communicated by Du Fu and the Human Resources Department. But I mentioned it to Du Fu before. Could it be?" At this point, Luo Feng continued to ask Lu Qin, "What is the relationship between the person who replaced you and Du Fu?" When Lu Qin arrived here and saw that Luo Feng didn't seem to be lying to her, she shook her head doubtfully. "It's nothing at all. That bitch just graduated and was recruited." When she talked about Su Miahan, she gritted her teeth. Fresh graduates? Luo Feng frowned when he thought of this. What was Du Fu doing? Generally speaking, as long as his director mentioned it, Du Fu would do it according to his wishes. Something is wrong. He wanted to ask Du Fu directly, but he restrained himself for some reason. What's so special about Su Miahan, who replaced you? Or did something different happen when she came here today? Lu Qin concealed the fact that Su Miahan was beautiful and shook her head instead. She knew what kind of person this old man was, although she also knew that she couldn't keep it a secret for long. But how many people can sit on the position of director? He couldn't help but exude a sense of superiority, and said in a majestic tone, "You are still hiding it at this time, do you still want that position?" Lu Qin was startled and her face turned pale. She knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she blurted it out like pouring beans. After a long while, Luo Feng's sparse eyebrows were tightly raised, forming a shape, and he said in a deep voice, "The one who sent her here was a very young man? He drove a Rolls-Royce?" At one time, he thought about many things in his mind. Looking at Lu Qin, who was expecting something, he slowly said, "Okay, I understand. You can go back first." Seeing Lu Qin about to explode again, he said harshly, "Go back and wait for news." The latter saw that Luo Feng was really angry, so he didn't dare to show any anger and had to leave in shame. At the same time, Su Miahan was sitting in the small office, chatting with Qin Feng with a smile. "Su Miahan, you don't know that Lu Qin's confidence in confronting me is because she has the director behind her." Qin Feng, "Oh, so you offended the top leader of your department right after you started working?" Su Miahan, humph, I didn't do anything wrong, what am I afraid of? Xin Feng, a person with integrity is not afraid of his own shadow? No matter how wrong you are, you still have ambition. Su Miahan, that's right. As long as I don't make mistakes, what does it matter if I'm the director? Xin Feng, so you had this in mind when you asked me to take you to work? Did you know that this would offend your director? Chapter 27, Is it unreasonable to get injured while playing basketball? It is reasonable. If I say this was an accident, would you believe me? What do you think? After Qin Feng saw Su Miahan off, he went to the place where he was going to work to familiarize himself with the environment before returning to school. Su Miahan sent a message as soon as the car stopped. Qin Feng chatted with her casually, with an amused look on his face. But he also knew that this was probably a coincidence. So there was no need to dwell on this. The two chatted for a while and Qin Feng ended the topic. Qin Feng chuckled, then got out of the car and left. The temperature in Shanghai in May is gradually approaching summer, and the salty and humid sea breeze has already revealed a hint of heat. As soon as Qin Feng got off the car, he was wrapped in hot wind blowing from afar, which made the pores on his whole body stand up and goosebumps appeared. This is a normal physiological phenomenon caused by his staying in cool air for a long time and suddenly returning to a hot and dry environment. I've been here for 4 years and I still haven't gotten used to the horrible weather in the Magic City. Qin Feng quickly walked to the shade of the maple tree and couldn't help but sigh. There has only been winter and summer in Shanghai, but no spring or autumn. Winter has just passed and you haven't had time to adapt yet. You have to change into cool short-sleeved shirts as soon as you take off your heavy coat. Qin Feng did not return to the dormitory immediately, but went to Cainiao Station first, where the Porsche model mobile phone he had bought online arrived. Handsome, pick up 2 packages. Qin Feng reported 2 pickup codes, one of which was Zhou Yi's. A young man in work clothes quickly handed over 2 brick-shaped express boxes. Thank you. Qin Feng took it and turned to leave. Today is Tuesday, and it is almost noon. Students carrying backpacks, bags, and books are coming and going on the road. They have different expressions, all of them are full of youth, youthfulness and vitality until they meet Qin Feng. Everyone glanced at Qin Feng with strange eyes. Qin Feng was also innocent. He didn't expect that Su Miahan had such a high status in the eyes of the boys in the school. Looking at those muscular men who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, some of whom were eager to try and full of strength, Qin Feng really wanted to tell everyone. Don't be fooled by Su Miahan's appearance. She is not a pure school beauty at all, she is clearly a high-level tea-selling girl. You can't control it. Although Qin Feng was tall and strong, he was not a match for 10,000 men. 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. He had no choice but to speed up his pace. Is Su Miahan so charming? Qin Feng thought as he walked, and soon arrived at the dormitory safely. But Joey was not there, so Qin Feng put his express delivery on the table, then took out a pair of small scissors and started to unpack the box. It feels like opening a blind box, the difference is that the blind box in his hand is 100% sure to win. Take out the anti-fall foam and an exquisite and high-end mobile phone box is revealed. The ceramic white color catches the eye, it is a nano-microcrystalline ceramic created by innovative technology and multiple processes. After picking it up, my hand felt slightly heavy and a hint of coldness came over me, followed by a touch as warm as jade swirling on my fingertips. Iconic diamond-designed lens, 88 ultra-curved screen, super-sensitive movie lens, powerful performance chip, human-computer interaction design, strong battery life and fast-charging mode. Qin Feng thought of the official introductions to the Porsche models, and how their powerful performance instantly killed the popular Fruit 13. In the next 10 minutes, Qin Feng began to record various settings information such as his voice, fingerprint, face, and pupils. Then import many files and data from the old phone as well as some pictures and chat records into the new phone. Afterwards, Qin Feng used gestures to control the mobile phone interface, which looked very novel. This is a function of the Porsche model, human-computer interaction. Very smooth and definitely worth the money. Ding dong, your WeChat friend Joey sent you a message. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant electronic synthesized female voice sounded. This was the powerful intelligent AI in the mobile phone reminding Qin Feng. Read it out. Qin Feng gave the order upon seeing this. Is Brother Feng back? An electronic sound simulating the Book of Changes rang out from the mobile phone speaker, and a gleam of light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Isn't this level of artificial intelligence too high? Qin Feng was a little surprised. The chat records he uploaded before naturally contained Joey's previous voice. He didn't expect that the smart AI on his mobile phone could simulate it. Although the sound still has some flaws and a strong mechanical sound, it's pretty good. Shin Fong thought that the chip in the mobile phone must have strong computing power, so the intelligent AI calculations simulated Joey's voice, but it was also due to computing power limitations. Therefore, the simulation of the sound of Joey still has flaws. Or maybe it's because of the defects of intelligent AI itself, so its learning ability is very poor. Many questions flashed through Qin Feng's mind. At this time Joey sent another message. Brother Phone, come to the gym to play basketball. You are the only one missing. I was a little surprised when I first heard it, but after listening to it, I felt a little strange, familiar yet unfamiliar. Shin Feng picked up the phone and replied. Go ahead and fight. Brother Phone, you're not coming? All right. Shin Feng exited the chat interface and said, Are you kidding me? If I go to the gym again, won't I be asking for a fight? Shin Feng decided to wear a mask when going out in the future, which is both safe and hygienic. Then he tested the camera function of the new phone. He took a random photo on the balcony and clicked it to see that it was extremely clear. When he zoomed in, the details were vivid and lifelike. Unlike old mobile phones, when zoomed in, the image becomes blurry or even turns into the most basic pixel blocks. After getting familiar with the various functions of the new phone, Shin Feng put down his phone, sat on a chair and looked for a book. The golden light passed through the balcony and shone onto the ground through the window. Next to him was Shin Feng, who was concentrating on reading a book. A quiet and leisurely scene unfolded. Green Dot Real Estate, sales office, an office on the first floor. Su Miaohan held various documents including policies, materials, information, etc. of the sales department over the past 3 months. Standing in front of the desk was Lu Qin, looking unwilling, speaking in a stiff tone as if she was reciting lines. Suddenly, Su Miaohan put down the documents in her hand, looked at Lu Qin expressionlessly, and said in a clear and capable tone, Director Lu, you can go out to work. Lu Qin's expression finally showed a hint of reaction when she heard this. She was so dry-mouthed that she didn't say anything harsh and just slammed the door and walked out. Su Miaohan didn't care, but she had a little thought in her mind. Lu Qin must have seen the director at noon, but her reaction now did not reveal a smug look. From this, it can be seen that I must have suffered a setback at the hands of that director. The other party must be afraid of the relationship between Shin Feng and me? That's why I didn't act rashly. Well, let's go to Manager Du to find out the situation. Su Miaohan made a decision. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up on her mobile phone. When she clicked it, she saw that it was from the company's sales group one that she joined at noon, which included all the employees she was in charge of. Manager Du Fu sent a notice. At all members, there will be a company party tonight to welcome Director Su. Please report the number of participants in the group so that I can make arrangements. A group of kings return, 1, 2, 3. Soon, more than 10 messages were replied, and everyone except Lu Qin expressed their willingness to participate. Su Miaohan curled the corners of her mouth and a faint smile spread across her face. Everyone still gives us face. Then she got up and went to the manager's office, firstly to report her work, secondly to express her gratitude, and thirdly to find out what the director thought. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is evening. The orange sun set on the horizon, dyeing the layers of clouds red, and the sunset came with the evening glow. Shin Feng folded the page to mark it, closed the book, stretched himself, stood up to stretch his joints a little, and then slowly exhaled a breath. Is Joey going to stand me up? Shin Feng looked at the sky that was half red, then glanced at the time and muttered. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound from the door. Joey was wearing basketball clothes, his body was drenched in sweat, and his face was full of fatigue after exercise. Brother Feng, it's so cool, Joey laughed, and then added, it's a pity you didn't go. Okay, I thought you were going to do me a favor. Shin Feng turned off the air conditioner, opened the balcony door and windows, and a touch of warmth came in, bringing with it a hint of summer breeze, as if a wind girl was caressing Qin Feng's cheek. How can that be? Wait for me to take a shower and then I'll take you to a big meal. Joey waved his hand, took some clean clothes and went to the bathroom. While washing, she said to Qin Feng, Brother Feng, you don't know, there are so many girls in the gym today, those animals are like they have been injected with hormones, they are so fierce, as if they have never seen a woman before. And many people came to me to ask you why you didn't come. Oh? What did you say? Xin Feng became interested, leaning on the balcony, looking at the sunset and chuckled. Well, what else can I say? Just say you don't want to come. Those guys are very disappointed. Brother Feng, you are really foresight. It's a good thing you didn't go. Zhou Yi's tone was very teasing, with a tone of watching the fun. A bunch of LSPs. Xin Feng was speechless. He could imagine that if he went there, would he play basketball? He would definitely be seeking revenge. Isn't it reasonable to have some collisions and injuries while playing basketball? Very reasonable. Hey Brother Feng, I advise you not to walk at night. Zhou Yi laughed like a pig. Xin Feng raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Half an hour later, Xin Feng and Zhou Yi were walking on Xinqing Road, which is the name of the main road from the men's dormitory to the west gate. It means to be cautious in solitude, careful in thinking, and careful in action, to establish lofty ideals and ambitions, to improve one's own cultivation, and to be cautious in the three aspects. Used to encourage and warn students. At this time, the afterglow of the sunset has already moved westward and fallen into the green mountains, turning into the last ray of sunset, sprinkling on the earth, supporting the last ray of light before nightfall. Xin Feng, under Zhou Yi's guidance, walked through a food street and stood in front of a small restaurant. Looking at Zhou Yi, who had stopped walking, he could not help but ask tentatively, "Feast?" "Yes." Zhou Yi nodded with a smile, and then said, "How is it, Brother Feng? It's okay, right?" Xin Feng raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "Okay, stop pretending. You even reminded me to bring my keys when eating here?" Chapter 28, Eating Hot Pot and Singing Songs. Xin Feng directly exposed Zhou Yi, who did not hide anything, and praised him. "Brother Feng, it has to be you." "Okay, let's go." Xin Feng turned around and walked back to the main road. After walking for a few more minutes, he came directly to the parking lot from the right fork. Location. After starting the car, Xin Feng left the parking lot. Number 1 private dish. Xin Feng looked at Zhou Yi in surprise. It doesn't have to be so expensive, right? Number 1 Private Kitchen is a famous restaurant in Shanghai, which has always been known for its taste and cleanliness. It has more than 1,000 branches in China, all over the country. The consumption level and quality in Shanghai are above average, and a meal costs at least 1,000 yuan. It's okay. It's just a meal, so we have to have a good one. Zhou Yi was quite generous when he heard this. The salary of an agent at Jiayi Media is quite good, so don't worry, Brother Feng. Okay. Xin Feng didn't hesitate to see this and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. His low roar could be heard from far away. An hour later, Xin Feng found an open-air parking lot near Number 1 Private Kitchen. Parking in Shanghai is a very difficult thing and usually depends on luck. The reason why Xin Feng could stop the car so quickly was not because of luck, but because of wealth. In some places, parking lots charge 70 or 80 yuan per hour. Most people would rather take a longer route and park farther away than spend the money. The owners of these parking lots do not serve ordinary people, but wealthy people such as the second generation of rich people and bosses. Of course, 1 or 200 yuan is nothing to them. Have you reserved a seat? Don't let them say there's no room when we get there. Xin Feng and Zhou Yi followed the crowd forward. Looking at the endless stream of passers-by on both sides, Xin Feng asked Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Feng, I made an appointment yesterday." The night in Shanghai is more prosperous and lively than the day. Various neon lights and incandescent lights on the streets are intertwined like a sea, dispelling all darkness. Looking down at the earth from the starry sky, Shanghai, the city that never sleeps, looks like a furnace that never goes out. Number 1 Private Kitchen has an excellent location, covers a large area, and has high-end decoration. Needless to say, it is very popular. Although the consumption is a bit high, there is no shortage of wealthy people in Shanghai. If you throw a stone from the sky and hit 10 people, 5 of them may be millionaires, 3 may be multi-millionaires, 1 may be a billionaire, and 1 ordinary person. The magnificent hotel is like a magnificent castle. 4 waiters with good figures stand at the door to welcome guests warmly. Welcome. The warm and friendly voices coming out of their mouths, with seductive expressions, made many men who were looking for a restaurant to eat turn in. Xin Feng, who was waiting in line, saw this scene. Although the marketing method was a bit cheap, the effect was very good compared with several other restaurants. Number 1 Private Kitchen seems to have mastered the code to wealth. The popularity and heat are much higher. Soon they came to Xin Feng's side. A short and cute girl with a clip voice smiled sweetly. "Gentlemen, please come in. Do you have a reservation?" Yes, 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 Joey nodded quickly, then reported his name and number. Okay, please come this way. The cute girl led Chin Feng and the other person through the crowded tables, walked up the circular staircase and came to a window seat on the second floor. Then she walked away with lotus steps. What do you think, Brother Feng? Is this position okay? It has a wide view, and I can eat hot pot, sing songs, and watch all kinds of people. Joey was beaming with joy and looked very proud. It's really good. This location is right at the intersection of two streets, and you can take in the distant scenery of Longzhong. Order, order. Joey directly scanned the QR code on the table, then gestured to Chin Feng. Brother Feng, order whatever you want. You're welcome. Oh, you're quite arrogant. Chin Feng joked with a smile, then took out his cell phone and started ordering food. Joey, who was standing by, saw the shiny back of Chin Feng's phone and was a little curious. Brother Feng, is this the Porsche mate phone? Yeah, Chin Feng hummed, and then said, your cell phone has also arrived. I'll put it on the table for you. I'm here just in time. The ball hit my phone when I was playing basketball this afternoon. Joey raised the screen that looked like a broken spider web. By the way, Brother Feng, how's your phone? It's okay. Chin Feng ordered 2 dishes and handed them to Joey, motioning him to try it. How come it feels like real ceramic? It's cold when you touch it, but it's warm and smooth after you hold it in your hands. Joey felt it for a moment, with a hint of envy in his tone. It's okay, it can be used. Chin Feng waved his hand. Brother Feng, why did you only order 2 dishes? Then Joey looked at the curved screen and saw that there were only 2 dishes in Chin Feng's shopping cart. He immediately muttered a few words. It's just the 2 of us. Are you a pig that can eat so much? That's not enough. After Joey returned the phone to Chin Feng, he directly ordered 5 or 6 dishes, all of which were staple dishes. By the way, Brother Feng, do you want to drink? I'll drive. Chin Feng waved the car keys, the meaning was self-evident. Okay, Joey smacked his lips, feeling a little regretful, and only ordered a bottle of coconut milk and a bottle of juice. 68 a bottle? TSK, that's too expensive. Who told you to pretend? Why did you have to come here to eat? Chin Feng looked at Joey's distressed expression and immediately laughed and scolded. It's okay. It might be fresh coconut milk flown in from abroad. Chin Feng saw the other party trying to explain himself, shook his head, washed the dishes with tea water, and then poured a cup of light orange tea. By the way, what time is your bus tomorrow? Joey also followed suit, then laughed as if he had gotten a bargain. Brother Feng, I'm on a plane, the company will reimburse me. That's good. The plane is at 8:20. I'll take you there tomorrow. At this moment, Chin Feng simply pushed Su Miaohan aside. Thank you, Brother Feng. Joey thanked him happily. The 2 of them began to recall the various interesting things that happened during their 4 years in college, and the atmosphere was very relaxed for a while. As various dishes were placed on the table, the 2 of them devoured the food and sweated profusely, which was unbearable even with air conditioning. Hey, Brother Feng? Joey wiped the sweat from his forehead, and when he looked up he suddenly saw a large table on the right side behind Chin Feng. It seemed that 3 tables were put together into one. Chin Feng spat out the bone and snorted without raising his head. School beauty is eating here too. Joey was very surprised and pointed behind Chin Feng. Where are the dozen or so people over there? It seems that the tables next to them are also with her. Chin Feng turned around when he heard that, and sure enough, he saw Su Miaohan chatting and laughing with the ladies on both sides with a smile on her face. Sitting opposite him was the manager whom he had met in the morning, and he understood everything. She must be having dinner with her colleagues. Chin Feng turned around and explained. Would you like to go over and say hello? No need, Chin Feng shook his head and refused. What a pity, Joey retracted his gaze. As time went by, number 1 private kitchen was completely packed, with the first and second floors packed with people, and it was extremely popular. The sounds of eating, talking, and laughter blend into one. Suddenly, a quarrel was heard from behind, which instantly attracted passers-by who were eating. Chin Feng also turned over out of curiosity. Brother Feng, it's the school beauty. Joey said quickly, do you want to go over and take a look? Chin Feng shifted his gaze and saw 4 or 5 drunken men leaning against Su Miaohan's table with their arms around each other, saying something in a frivolous tone. Several other men next to them also stood up. No rush, Qin Feng saw that the problem seemed to be solved, and the hotel's waiters and leaders would be able to rush over to deal with it soon. Sure enough, at this time a store manager and 4 male waiters quickly walked over. Qin Feng turned around and continued eating. Seeing Qin Feng so calm, Joey couldn't help but complain. "Brother Feng, you are too calm, aren't you? Doesn't the internet say that rich second generations like you are the most impulsive?" "You're overthinking it," Qin Feng shook his head and explained. "Real rich second generations are very low-key, with high emotional intelligence and high IQ. What you see are just some idlers who just want to eat and wait for death. They can't be called rich second generations." "Brother Feng, are you talking about yourself?" Joey stared at Qin Feng narrowly. "What do you think?" Qin Feng asked back. At this moment, he happened to see a few waiters dragging a few drunkards past Qin Feng's table and then going downstairs. "Brother Feng, how much alcohol can you drink? Why are you asking that?" "Hee hee, the boss said that your acting skills are really great. You fooled him for 4 years. Next time we meet, he said he would drink you so hard that you go to the toilet." Joey was a little gloating, but saw Qin Feng stretched out a finger. "Brother Feng, what do you mean?" Joey asked blankly. "Keep drinking." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said suddenly. Joey was stunned for a long time and finally said, "I will pass on the message." Qin Feng picked up a cup of coconut milk and took a sip slowly. Suddenly, he was startled by a scream and almost choked. The noise was so loud that the second floor suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. Countless eyes turned towards the stairs, and many of the guests frowned. "Isn't number 1 private kitchen a good place?" He was drunk and yelling. "I think I'll have to go to another place next time." "Brother Feng." Qin Feng couldn't help but hold his forehead, and immediately glanced at the boy who came forward with a bad look. "Why are you here?" "This is my family's store." Huang Jiala said happily. "Brother Feng, why didn't you tell me you were here?" Qin Feng was speechless. At this time, Huang Jiala turned around and showed a hint of apology to everyone, then lowered his voice and made a deep and rich voice. "I'm sorry to bother you guys with your meal. Today everyone will get a 50% discount as a token of my apology. I hope you all enjoy your meal." After saying this, the young man bowed his head slightly to show his apology. These words made many people relax their brows, and most of them smiled happily. After all, a 50% discount is still a lot of savings. "By the way, Manager Wang, let my brother Feng try the store's signature dishes. Remember, I want to eat what Chef Li personally makes." Huang Jiala sat next to Qin Feng in a familiar manner and instructed the manager who followed behind him. Understood, the store manager quickly retreated, and his movements became much faster as he walked. Chapter 29, Eastern Exchange Tournament. Qin Feng introduced Huang Jiala to Joey. Huang Jiala, a high school student who often skips classes. When Joey heard Qin Feng's words, the corner of his mouth twitched and he almost couldn't help laughing. Huang Jiala was naturally unhappy and retorted with a puffed mouth. "What do you mean by skipping classes? Brother Feng, I've already been admitted, so I don't have to go to school anymore." Seeing that Qin Feng did not respond, Huang Jiala introduced himself to Joey. "Hello, my name is Huang Jiala, just call me Jiala." Hello. I'm Brother Feng's roommate Joey. You can just call me Brother Joe or Brother E." Huang Jiala rolled his eyes immediately, then turned to look at Qin Feng. "Brother Feng, there is an outdoor cross-country race in the club tomorrow, do you want to go?" Qin Feng looked at Huang Jiala and motioned for him to continue. "It's called a cross-country race, but it's just a race around the suburban ring road. Not only our club, but other clubs in the Magic City and some racing enthusiasts will participate. According to my dad, it looks like the Magic City Racing Association will select the list of participants for the Eastern Racing Exchange Competition at the end of June tomorrow." Huang Jiala introduced it with an interested look on his face. "Eastern Conference Tournament?" Qin Feng's mind moved. Yesterday he specifically looked up some general information about racing. The Eastern Exchange Race is considered a relatively professional racing competition in the surrounding areas. There are countless professional athletes participating every year. Racing enthusiasts and some professionals from other regions also come to watch, making it quite lively. "Will you attend?" Qin Feng looked at Huang Jiala and asked. "Yes," Huang Jiala said confidently, but then he showed a hint of disappointment. "But with my ability, I may not have any rivals among amateurs, but I can only be in the middle among professional racers. By the way, Brother Feng, can you be my spotter?" Large-scale, formal competitions must have spotters. Looking at Huang Jiala, who was expecting something, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. There should be experts in the club, right? Of course, our club has 2 professional racing drivers who have participated in competitions abroad. Huang Jiala said with some pride, and added at the end, although we didn't win any place. Okay, I'll take a look at it when I have time. Qin Feng seemed to be thinking about something. He was indeed quite interested. So are you going to participate in the cross-country race tomorrow? What time does it start? 11:30 in the morning. Okay, send me a message tomorrow. Qin Feng agreed as soon as he heard it. No problem. Joey at the side finally had the chance to interrupt. Brother Feng, are you talking about supercars? Well, Qin Feng looked at Joey's envious expression and said, I'll take you with me if I have the chance. Okay, Joey smiled brightly when he heard it, but when he glanced behind Qin Feng, he was stunned. Brother Feng, the school beauty is looking at you. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng glared at Huang Jiala, who looked somewhat innocent, then slowly turned around and met Su Miaohan's watery eyes. He had no choice but to smile and nod at the other person. Then he saw Su Miaohan respond with a sweet expression, then she whispered a few words to him and walked towards him. Qin Feng clearly saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him. Sister Miaohan, you are here too. Huang Jiala was a little surprised. Joey naturally had a look of enjoying himself. Yeah, I'm having dinner with my colleagues. Su Miaohan greeted them and then looked at Qin Feng quietly. What a coincidence. Qin Feng also revealed an expression of coincidence at the right time. At this time, Huang Jiala looked at Qin Feng, then at Su Miaohan, his eyes rolling around, and he very attentively made room for Su Miaohan and sat next to Joey. Su Miaohan gave a look of praise and then sat down. Instantly, a faint fragrance came to Qin Feng's nose from the side. Aren't you going to accompany your colleague? Qin Feng saw Su Miaohan sitting there and didn't want to leave, so he pointed behind him. It's okay, they understand. At this time, a waiter passed by, and Su Miaohan quickly called out to him. Hello, can you add 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks to this table? Okay, the waiter agreed enthusiastically. Qin Feng. Seeing Su Miaohan's familiar look, Qin Feng couldn't help but say, You're really rude. Aren't you welcome? Su Miaohan blinked, stared at Qin Feng, smiled lightly, quite playful. Qin Feng's eyes jumped, and he sighed in his heart, Here we go again. Welcome, welcome. Sister Miaohan, please do as you please. At this time, Joey and Huang Jiala on the opposite side said in unison. Look, they all agreed. Su Miaohan outlined her beautiful face. Qin Feng glared at the 2 people opposite who were watching the show without complaining. By the way, why are you eating here too? Su Miaohan put the bag in her hand behind her, then opened the dishes and washed them and asked curiously. Joey is leaving tomorrow, and I'm here to see him off. Qin Feng sat inside and explained calmly. Oh, I remember Joey became a manager, right? I wish you a bright future and hope you can bring out some big stars. Su Miaohan had obviously done her homework and raised a cup of coconut milk to bless Joey. Thank you for your good wishes, school beauty. Joey smiled and raised his glass in response, then thought for a moment and said hurriedly, I also wish you success soon. After saying that, he glanced at Qin Feng. Thank you. Su Miaohan said with a double meaning. Qin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to the verbal hints between the two. He seemed indifferent on the surface, but in his heart he was quite happy to see Su Miaohan becoming more and more proactive. Although he did not show off his financial resources too much, his interpersonal relationships were part of his identity. Huang Jiala's identity was a great assist for Qin Feng. By the way, I will take Xiaoyi to the airport tomorrow. You can take a taxi to the company by yourself. Qin Feng said to Su Miaohan. It's okay. The important thing is to send Joey away. Su Miaohan was very understanding and generous. Actually, I can go by myself, Brother Feng. Joey said at this time. Compared to giving it to himself, he felt that Brother Feng's life was more important. Why waste your words? Qin Feng glanced at him and said in a tone that left no room for doubt. At this time, the signature dishes that Huang Jiala ordered gradually filled the table, and the atmosphere became harmonious for a while. As it approached 10 o'clock, both Qin Feng's and Su Miaohan's colleagues began to disperse. At this time, Su Miaohan's immediate superior Du Fu also came to Qin Feng surrounded by the crowd. He nodded politely to Qin Feng and the others, and then said politely to Su Miaohan, Manager Su, it's getting late, we'll leave first. Okay, manager, please be safe. Su Miaohan also greeted many colleagues with a smile. Looking at the group of people leaving in a mighty manner, Xin Feng retracted his gaze and said meaningfully, "Your manager doesn't look like an ordinary person either." "Really?" Su Miaohan blinked under her long eyelashes and pretended to be stupid. Xin Feng smiled and said nothing. Then he parted ways with Huang Jiala. Of course, Joey didn't get to treat Huang Jiala to the last meal he had been dreaming of, but had to let Huang Jiala treat him instead. Walking onto the colorful street, Xin Feng reminded Joey, "Remember, you still owe me a meal." Joey said speechlessly, "Don't worry, you are indispensable." Then he continued to complain, "This is the first time I've seen a rich second generation like you. I don't know when rich second generation has become a derogatory term." Xin Feng replied slowly. The three of them crossed the sidewalk and walked to the expensive parking lot, which cost 280 yuan for 3.5 hours. Joey, who was sitting in the back row, couldn't help but exclaim, "How expensive." Su Miaohan agreed. It was also the first time she had seen a parking lot that charged such an expensive fee. Xin Feng didn't say anything, after all, the system was paying for it. Another 67.2 yuan was added to personal property. Personal property, 387,786.2. Something is better than nothing. But the owner of this parking lot really makes money. Joey sighed again. "It's okay," Xin Feng responded. "Of course it's okay for you," Joey curled his lips. "In fact, the owner of this land is totally brainless and wasted this land." Xin Feng explained seriously, "If I were the owner of this land, I would never squander it." "What do you mean?" Su Miaohan and Joey looked at Xin Feng together. "First of all, you have to understand that the surrounding environment of this piece of land is a commercial street, which is very popular. The daily flow of people is absolutely astronomical, but he only developed a parking lot on the first floor, and there is a department store on the top. But what this area lacks the most is shopping malls and supermarkets. In other words, the competition here is very fierce. I have observed before that the department stores and supermarkets there are only average in popularity, and even if they are profitable, they are definitely not much. If I were the owner, I would directly turn it into a professional parking lot. It would definitely make more money than a department store or supermarket, and there would be no competitors. There are two modes. One is the ordinary paid underground parking lot, which is absolutely full every day. I don't want to be unable to park all the cars on the first floor now. What about the other one? Joey's eyes lit up and he felt that it made sense. The other is the current charging model, which serves the rich second generation, wealthy people, bosses and elites who are not short of money. I will build a professional high-end parking lot that integrates parking, maintenance, car washing, and parts replacement. What I sell is service. You can get a free car wash after 3 hours of parking, free maintenance after 5 hours, and so on. Xin Feng finished speaking his thoughts. Joey felt that they made more and more sense and kept cheering. Su Miaohan's eyes lit up and he followed up. Yes, such a clear difference in treatment will attract many wealthy people. They want this kind of differential treatment. Xin Feng stopped his car at the traffic light and gave Su Miaohan an appreciative look. The group discussed the project all the way. After returning to school, Joey excitedly said to Xin Feng, "Brother Feng, since it is so profitable, why don't you just buy the land?" Su Miaohan's eyes also lit up. Xin Feng rolled his eyes, looked at the two people above him and said unhappily, "With the current land price in Magic City, how many small targets do you think it will take to take that piece of land?" "How much?" Joey asked. Chapter 30, What is better than social death is? At least 500 million, not to mention you have to redecorate it. Xin Feng said a number, which made Joey gasp in amazement. Su Miaohan's black and white eyes were also a little shocked. She knew it was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be so expensive. If you buy it and open a parking lot, how long will it take you to get your money back? If you are not the original owner, the cost performance is not high at all. Xin Feng said slowly. "Okay, get out of the car." After saying that, Xin Feng ignored the two people who were standing there like fools. After separating from Su Miaohan, Xin Feng and Joey walked on Xinxing Road. The moonlight above their heads sprinkled down like starlight, covering their bodies and leaving a layer of silver frost. Perhaps due to the sadness of separation, the two had no interest in talking. The night passed like this. It was a rare occasion that Xin Feng did not exercise. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xin Feng helped Joey pick up the suitcase that had been packed long ago. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Suddenly Joey said with a hint of emotion, "Finally, I have to leave. Leaving now is for a better future." Walking on the main road, Shin Fong looked at his younger classmates who were full of youth and vitality, feeling a little dazed. At a certain moment, he seemed to see himself with the same face as them 4 years ago. Joey did not answer. He looked around deeply, then smiled again and walked against the crowd. Huangpu Airport is about 40 minutes away from the school, and we arrived safely without any problems. Standing at the ticket gate, Shin Fong returned the suitcase to Joey. "Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself." After saying that, Shin Fong and Joey turned around at the same time. Shin Fong returned to the temporary parking lot and drove away. Shin Fong randomly found a breakfast shop on the side of the road and was a little surprised to find that it was packed with people. This shop was either cheap or delicious. "Is there any room left, boss?" "Yes, please come in, handsome man." The boss, who was kneading dough, smiled brightly and greeted warmly. Shin Fong walked in upon seeing this. Most of the 7 or 8 tables were occupied, except for a young, pretty lady in cool attire who was sitting alone at a table. The other 7 tables were either full or occupied by elderly people and children. Shin Fong sat down opposite the young lady without any hesitation. The young lady suddenly looked up and saw a handsome young man, and her eyes lit up. Shin Fong just nodded politely and ordered a bowl of clear soup noodles. The steaming and fragrant noodles dispelled Shin Feng's feelings of parting. After taking a few bites, Shin Feng's eyes lit up. No wonder this restaurant was so popular, the food tasted really good. "Handsome guy, add me on WeChat. My vagina is also delicious. Can you come and try it when you have time?" The young lady sitting opposite Shin Fong originally thought that Shin Fong sat next to her because he wanted to get his contact information. She waited for a long time, but Shin Fong didn't move, so she had no choice but to take the initiative. With a beaming face, he stretched out the QR code and looked at Shin Fong expectantly. "Sorry, I don't use WeChat." Shin Fong thought about it and refused with an excuse that was not too embarrassing. Just as he finished speaking, Shin Feng's mobile phone on the table suddenly received the sound of a WeChat message from a contact. The scene suddenly became awkward, and Shin Fong felt that the noodles in his mouth were no longer fragrant. However, he pretended to be calm and chose not to look at the dark face of the girl opposite him. The one who embarrassed him was Haoran Huangjia. "Brother Fong, has Brother Joe boarded the plane?" "Yes." "Okay, location, number 25, Ziyuan Villa area, Brother Fong, come quickly. Take a taxi and come here. I'm eating noodles." Shin Fong refused directly. "Just kidding. I don't beat you because I'm kind." After turning off his phone, Shin Fong thought of the embarrassing scene before. He finished the noodles in a few bites, paid, and turned to leave. Shin Fong breathed a sigh of relief when he got back to the car. The only thing better than social death would be the embarrassing scene of having his lies exposed in front of him. Shin Fong pulled out 2 tissues from the drawer and wiped his mouth, then took out a bottle of Kunlun Mountain mineral water from the door storage compartment, rinsed his mouth, lowered the window and spit it out, then took a few sips. These were things he had bought earlier and kept in his car for emergencies. He also bought cigarettes, although he doesn't smoke. Then he opened his phone and found that Huang Jiala had sent him a message a minute ago. Let him go to the urban highway intersection where everyone is gathering. Shin Fong looked at the navigation and found that the urban highway intersection was not far away from him, about 10 kilometers away, and a half-hour journey. So Shin Fong started the car and was about to leave when a figure passed by him. He turned around and saw that it was the young lady who had been eating noodles before. The other party was also stunned. Before the other party could say hello, Shin Fong quickly went away, leaving behind a low roar and disappeared in front of the young lady. A deep regret flashed across her eyes. She never expected that Shin Fong was not only handsome but also very rich. When Shin Fong arrived at the urban highway intersection, there were already many sports cars parked in the square. Some of the models had the names of some clubs on them. Some car owners gathered together to chat and formed several circles. However, there was no car at the intersection at this time, and the sound of Shin Feng's engine instantly attracted everyone's attention. When some veteran car owners saw Shin Feng's Rolls-Royce, their pupils shrank sharply and their faces looked even more excited than when they first entered the bridal chamber. Some car owners were attracted by the string of multiple 9s in Shin Feng's license plate number. Where did this young master come from? Shin Fong ignored everyone's gazes, turned the steering wheel, and smoothly stopped the car in the circle with the SSCC club banner. After getting off the bus, Shin Fong faced all kinds of curious looks and found that he didn't know anyone. But he was not afraid and walked directly to the circle where the SSCC club gathered. Hello everyone, my name is Qin Feng, and I just joined SSCC not long ago. Qin Feng introduced himself, causing others to look at each other in surprise. They were surprised that Qin Feng was a member of their club. A calm young man with a superior temperament was startled when he heard this, then smiled and stretched out his right hand. Hello, my name is Zheng Yaohui, we've chatted in the K group. Huh? Qin Feng looked at Zheng Yaohui with surprise. It was indeed a coincidence. Mr. Zhang, it's you. Qin Feng greeted with a smile. In fact, it is normal if you think about it carefully. The circle in Shanghai is not big, but not small either. There are only a few people in the circle, and they are all acquaintances. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Qin here. Zheng Yaohui said with a smile, and then introduced Qin Feng to other people. This is Hu Kai. Although the others had never heard of Qin Feng, when they saw Zheng Yaohui introducing him like this, they also greeted him with a smile out of courtesy. Hello, Qin Feng greeted everyone one by one. This is how you expand your network. Once you get to know one person, you can get to know many people. Soon after everyone got to know each other, Zheng Yaohui asked again, Mr. Qin, are you also planning to participate in the Eastern Exchange Tournament at the end of next month? Qin Feng explained, I am here to accompany a friend to take a look. As for the exchange competition at the end of next month, I am afraid it is still unclear. There is no need to confirm it so early, right? Zheng Yaohui shook his head. The Magic City Racing Association came here today to set the score targets. Each club will determine the quota based on the results of today's cross-country race. Is that so? Qin Feng understood, then looked around and found that more and more sports cars were gathering and it was getting more and more lively. It was completely possible to hold a sports car exhibition. Mr. Zhang, are all of you here to participate in the cross-country race today? Most of them are from other companies in the city. Today should be considered a grand event in the circle. Well-informed companies will spontaneously sponsor this event to increase their visibility. Zheng Yaohui found out that this was Qin Feng's first time participating, so he explained it in extra detail. I understand. At this time, Huang Jiala also drove a bumblebee. The car model was particularly handsome and attracted most of the attention as soon as it appeared. Brother Feng, Brother Yaohui. Huang Jiala ran to the SSCC club circle as soon as he got off the stage. Seeing Qin Feng and Zheng Yaohui chatting happily, he was a little curious but still greeted them with a smile. Yeah, Qin Feng nodded. Zheng Yaohui was a little surprised to see that Qin Feng and Huang Jiala knew each other. Qin Feng explained, this guy recommended me to the club. Hee, isn't this just about getting closer to Brother Feng? Zheng Yaohui suddenly realized that this was the case. Qin Feng asked curiously again, Mr. Zheng, where is Mr. Lu Jingtong? Why can't I see him? Zheng Yaohui explained, Jingtong doesn't like supercars, so. I know that too, Huang Jiala also said, Brother Jingtong thinks driving a supercar is torture. He might as well drive a yacht if he has the time. Qin Feng didn't expect that the funny guy actually doesn't like supercars but yachts. But if you think about it carefully, supercars pursue extreme speed and sacrifice comfort performance. Some people with poor physical fitness are really not suitable for driving a supercar. Brother Feng, if you want to go out and have fun, tell me. My family also has 2 yachts. Seeing Qin Feng in deep thought, Huang Jiala said with a smile. Qin Feng nodded and thanked him softly. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the square, and Qin Feng even saw the red-haired energetic young man Li Kuan. Brother Feng, today's cross-country race is divided into 5 groups, each with 15 cars. They will go around the Magic City for a timed loop. Which group do you want to choose? Huang Jiala also came over and asked curiously. The last batch, Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Why? Don't you know that the masters always appear last? Qin Feng glanced at the ignorant Huang Jiala and said calmly. Huang Jiala. Zheng Yaohui. What you said makes a lot of sense. Huang Jiala felt speechless when he first heard it, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it did make some sense. Are you serious? Zheng Yaohui couldn't help but ask when he saw Huang Jiala's serious look. Soon it was 11 o'clock, and a man who spoke in an official manner held a loudspeaker and told everyone the rules and requirements, as well as some polite words. It was almost 11:30, and if someone hadn't reminded him that the race was almost over, the official from the Magic City Racing Association might have talked for another hour. Soon, the staff put a number on each participating car, and volunteers and staff worked in groups of 2 to record the contestants' times at the finish line. A batch of cars arrives every 15 minutes, and the race begins soon, with the roar and snort of sports cars filling the air. The scene was so lively that I would have thought it was a plane taking off. Chapter 31, Shin Fong's debut. Green God Real Estate Sales Office, inside the sales department's internal meeting room. The director and the manager sat at the head of the table, one on each side. At this time, the director's clear and serious voice echoed in the room. Today's meeting has only one theme, which is to increase the popularity of Green God Real Estate. According to the information conveyed by the higher-ups, the major supercar clubs in Shanghai are holding a cross-country race in the suburbs today. The participation is extensive and has a far-reaching impact. The higher-ups have asked the Shanghai branch to organize a sponsorship event to increase its influence. According to previous years, this Magic City cross-country race is for Magic City to select participants for the Eastern Exchange race at the end of next month. If we successfully sponsor a club, the impact will last for a long time and the audience will radiate the entire Eastern region. As soon as the director finished speaking, there was a burst of discussion below. Su Miaohan, who was sitting third from the right, did not join in the discussion because it was her first time attending the meeting. At this time, the manager Du Fu at the head of the table on the right coughed lightly. Many companies across the city will participate. What we need to do is to stand out from them and successfully sponsor a club. I wonder who is willing to lead this task. As soon as the manager finished speaking, the audience instantly became quiet, with everyone looking at their noses in silence. Su Miaohan thought to herself that the task seemed very difficult, otherwise no one would take the initiative. So Su Miaohan did not say anything and quietly acted like a mute beauty. Suddenly she saw the director glanced at her and Su Miaohan thought to herself that something was wrong. Sure enough, the director's next words made her heart sink. Since no one has taken the initiative, I will call on them. The director looked around and finally set his sights on Su Miaohan. Deputy Director Su, you are an outstanding graduate of the Demon University. You are top-notch in both knowledge and ability, so you will be the leader of the team this time. Let us see your strength. Su Miaohan noticed the looks of scrutiny, curiosity, hostility, gloating, etc. all around her, and she felt bitter. This was not a compliment to her, it was obviously putting her on the fire. But she couldn't refuse. She glanced at manager Du Fu, then stood up and said seriously, "Please rest assured, Director. I will do my best." Well, it seems that Deputy Director Su is confident of winning. I like young people who are confident. The director smiled, as if he admired Su Miaohan very much. But everyone sitting there was a veteran in the workplace, and they instantly realized that Su Miaohan had offended the director, and their expressions changed for a moment. At this time, Manager Du Fu also said, "Deputy Manager Su, just do your best in this matter." After saying that, he glanced at the director and continued, in previous years, the company did not have the opportunity to successfully sponsor. After all, the competition is very fierce, and the major clubs are also commercial giants. Most of them will advertise for our company. So it doesn't matter if we fail. The important thing is to participate. This is also a grand event. Deputy Director Su can gain more experience. I understand. Please rest assured, Manager. I will do my best. Su Miaohan felt relieved when she saw this. After the meeting, Su Miaohan hurried to find out what was going on and headed straight for the suburban ring road with his men. At this time, it was the fourth group's turn in the cross-country race, and Qin Feng was soon to take the stage. Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Feng was relatively calm, just a little nervous. He had just learned that although the event was called a cross-country race, the track was composed of 4 lanes, and there were at most many bends on the straight road, and the road conditions were similar to those of a highway. There were not as many potholes, mud, gravel roads, etc. as he had imagined. At best, it was just a field training race. After knowing this situation, Qin Feng also felt a little expectant. As he said, "Isn't it just a matter of accelerating? Everyone can do that." As the fourth batch of 15 sports cars and off-road vehicles rushed out one after another and soon disappeared on the horizon, Qin Feng started the car and drove to the starting point, lining up in a diagonal line. The starting point and the end point are very spacious and can accommodate 7 or 8 cars driving side by side, so after opening diagonally, it can accommodate just 15 cars. Next to Qin Feng was Huang Jiala. He lowered the window and shouted to Qin Feng, "Brother Feng, let's see who reaches the finish line first." "Okay." Qin Feng agreed immediately. 15 minutes passed quickly with his full concentration. As the referee blew the whistle, Shin Feng stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it disappears in an instant. Shin Feng had a good start, with the clutch, accelerator and foot brake working in perfect coordination, running the fastest like a lone wolf. Shin Feng's brain was fully functional at this moment, and he exuded a calm and focused aura. The gear number is directly shifted to the highest gear 7. The needle on the speedometer quickly moved to the right. Soon they arrived at the first bend, and Shin Feng's palms were sweating. This was the first time he had turned a corner at such a fast speed. Shin Feng felt a little nervous, but more excited. With the excitement in his blood, Shin Feng skillfully used the cornering skills that he had practiced countless times in his mind. Pine oil. Brake. Turn the steering wheel sharply. Step on the clutch and grab the handbrake. Hiss. The friction between the special tires and the ground was very sharp, and there was a slight smell of burning. Shin Feng followed the curve closely and drifted over perfectly. Then release the brake, step on the clutch, shift gears, and increase the speed. Shin Feng then breathed a sigh of relief, but a happy smile appeared on his face, a joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Although this bend was not too congested and the track was very wide, Shin Feng was still very happy. Huang Jiala, who was 4 or 5 parking spaces behind Shin Feng, was also a little surprised. Brother Feng's skills are really good. Then he followed suit, made the turn perfectly, and charged forward. The off-road track is about 18 kilometers long, and normally it takes 15 to 25 minutes to drive on it. But now there is no speed limit, and with high-performance supercars and other sports cars, it only takes about 5 or 6 minutes. So now the first batch of runners have reached the finish line. The fastest one was a Lamborghini, owned by a professional racing driver, a young man in his 20s named Shou Chi, who belonged to the SCC club. It took 4 minutes and 32 seconds. When the timekeeper read out the number, the audience cheered loudly, and a volunteer and staff member quickly recorded the number. After the 15 car owners got out of their cars, they were immediately surrounded by a group of reporters, representatives of major companies, and supercar enthusiasts. Several directors next to Su Miahan in the distance also looked at her. According to previous plans, the top 5 is our goal. After saying that, Su Miahan quickly squeezed in. With her outstanding face and charming expression, many people subconsciously made way for her. Hello, Mr. Chiu, welcome to take first place. Su Miahan smiled, as bright as a blooming lotus, which instantly made Shou Chi pause. Thank you. My name is Su Miahan, and I'm the person in charge of Green God Real Estate in this event. I wonder if Mr. Chiu is interested in taking over our sponsorship? Su Miahan was delighted when she saw the other party stop and greet her, and then she introduced herself clearly. I'm sorry, Miss Su. Although I really want to agree to your request, our club already has sponsorship. Shou Chi apologized like a gentleman, and then said with a hint of expectation. I wonder if Miss Su, could you please leave a contact number so that we can contact you immediately if we need anything? No problem. Su Miahan was a little disappointed, but still gave a business card. It was her other WeChat account, which was used for work purposes. Then Su Miahan watched the other person leave, and soon other people came over with disappointed looks on their faces. Manager Su, they either already have a sponsor or they have clearly rejected us. One of the directors, named Wang Gue, shook his head inside. No rush, there are still 4 batches to come. Although Su Miahan was very disappointed, as the person in charge, she naturally could not lose confidence. Soon the second, third, and even fourth groups crossed the finish line one after another. Su Miahan went every time with full of expectations, but returned disappointed in the end, with only a few more friends on her WeChat contacts. Now she understood. No wonder the people in the conference room didn't say a word. She had thought things would be different if she took action. Seeing the listless employees around her, Su Miahan thought that it would be great if Shin Feng could participate in this competition. With his family background and connections, he might be able to help her. She sighed inwardly, only the last batch of contestants were left, and she no longer had any expectations at this moment. Soon, the vanguard of the 5th batch of troops had already appeared from the front of the car. It was a silver Ferrari, speeding forward like lightning. Following closely behind was an obsidian black ghost, a Rolls-Royce. The crowd who were standing on tiptoe and looking up in the distance were suddenly stunned. You know, all the participants today are sports cars, and Rolls-Royce is synonymous with luxury cars in everyone's impression. What we pursue is not extreme speed, but comfort. And it seems to be in the top 3? It was beyond their expectations. Everyone's attention shifted from the Ferrari in first place to the Rolls-Royce in second place. The driver of the Rolls-Royce was naturally Chin Feng. At this moment, he looked tired, which was rare. He was highly focused and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. At a speed of 100 to 200 or even 200 to 300 kilometers per hour, a moment of distraction could result in a car crash or death. Soon he crossed the finish line amid the surprise and cheers of the crowd. Su Miahan, who was far away, saw the crowd in front of her expressing surprise and cheering, which made her feel a little strange. She turned her head and asked Wang Gui, who was standing beside her. "Director Wang, what happened ahead?" Wang Gui quickly went to inquire, then trotted back and said in shock, "Manager Su, a Rolls-Royce also participated in the race, and it was the second place." Seeing Su Miahan's suspicious expression, Wang Gui said uncertainly, "It looks very much like the Rolls-Royce that was sent to you yesterday." Su Miahan was stunned. "The license plate number has 5 nines?" Wang Gui looked embarrassed. The car was going too fast, no one could see clearly. Su Miahan did not hesitate after hearing this and quickly ran towards the finish line. She just happened to see 3 handsome young men with different temperaments walking towards her, talking and laughing along the way. Su Miahan was stunned. Who else could it be if not Chin Feng? Chapter 32, The only thing that is hard in my body is my mouth. After Chin Feng crossed the finish line, he finally stopped in a special parking lot thanks to the speed bump. He took off the helmet that had been distributed to him earlier and breathed a sigh of relief. "I can finally relax my mind. Concentrating all my attention is really tiring. Not only mentally, but physically as well." Chin Feng calmed down, then took out his cell phone and car keys from the storage box, unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed the seat back, opened the car door and got out. Huang Jiala and Zhang Yaohui stopped next to Chin Feng, and the three of them gradually walked together. Huang Jiala and Zhang Yaohui both gave thumbs up and praised, "Great! Who can't accelerate in a straight line?" Chin Feng was not proud of this. His calm tone made Zhang Yaohui stunned. "Does that mean I can't do it?" Huang Jiala shook his head first and then nodded. "The engine of the 2020 Phantom Sky is really powerful. It is worthy of being a limited edition. It has reached the extreme in all aspects. But Brother Feng, your skills are a little confusing. How should I put it? They are hard to figure out." Recalling that Chin Feng's operations were sometimes perfect when turning, and sometimes he was in a mess, which made Huang Jiala, who had been following behind him, confused. It was because of this that the silver Ferrari overtook. "I only know a little bit of racing skills," Chin Feng said honestly. "Really?" Huang Jiala scratched his head, somewhat unconvinced. The three of them walked outside. Zhang Yaohui said without hesitation, "I asked around. Mr. Chin's time was 5 minutes and 3 seconds. We were among the top 12 in the 5 batches of contestants, so we should be able to give the club an extra spot. This year, the number of people who make it out of the club will probably exceed that of previous years. The president will definitely be very happy when he finds out." Huang Jiala chuckled and said, "That's right. In previous years, my father didn't allow me to participate because I was underage. This year, Brother Feng and I are here. We must not only get a spot this time. We will have to be a dark horse and win the championship in the Eastern Conference tournament at the end of next month just like we did now. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? You can't even make it into the top 10 in Shanghai, and you still want to win the championship in the Eastern Exchange tournament?" Zhang Yaohui hit him mercilessly. Huang Jiala refused to accept the retort. "I was just conserving my strength today, and my performance was not very good, so I focused on Brother Feng. Like Jingtong, your mouth is the only hard part of your body." Zhang Yaohui shook his head and sighed. Chin Feng couldn't help but smile. This metaphor was quite vivid. The three of them walked and chatted as they left the parking lot. The eyes of many reporters waiting outside lit up. These three were so good-looking, especially the one in the middle, with sharp eyebrows, big eyes, and a high-nose bridge, like perfect lines sculpted by the creator. Thinking of this, they squeezed in desperately. Zhang Yaohui on the left regained his former seriousness and dignity, and stopped reporters and many corporate contacts who wanted to interview him. A few people walked through the crowd, and suddenly Huang Jiala on the right side pushed Chin Feng in the middle. "Brother Feng, Sister Miahan is also there." Chin Feng was stunned, then looked in the direction Huang Jiala pointed. The extremely beautiful Su Miahan was standing quietly beside him, looking at him with a smile on her face. Chin Feng smiled and nodded. Before the game, he was still wondering whether Su Miahan would come on behalf of Green God Real Estate. Then Su Miahan came over gracefully with cat steps, carrying her high heels. Qin Feng, you also participated in the cross-country race? Congratulations on winning second place. Su Miahan's voice, as clear and sweet as a mountain spring, rang in Qin Feng's ears. Her eyebrows were curved and the corners of her mouth were upturned, making Qin Feng feel as if a cool breeze had blown over him. Thank you. Qin Feng smiled, then asked, by the way, are you here to sponsor on behalf of the company? Su Miahan nodded, and restrained her smile a little. Well, I am the person in charge this time. At this time, Zhang Yaohui and Huang Jiala stood aside and did not disturb Qin Feng's greetings. Qin Feng didn't think much about it and asked casually. Oh, it seems that you are highly valued in the company. You were entrusted with important tasks right after taking office. How are you doing? How many people have you sponsored? Qin Feng thought sponsorship was easy. Su Miahan's mouth was very bitter, and then she said distressfully, no, they don't need sponsorship. My family didn't get any sponsorship. Ha? Qin Feng paused, and instantly understood. With the level and circle of the competition, everyone is a wealthy tycoon or a well-known entrepreneur, and they are not short of money at all. Qin Feng, can you? Su Miahan immediately looked at Qin Feng with expectant eyes. Qin Feng shook his head, I'm sorry, although I really want to help you, but the club seems to have a sponsor. Su Miahan was disappointed when she saw this, but she quickly put on a smile and said, it's okay. Su Miahan's heart sank to the bottom, but it didn't matter that she didn't complete the task. Zhang Yaohui in the distance suddenly said, in fact, sponsorship does not have to be from the club. You can also choose to sponsor racing drivers. Seeing Su Miahan's look, Qin Feng seemed to be thinking about something. Zhang Yaohui continued, as long as you have the foresight to sponsor the racer who won the championship this year. Then the influence and fame you gain will definitely be countless times better than sponsoring a club. There have been examples before, where a racing driver sponsored by a beverage group won the championship in a competition. After that night, their group's stock price soared by several points, and sales also increased by 20%. It was terrifying. Su Miahan's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she quickly shook her head again. What you said are all special cases. They not only require very professional knowledge and intelligence, but also great luck. Zhang Yaohui didn't say much. After all, what the other party said was true. The Eastern Exchange competition has been held for more than 20 sessions, and this has only happened once. Qin Feng looked at Su Miahan without saying anything, but Huang Jiala beside him couldn't help it. Sister Miahan, if that's the case, you might as well take a gamble. How do you bet? Brother Feng. I think Brother Feng has the ability to win the championship. Huang Jiala pouted and pointed at Qin Feng. Seeing this, Su Miahan looked at Qin Feng silently. Qin Feng glared at Huang Jiala and said unhappily, let's talk business, stop messing around, I only know a little bit. Then he suggested to Su Miahan, Miahan, I think instead of choosing me, you might as well go to the referee and find the first place winner. Su Miahan didn't say anything. She had already made up her mind at this moment. Looking at Qin Feng who was explaining seriously, she suddenly found that he still had some charm. Her ears turned slightly red, and then she shook the thought away and looked at Qin Feng very seriously. Qin Feng, I sincerely invite you on behalf of the Magic City branch of Green God Real Estate. Qin Feng frowned and looked at Su Miahan. Su Miahan suddenly smiled and said, Qin Feng, we have known each other for 4 years, so I naturally believe in your ability, not to mention that you just demonstrated your strength. Seeing Su Miahan's serious look, Qin Feng sighed, turned around and glared at Huang Jiala, then said softly, since you insist on inviting me, I have no objection, but I won't guarantee anything. Don't worry, everything is based on the premise that you are the champion. Su Miahan smiled playfully, revealing 2 dimples, pure and brilliant in the sun. Qin Feng looked at Su Miahan's expression and had no idea what she was up to. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Su Miahan was just trying to be naughty. If you have any requirements, you can come to our company to discuss it tomorrow. I will report the situation to the manager first. Su Miahan glanced at Qin Feng's helpless expression, feeling very happy, and then left into the distance. Naturally, she didn't expect to complete this mission, but who is she, Su Miahan? Naturally, I won't waste this opportunity. This idea already came into her mind when Huang Jiala first opened his mouth. It doesn't matter whether the company's reputation is improved or not. What matters is that she wants to gain a place in Qin Feng's heart as soon as possible. It doesn't matter whether Qin Feng can win the championship. What matters is that I have left a good impression in Qin Feng's eyes. Believe. Only she believed in him. When no one else did, she still silently supported him and believed in him. Su Miaohan didn't believe that Qin Feng would not be moved. Even if Qin Feng is indifferent or not moved, it doesn't matter. It won't affect me anyway. Ding. Favorability +2. Looking at Su Miaohan's receding back, a reminder suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's mind, and he was a little stunned. He found that he was unable to guess Su Miaohan's thoughts for a moment. Then he glanced at Su Miaohan's interface again and was suddenly speechless. Pursuit target, Su Miaohan. Current favorability, 59. Rebate ratio, 24%. It was almost there, and Qin Feng felt as if the system did it on purpose. At this time, Huang Jiala smiled and asked for credit. How about it, Brother Feng? Can I assist you? Qin Feng came to his senses and immediately kicked him in the butt. Help your sister, are you deliberately trying to see me make a fool of myself? Qin Feng was annoyed. Did Joey say anything to you? He. Huang Jiala just shook his head and laughed. Qin Feng wished he could drag Joey off the plane right now. Zheng Yahui advised, Mr. Qin, this actually has no effect on you. Maybe Miss Su is still helping you. Do you know how much the sponsorship fee was for the last racer who was sponsored by a beverage group and won the championship? Qin Feng signaled the other party to continue. 5 million. Zheng Yahui added, that was a few years ago. The price is expected to double now. If you really win the championship, other than promoting it, it's like getting it for free. Qin Feng was a little surprised. Really? Yes, even if you don't win the championship, you won't lose anything. You will still participate in the competition and get a consolation fee. Zheng Yahui was very sure. Is that so? Qin Feng suddenly became interested, although he knew it was impossible for him to win the championship. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for clearing up my doubts. Qin Feng thanked Zheng Yahui. At this time, Su Miaohan came over with a happy face and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, our manager asked you to come and talk in person tomorrow. How about it? No problem, we'll go together tomorrow. Qin Feng agreed with a smile. Su Miaohan tilted her head in confusion. She was still thinking about how to persuade Qin Feng, but she didn't expect that Qin Feng changed his attitude as soon as she left. Chapter 33, Charity Gala. See you tonight. I'll go back to the company first. Su Miaohan was happy with this. She said hello to Qin Feng and left. Okay, see you tonight. Qin Feng watched Su Miaohan leave. Afterwards, Qin Feng, Zheng Yahui and Huang Jiala returned to the SSCC club gathering point. Of course, there were more than just the three of them participating in the club competition. There were also 6 or 7 racing enthusiasts and a professional racing driver. But apart from the racer, only one amateur managed to get a spot. Therefore, there are a total of 4 people with quotas in the SSCC club, which is among the top 3 among all major clubs. Mr. Huang, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Qin, you are here. As soon as Qin Feng and his 2 companions came back, many members greeted them with smiles. Everyone is here, the 3 replied with a smile. After some greetings, Huang Jiala brought the racing drivers in the club to introduce them to Qin Feng. Brother Feng, this is Su Qing, our club's main player in the Eastern Exchange Tournament. He is one of the few racers in China with a C license. Qin Feng also showed interest when he saw this and responded with a smile. Hello, Qin Feng. There are 6 levels of racing licenses, E, D, C, B, A, and Super for F1 drivers only. Only those above level C can participate in international competitions. According to Qin Feng's understanding, there are only more than 20 racing drivers in the country who have obtained a Class C driver's license, which shows the value of this license. Su Qing was about 23 or 24, quite young. He knew that Qin Feng was not an ordinary person, and he did not show any arrogance at all. Hello, my name is Su Qing, we'd like to race together if there's a chance. At this time, Huang Jiala also said, that's right, Brother Feng, when you are free, you can come over and let Brother Su take care of you. Let's go together if there's a chance. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to shake hands with Su Qing. No problem, you're welcome anytime. Su Qing agreed with a smile. For him, getting to know this group of rich second generations would only bring benefits and no disadvantages. At this time, Zheng Yahui interrupted and said, the club will have a charity party at the beginning of the month. Most of the club members will attend. Mr. Qin, are you interested in attending? Qin Feng paused, then showed an interested look. Of course. I want to go too. Brother Feng, we'll go together. Huang Jiala also clamored to go after hearing this. Aren't you not interested? Zheng Yaohui glanced. Now I'm interested. Huang Jiala smiled. In addition to the charity auction, the party is also a place for communication, increasing personal connections, expanding circles, and discussing business cooperation. This is why many people participate. Zheng Yaohui explained to Qin Feng. Do I need to prepare items for auction? Qin Feng nodded and asked. No, there will be some collectors and entrepreneurs in the club who will auction off some art luxury items and small items such as antiques. The prices range from a few thousand to tens of thousands. It's a free auction and there's no compulsion. The auction proceeds will be donated to the needy in the form of cash or materials by the club's charity. All billing processes are transparent, which is why many people join the club. You know, many charities in China are basically selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, taking advantage of social sympathy to make crazy profits, and even participating in illegal activities such as money laundering. Many people hate it. Zheng Yaohui explained clearly. Qin Feng knew something about this. In recent years, many dirty deals of charities have been reported online. This has caused domestic charities to lose credibility. Although Qin Feng does not have the belief of taking care of himself when poor and helping the world when rich, he is not lacking in kindness and compassion. So I have to pull Su Miaohan over. Brother system, you can do some charity and accumulate good karma. Qin Feng thought so. Look, I gave you all my opportunities to accumulate good karma, just tell me if I'm touched or not. System. Thank you so much. Qin Feng actually figured out the goddess fund system. Qin Feng asked Zheng Yaohui again, if I participate, can I bring a companion? Zheng Yaohui was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Of course, a charity gala is also like a party, many people will bring their families to participate. You can attend in person with your membership card, and ask Jiala to send you an invitation. Qin Feng nodded and looked at Huang Jiala, who agreed immediately. Okay, I'll send you to school tomorrow. It's just right for you to visit my university environment in advance. Qin Feng said it was no problem and asked him to come at noon, as he had to go to Su Miaohan's company in the morning to discuss sponsorship. A few people chatted for a while, and soon the officials and referees finished the statistics and reported in the middle of the square with a loudspeaker. Their SSCC club has obtained a total of 4 places today. As for who will participate in the Eastern Exchange Tournament at the end of next month, it will be decided by the club. But most of them participate in person and just need to submit their registration in mid-June. Then he gave a summary of the cross-country race, and talked for more than half an hour before he finished. Qin Feng exchanged contact information with some people in the club who he had a good chat with, then said hello to each other and left. Qin Feng thought about it and decided to go to the 4S shop to check the condition of the car. Generally, after participating in a racing race, he would take the car to a large repair shop for inspection. However, this time Qin Feng and his team's competition is not a very formal one, so there is naturally no need to go through so much trouble, but Qin Feng still pays great attention to his own safety. It seems I have to buy a supercar. Qin Feng drove away and prepared to go to the 4S store to ask. We arrived at Changnan Street safely and drove to the repair workshop behind the 4S store. Zhou Xiaowen, whom Qin Feng had notified long ago, was already waiting outside the door. Seeing Qin Feng's Rolls-Royce slowly stop, she greeted him with a smile. Mr. Qin, Zhou Xiaowen stood outside the car door, bent slightly, and called respectfully. Yeah, Qin Feng responded softly, and then drove into the inspection and maintenance workshop under the other party's guidance. As soon as Qin Feng got out of the car, several maintenance technicians who had been waiting for a long time began to check the condition of the car. Qin Feng and Zhou Xiaowen stood aside, chatting casually. Soon, an experienced master came over, looked at Qin Feng with uncontrollable curiosity and asked. Mr. Qin, what did you do? The brake pads and tires are seriously damaged, and the cylinder is also a little abnormal. Qin Feng coughed lightly and explained, I just participated in a cross-country race. Ah, this? The master, who was about 50 years old, was stunned, but soon reacted. Is it the official cross-country race held by the Magic City? Qin Feng nodded. Mr. Qin, you can change to a supercar for the next race. The master was silent for a while, then suggested, although there is no big problem with your car. Thank you, I will. Qin Feng agreed with a smile, then looked at Zhou Xiaowen beside him. Ms. Zhou, do you have any supercars in stock? Zhou Xiaowen shook her head and smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, our store may not have the sports car you want. Oh? Qin Feng looked at Zhou Xiaowen in surprise. Zhou Xiaowen said, the cars we currently have are all entry-level sports cars. Their initial speed is far inferior to your Rolls-Royce. I don't think you will consider it. Qin Feng remained silent upon hearing this, because what Zhou Xiaowen said was the truth. What he needed was naturally a top-notch supercar, and he really didn't care about ordinary ones. Then Zhou Xiaowen said again, but if Mr. Qin wants to buy a supercar, you might as well ask our manager Lin. Qin Feng seemed to be thinking about something, and Zhou Xiaowen continued, after all, our Times International's overseas head office is very influential, and Mr. Qin is already a senior client within our company. As long as the request is not too difficult, the head office will generally meet all the needs of senior customers. Zhou Xiaowen winked at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction, then let's visit manager Lin. Your manager should be here, right? Of course, Zhou Xiaowen nodded with a smile, and then made a gesture of invitation, Mr. Qin, please come this way. The two men left the inspection workshop, returned to the lobby, went up to the second floor, and came to the manager's office. Zhou Xiaowen knocked on the door first, and after waiting for permission from inside, she turned the handle and pushed open the door to let Qin Feng in. When Lin Hao saw Qin Feng coming in, he smiled and said, Mr. Qin is such a rare guest. Please come this way. Lin Hao smiled and welcomed Qin Feng to the sofa reception area, then made a pot of tea for Qin Feng, and then asked, I wonder what Mr. Qin wants to talk about. Qin Feng looked at the tea which was gradually turning green and glanced at Lin Hao, who pretended not to understand. I sighed, this guy is so stingy, I come to create business for you, but you can't even give me good tea? Manager Lin, I need a supercar. Do you have any connections? Qin Feng didn't waste any words and asked directly. Lin Hao was stunned and looked at Qin Feng with some surprise. Mr. Qin, didn't you just buy that Rolls-Royce that is extremely valuable for collection? You have to know that even the top second-generation rich would not buy top-notch supercars and luxury cars worth tens of millions so frequently. Reality is not fiction. Even a billionaire would not be so well off as to continuously purchase luxury cars worth tens of millions. Qin Feng did not comment, but leaned back slightly, feeling the softness of the sofa, and asked again, Manager Lin, is there any? Lin Hao thought for a moment before speaking, Mr. Qin, our store currently doesn't have any cars in stock. Xiao Zhou should have told you. But I can appeal to the headquarters. I wonder what Mr. Qin needs for supercars. I wonder what supercars your department can provide. Qin Feng asked back. Lin Hao showed a difficult expression, thought for a moment and said, I can ask for Mr. Qin. Thank you very much, Manager Lin. Qin Feng drank tea instead of wine and thanked with a smile. Serving Mr. Qin is our purpose. Lin Hao also raised his teacup, and the two smiled at each other. Then the two chatted for a few more sentences and Qin Feng said goodbye and left. Lin Hao said that he would be notified immediately if the headquarters replied. Lin Hao sent Qin Feng downstairs and asked Zhou Xiaowen to entertain Qin Feng properly. Qin Feng's status was elevated a lot in his mind. Chapter 34, Su Myohan, What is Professional Ethics? After returning to the inspection workshop, Zhou Xiaowen looked at Qin Feng's happy expression. It was obvious that the goal had been achieved, so she smiled and said, It seems that Mr. Qin has already reached an agreement with the manager? Qin Feng hummed, then glanced at her and said, Thank you Miss Zhou for your reminder. If this order is successful, I will tell Manager Lin that the commission for this order is yours. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Zhou Xiaowen's smile became more sincere and brighter. You've earned all this through your own efforts. Qin Feng waved his hand. It didn't matter to him who the order was given to, so he might as well be generous. This way, Zhou Xiaowen could work harder. At this time, the senior master came over and said to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, we have replaced some parts for you and adjusted the engine for you. You can drive away now. After thinking for a while, he said humorously, but your tank may be a little hungry, and you need to eat, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng was stunned at first, but then he reacted and said humorously, Thank you, I think I will feed it. Zhou Xiaowen rolled her eyes and said, If the oil is gone, then it's gone. Is there any need to be so euphemistic? At this time, the other three staff members took out all the tools and cleaned them for Qin Feng very enthusiastically. Seeing this, Qin Feng took out 4 packs of cigarettes from the storage box in the car and handed them to several staff members. Thank you, Master Zhao and the others. Qin Feng thanked them with a smile. Mr. Qin, this is not necessary, right? Master Zhao hesitated. He didn't expect Mr. Qin to be so generous. It's okay. Thank you for helping me wash the car. Qin Feng said with a big laugh. Zhou Xiaowen on the side also advised, Everyone, please accept it. After hearing Zhou Xiaowen's words, everyone did not hesitate. After all, accepting things from customers privately was against the rules. Mr. Qin, if you have any problem with the car, you are welcome to come over at any time. Master Zhao was in a good mood and spoke with some joy. No problem. Then Qin Feng drove away. It was 2:30 in the afternoon when we left the off-road race. We was delayed at the 4S store for more than an hour, and it was already 4 o'clock. Qin Feng originally wanted to go back to school, but he remembered that he had promised to pick up Su Miaohan tonight, so he turned the steering wheel at the intersection and went to the Green God Real Estate sales office. On the way, I also went to the gas station where I had refilled my gas card before, but unfortunately I didn't meet the girl who was filling up the gas station. After Qin Feng filled his mouth with gas, he took out the gas card, swiped it, and drove away. The sun seems to have a cold today, so it wears a mask. The white clouds do a good job of covering the sun tightly. So today is a cloudy day, not too hot. A slightly cool summer breeze blew in through the car window, swirled around Qin Feng's cheeks and neck, and then blew away, carrying Qin Feng's breath. An hour later, Qin Feng parked the car comfortably on the side of the road. Diagonally opposite was the sales office of Green God Real Estate. It was just past 5:30, and Su Miaohan still had half an hour before she got off work. Qin Feng thought about it, got off the car and went to a nearby milk tea shop, where he ordered a limited-time fruit tea and ice cream. 32. Qin Feng chose a seat by the window, enjoyed the air conditioning comfortably, sent a message to Su Miaohan, and started playing with his phone. Green God Real Estate Sales Office, Manager's Office. After leaving the Magic City cross-country race, Su Miaohan brought her people back to the company. She ignored the strange looks around her and turned to go to the manager's office. There are naturally no secrets in the workplace. Everyone in the sales office knows that Su Miaohan took on a thankless task and offended the director. Manager, I didn't choose Mr. Qin just because he's my friend, and my professional ethics don't allow me to sell out the interests of the company. Mr. Qin has been involved in supercar racing since he was a child. He is undoubtedly very experienced. His years of experience have also made him a superb technician. You saw the result, didn't you? Although he ranked 11th with a time of 5 minutes and 3 seconds, you should also know his car, a Rolls-Royce. I don't think I need to introduce it to you, right? Su Miaohan spoke nonsense in a serious and logical manner. She knew nothing about Qin Feng's past, nor did she know Qin Feng's skills. Naturally, she has no professional ethics, and everything in the world is a tool for her to climb up. She had come to interview for the job at Green God Real Estate with a purpose in mind from the beginning, although she no longer needed it now. In addition, she did not violate professional ethics. She was just using her authority to reasonably use the rules. Manager Du Fu did not say anything after listening to Su Miaohan's explanation, but just thought. Su Miaohan also waited very patiently. After an unknown amount of time, Du Fu suddenly smiled, looked at Su Miaohan and said, Manager Su, although everything you said makes sense, I believe everything you said. Su Miaohan did not feel relieved because she knew there would still be buts behind. But there is no such precedent in the company. Du Fu took a sip of tea from the porcelain cup with a calm expression. The company has no such precedent, but it is precisely because of this that the company has not been able to suppress other real estate companies, such as Qianke and Shuangrong. Su Miaohan analyzed calmly. The real estate industry itself requires courage and determination. Under the leadership of Director Li, we have been stable for too long. I don't think you, the manager, would want this situation, right? Su Miaohan looked into Du Fu's eyes, pretended to be relaxed, and spoke in a low voice. Du Fu's expression froze, he looked at Su Miaohan for a few seconds, and suddenly smiled. Manager Su, you are a good persuader, but also an ambitious person. Su Miaohan's face changed slightly. She was betting that Du Fu didn't want to be suppressed by that director all the time. But I admire you because you are right. The real estate industry requires courage and guts. Our director Li is old and has been abandoned by the times. Du Fu suddenly stood up and looked at Su Miaohan with undisguised admiration. Of course, there was no romantic feeling between men and women, because he knew that this woman belonged to Mr. Qin. Su Miaohan felt a little excited when she heard this. Sure enough, this manager in his prime was also very unwilling. But the world is fair. Since you support Mr. Qin, there will naturally be a price to pay. Du Fu's deep, low voice sounded, and Su Miaohan's heart sank, but she was prepared, so she did not hesitate. I understand, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Su Miaohan said seriously and decisively. She was ready for a demotion. Compared to this insignificant position, she would rather let Qin Feng see her efforts. Okay, let's go to the director's office right away. Du Fu was very happy. This matter had no impact on him. He only needed to push it secretly. If successful, his chance and time of becoming director would be shortened a lot. It doesn't matter if I fail, the only person I lose is Su Miaohan. At 5:30, Su Miaohan came out of the director's office happily. Manager Du Fu saw this and smiled and made a joke. It seems that you trust Mr. Qin very much? Of course. Su Miaohan didn't explain anything. At this moment, a notification suddenly came from her mobile phone. She clicked it and immediately smiled. Qin Feng, I'm in the milk tea shop opposite you. After thinking for a while, she quickly edited a message, then put down her phone and said to the manager, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Of course. Du Fu opened his hands. Half an hour passed in a flash, and Su Miaohan ran out with her bag. Her high heels looked like sneakers. She crossed the street and walked in almost without hesitation. She looked around and looked towards a man who was leaning sideways in the corner by the window, playing with his mobile phone. Qin Feng. Qin Feng recognized Su Miaohan before she spoke because of her faint scent that was like a mixture of jasmine. He had only smelled it on Su Miaohan. Well, sit down first until I'm done. I ordered you a cup of milk tea. Qin Feng hummed, then spoke without raising his head. Well, you play first. Su Miaohan also put down her bag and said happily. Seeing Qin Feng's focused look, she had an illusion for a moment. Does this count as a boyfriend picking up his girlfriend from get off work? Su Miaohan felt a little shy and quickly put this question behind her. At this time, the waiter brought over a cup of milk tea. Your milk tea, beautiful lady. Thanks. Su Miaohan took it, thanked him, and then took a sip with great satisfaction. Qin Feng was really considerate, which made her feel happy. Ding. Favorability +2. Qin Feng, who was playing games, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he heard the news coming from his mind. He didn't expect that these small details could really increase Su Miaohan's favorability. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly understood something. Perhaps it was because of their different identities that the same thing would naturally bring different results. If it was young Tianxi who ordered milk tea for Su Miaohan, the other party would only take it for granted, but would not be moved, or even increase her favorability towards him. After all, in her heart, young Tianxi is already a bootlicker. No matter what he does, Su Miaohan thinks it is what he should do. Qin Feng was different. In Su Miaohan's mind, the character he had created and maintained was that of aloof, academically gifted, and a rich second generation, not like young Tianxi. But she is a true elite and the heir of the future group. Naturally, the effect of ordering milk tea for such a person will be different. Qin Feng's mind was full of thoughts. When Su Miaohan had finished drinking half of her drink, he turned off his phone, stood up and said to Su Miaohan, let's go. Yeah. Su Miaohan followed Qin Feng with milk tea in her hand. Several men in the milk tea shop looked at Qin Feng's back with envy until he disappeared. In the car. After Qin Feng started the car and joined the crowd, he looked at Su Miaohan, who was still holding the tea and milk in her hands, and suddenly said, Are you free this Saturday night? Su Miaohan paused and thought, isn't this Saturday, June 1st? Yes, what can I do for you? There is a charity gala tonight and we are required to bring a female companion. If you have time, will you accompany me? Qin Feng said in a calm tone, as if he was telling me something ordinary. But Su Miaohan was stunned. Charity gala? The kind of party you see in TV novels? A gathering for upper-class circles to communicate with each other? Can I participate? Su Miaohan was stunned. My thoughts are like the sea, in a mess. Thoughts keep popping up in my mind and then disappearing, repeating over and over again. Chapter 35, 13 million in sponsorship fees. Qin Feng looked at Su Miaohan's reaction, raised the corner of his mouth, and deliberately said, Oh? You don't want to participate? Then forget it, I'll find someone else. No, Su Miaohan blurted out anxiously, I want to participate. She reacted quickly, and looking at Qin Feng's playful expression, she couldn't help feeling a little shy and cried out in a delicate voice. Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and changed the subject at the traffic light. By the way, were you working or resting that day? I have 2 days off a week, Su Miaohan said happily. At this moment, she was still somewhat immersed in the news of attending the party. That's fine. Xin Feng saw that there were 3 seconds left on the red light, so he said and started to release the clutch and brake. There was no conversation along the way. Su Miaohan only reacted when she arrived at school. She said hello to Xin Feng and left. Xin Feng went to the cafeteria to get dinner and then walked towards the dormitory. Looking at the empty and deserted dormitory, Xin Feng suppressed his emotions and thought that maybe he should move out. As for food, clothing, housing and transportation, I still have not solved the housing problem, but Su Miaohan works at Green God, so this is easy to solve. I will ask her when I have time. The school will have summer vacation on June 15th, and he will have no choice but to move by then. After dinner, Xin Feng played with his mobile phone for more than an hour, then took a shower, and came out to find Su Miaohan inviting him to take a walk. Xin Feng thought about it and refused. He planned to study Green God real estate and the sponsorship news from nearly 10 years ago in the evening. May 30th, Thursday, sunny. It is advisable to travel, but avoid digging earth. Xin Feng had to go to Green God real estate today to discuss sponsorship fees, so he changed into a formal suit. Standing in front of the dressing mirror in the bathroom, I looked at my own face. His handsome face looks very energetic and slightly majestic. He nodded in satisfaction and headed straight for the parking lot. Su Miaohan was already waiting by the car. Well, let's have breakfast first. Su Miaohan very considerately gave Xin Feng Jun breakfast. Thank you. Xin Feng took it and started eating. Su Miaohan talked to Xin Feng about sponsorship. Don't worry, I know. Xin Feng listened to Su Miaohan's precautions while eating breakfast, then nodded with a smile. An hour later, the two arrived at the sales office of Green God Real Estate. Many salesmen watched Su Miaohan walking inside with a handsome guy, and curiosity and gossip were burning in their eyes. The two went up to the second floor and to the innermost office. Su Miaohan knocked on the door. Du Fu naturally opened the office door first, stood at the door in high spirits, and welcomed Xin Feng in with a smile on his face. Then he told Su Miaohan to get busy with work. Mr. Qin, this way please. The two sat down on the sofa, and soon a young and pretty secretary brought a pot of tea, poured a cup for Xin Feng and Du Fu respectively, and then left quietly. At this time Du Fu began to look at Xin Feng, whom he had met several times before but never recognized. Looking at his extraordinary appearance, whose aura was not obvious but people dared not look down on him, he admired him in his heart, thinking that he was worthy of being an elite of a wealthy family. I think Deputy Director Su has already told Mr. Qin about this. I won't waste Mr. Qin's time by elaborating on this. Seeing Xin Feng nod, Du Fu spoke again. What is Mr. Qin's expectation for the sponsorship fee? Xin Feng looked at Du Fu, who had a friendly face. Xin Feng thought for a moment and said, with the economic development in recent years, the Eastern Exchange race has gradually become one of the most watched events in domestic racing events. If I win the championship, then Green God Real Estate's popularity and influence in the East and even in the country will be greatly enhanced in certain circles. Xin Feng did not answer, but asked another question. Du Fu did not move his dark thoughts and looked at Xin Feng. Mr. Qin means. Xin Feng asked again, I wonder how much sponsorship fee manager Du can give? Du Fu pondered for a moment, looked at Xin Feng's calm and confused expression, stretched out his thumb and little finger, pointed out a number, and said, 6 million. Xin Feng smiled but said nothing. Du Fu frowned and asked, Mr. Qin, what do you think is appropriate? 13 million. As soon as Xin Feng finished speaking, Du Fu's face almost couldn't hold back and he almost lost his composure. He looked at Xin Feng thinking that he was joking. I couldn't help but ask tentatively, Mr. Qin is not kidding? Of course. Xin Feng picked up the small solid-colored porcelain cup and drank a sip of the slightly astringent green tea. It passed through the esophagus and flowed into the stomach, followed by a sweet taste returning to the mouth. Yes, it's Huanshan Maojian. Xin Feng tasted the tea leaves in one gulp. Then he replied to Du Fu calmly, I don't think this price is much. Compared to those stars, I really don't have much, not to mention the nature is different. Looking at Du Fu's changing expression, Xin Feng explained, first of all, the domestic environment and economic conditions have been completely transformed compared to 10 years ago. The attention and influence of the event at that time were not as wide-ranging, influential, and well-known as they are now. Seeing Du Fu listening attentively, Xin Feng spoke again, his calm and indifferent voice echoing in the office. Most importantly, at the time, neither the racing driver nor the beverage group expected the endorsement to be so effective, so the sponsorship fee was naturally not too high. All things considered, 13 million is not a lot. You will gain more than you put in. Of course, all this is premised on me winning the championship. Otherwise, all we are talking about now is just a mirage. Qin Feng organized the information he had investigated last night. After listening to this, Du Fu was speechless for a long time, but was thinking about what Qin Feng said. Anyone who can become a branch sales manager of a large group must be an extraordinary person. Du Fu quickly grasped the loophole in Qin Feng's words. Mr. Qin's words are true, but did you notice that our Green God Real Estate and the beverage group are two different fields? The other party's success is due to some innate factors. Due to the size of our company, it is not certain that our Green God Real Estate will be so successful. Qin Feng also refuted after hearing this. The two of them argued back and forth and finally reached a result that satisfied both parties. 11.5 million is the sponsorship fee for the champion. The requirement is to wear clothes printed with the words and patterns of the Green God Real Estate Shanghai branch during the competition, and the same applies to the racing car. And in the acceptance speech, it must be pointed out verbally that all of this is sponsored by Green God Real Estate, advertising for them, and a press interview must be held at the Green God Real Estate branch in Shanghai to support the action. Qin Feng naturally agreed readily. Although he didn't know why Du Fu was so confident that he could win the championship, he just knew that it was enough for him. The reason why Qin Feng was fighting so hard for sponsorship fees was that he still had a glimmer of hope. Who hasn't he had a dream? Even salted fish have a chance to turn things around. After all, even billionaires wouldn't refuse this figure, it's still liquid cash. Qin Feng was also very jealous, but he was still restrained. He also pointed out that if they failed to win the championship, Green God Real Estate would have to pay a consolation fee of 100,000 yuan. It is equivalent to 1/3 of his personal fortune. Then I wish Mr. Qin the best of luck in winning the championship. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Du Fu stood up, feeling happy. After all, no matter what the result was, it would not harm him. Seeing the wrinkles on Du Fu's face gradually forming as he smiled, Qin Feng also stood up and echoed, "Happy cooperation." I thought to myself, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Then Du Fu asked his secretary to come in, draw up a contract, and print it out. Soon, 2 fresh standard contracts with the scent of ink came out. Qin Feng looked at it carefully and found that it was almost the same as what he had said before, so he leaned over the coffee table, signed his name, and pressed his fingerprints. In duplicate, Qin Feng and Du Fu representing Green God Real Estate each hold 1 copy. At this time, Du Fu also sighed, but we have to thank Deputy Director Su. If it weren't for her insistence, we might not have had the opportunity to cooperate. Qin Feng also sighed. Su Miaohan believed that she could win the championship? Did he let her mistakenly think that I was actually very strong yesterday? It was a bad idea. He knew the nature of these large companies and groups. With Su Miaohan's level and her new qualifications, it was impossible for her to ask Lucian to give way to her and insist on cooperating with him. He asked Du Fu and frowned immediately. He couldn't understand why Su Miaohan, who had always been an egoist, would harm her own interests to help him. Unable to figure it out, he suppressed his doubts and decided that at worst he would supply the other party later. The two chatted for more than an hour. As noon approached, Du Fu enthusiastically invited Qin Feng to have lunch together, but he politely declined. After all, Huang Jiala is still waiting for him at school. Qin Feng said hello to Su Miaohan and drove away. Su Miaohan watched Qin Feng leave and turned to go to the manager's office. Manager? Deputy Director Su, if Mr. Qin can win the championship, I will report it to the higher-ups, and you can remove the title of deputy. Du Fu said when he saw that Su Miaohan was also happy. Su Miaohan understood the other party's subtext. If she failed, she would be demoted to an employee. However, when she heard that she had reached an agreement on cooperation with Qin Feng, she smiled as bright as a flower bud. Thank you, Manager Du. Su Miaohan was in a good mood. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Go ahead. Du Fu nodded with a smile. Okay, stop rushing me. I'm on my way back. Didn't I tell you to come at noon? Wait at the west gate. Qin Feng hung up the phone, speechless. Huang Jiala came early. So we increased the speed, and fortunately there was no traffic jam, and we arrived at the west gate of Demon University at 11:52. From a distance, one could see the rather flamboyant Huang Jiala, dressed in pure black, standing motionless at the door like a model, his eyes glancing at the students coming in and out from time to time. Qin Feng stepped on the accelerator and stopped the car steadily on the side of the road. Before he could honk the horn, Huang Jiala drove around on his own and then sat in the passenger seat, showing his big white teeth and shouting happily. Brother Feng. Chapter 36. Sometimes being too famous is also a kind of trouble. Xin Feng snorted softly, then stepped on the accelerator and drove in. He drove slowly, looking ahead as he asked, "Why are you here so early?" "Hey, don't I want to come and have a look around and get to know the place where I'm going to stay for the next 4 years?" Huang Jiala chuckled and looked out the window curiously, his eyes fixed on the environment. "What were you doing so early? I won't accompany you in such a hot day. The afternoon is fine too. Aren't you going back?" Xin Feng asked with a glance. Huang Jiala scratched his head to indicate that he was not in a hurry. "All right." Xin Feng turned right at a fork in the road, turned into the parking lot, passed the automatic identification system of the gate, and stopped in a corner. "Where's the invitation?" Xin Feng unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around, and placed his right hand in front of Huang Jiala, with his palm facing up. Here, Huang Jiala hurriedly took out a light blue hard-skinned thick shell from his shoulder bag. It had stripes on the edges and looked very high-end. After Xin Feng took it, he gently rubbed the surface with his fingers, and several large gold-plated characters appeared in front of Xin Feng in a flamboyant manner. "SSCC invitation letter. It just doesn't look very new." I opened the hard cover and the format inside is similar to that on the internet, but it seems that there is no time? Xin Feng looked at Huang Jiala in confusion. "Why is there no time displayed?" Huang Jiala was embarrassed by this question and explained, "It's like this, because the club holds 1 or 2 charity galas every month, but it's impossible to print dozens of invitations every time to avoid extravagance and waste. So these invitations have been printed long ago. You just need to show this invitation every time you come." "Ha?" After hearing this explanation, Xin Feng was obviously a little stunned. He didn't expect this to be the reason. He lowered his head to look at the address again. The Peninsula Hotel. Xin Feng had some impression of this hotel. The leader of the dormitory took them to experience it once again on the weekend. One of the top hotels in Shanghai, it is located in major cities around the world. It not only provides accommodation, leisure and entertainment, but also provides office, press release, company annual party, various large gathering venues and other services. Known for its comfort and functionality, good service and privacy. The only drawback is that it is expensive, not to mention booking a conference hall, which starts at least 100,000 per night. Compared to this, the cost of printing invitations is not even a fraction of that. In addition, there are many top hotels in Shanghai. Wouldn't it be boring to hold every party in the same place? So Xin Feng asked out of curiosity. Because a member of the club owns shares in the Peninsula Hotel. Huang Jiala explained honestly. Xin Feng didn't know what to say. It is worthy of being a charity club, very good and frugal. Get out of the car. Xin Feng originally wanted to take the invitation away, but then he changed his mind and decided to leave it in the car, so he placed it in the storage box. The midday sun was scorching. Xin Feng wisely stood under the shade of the Polonia tree. Huang Jiala was not stupid either. He followed Xin Feng and hid in the shade. "Come on, I'll show you my dormitory first." The environment of MOD is very good. It can almost be included in the evaluation of scenic spots, and various avenues are planted with tall trees. Of course, there are also some small trees with weaker branches. These were planted by Xin Feng and his classmates during the labor week in their freshman year. After several years, these small trees will grow into the towering trees they are today, providing shade and shelter for the newcomers. "Brother Feng, did you live in the dormitory during college?" Huang Jiala, walking under the shade of a tree, looked at Xin Feng beside him and asked curiously. "Of course." Seeing Huang Jiala's surprised look, he thought for a moment and continued, "This is a very good experience. It will benefit you a lot and allow you to experience many interesting things. Maybe there are all kinds of talents among your roommates. Do you want to experience them?" He knew that Huang Jiala might never have lived in school. Huang Jiala was indeed tempted when he heard it, but he quickly shook his head and refused. "Forget it. I'm not used to living with so many people. Not only will I have no private space, but I may not be able to adapt to their living habits." Xin Feng didn't say much after hearing this. The two of them went towards the men's dormitory. On the way, they encountered many strange looks, which made Huang Jiala shocked. Is Brother Feng so famous in school? At the door of dormitory 303, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Feng, when I passed by just now, many people were looking at you. Brother Feng, are you so famous in school?" Qin Feng tilted his hand that was inserted into the keyhole, looked at Huang Jiala's expression of emotion and envy, nodded without moving, showing a very natural expression. It's okay. Then he aligned it with the keyhole, turned it gently, and the door opened with a click. Without waiting for the other party to continue asking questions, Qin Feng changed the subject and said, "Okay, come in." So Huang Jiala stepped in, looking around curiously like Granny Lu visiting the Guanyuan garden. Qin Feng took out a bottle of drink from the small refrigerator, threw it to the other party, and asked with a smile, "How is it?" "It's pretty good," Huang Jiala said subconsciously. "Much better than he imagined. The Demon University has always been richer and more generous." Qin Feng explained. "Brother Feng, have all your roommates moved out?" Looking at the empty dormitory, Huang Jiala pointed at 3 empty beds and said, "Well, I've already moved out to work. I'll move out in a few days too." Qin Feng replied calmly, sitting on a chair. Huang Jiala suddenly had an idea when he heard this, so he stepped over to the empty chair next to Qin Feng and asked expectantly with a smile, "Brother Feng, do you think this is okay? I want to experience what it's like to stay here." "Isn't there anyone here? What do you think if I move in and experience it for a few days?" Qin Feng was stunned. He glanced at the very excited Huang Jiala and was speechless. "What's so good about this experience? You should experience it with your future roommate." Huang Jiala explained, "I'm just curious, and since you're the only one here, Brother Feng, it's more convenient. Just think of me as accompanying you. Do you think you're lonely living alone?" "Loneliness." Qin Feng cursed him unhappily, waved his hand and said casually, "It's up to you, as long as you don't mind the trouble." "Okay then. I'll tell my parents about it when I get home. I think they will be very supportive of my decision." After Huang Jiala finished speaking, he couldn't help but want to go back and tell his parents about this idea immediately. Qin Feng stopped the other party and said something to dispel Huang Jiala's idea. "It's only noon now. Are you sure they are home?" Only then did Huang Jiala calm down. "Okay, I'll take you to taste the delicious food of Demon University." Qin Feng took his cell phone and took Huang Jiala out, but he took out a mask from the cabinet. Facing Huang Jiala's puzzled expression, Qin Feng explained calmly, "Sometimes being too famous can be a nuisance." Huang Jiala was stunned by what he said. As expected, this again evoked a wave of envy from Huang Jiala. Qin Feng, who was in a good mood, took his little fan to a delicious restaurant in Emoda, and pointed out several other restaurants of different types to him. For example, Qingjia's steamed buns, Lua's soy milk, Lia's braised chicken, etc. After dinner, Qin Feng looked at the sun, and the two of them walked along the school avenue along the buildings or under the shade of trees. "This is the teaching building of the art department. You can come here to enjoy your eyes when you are bored. This is the e-commerce college." Qin Feng took a walk after dinner and took Huang Jiala to familiarize himself with the environment. The whole afternoon passed like this, and after having dinner in the school cafeteria, Huang Jiala was already attracted and longing for the college life that Qin Feng had described. He said that he would move here the next day after he returned to experience and adapt in advance. After coming back from get off work, Su Miahan naturally asked Qin Feng to have dinner and take a walk with her again. This time, Qin Feng did not refuse. As expected, Qin Feng received another wave of envy, jealousy and hatred, and absorbed a lot of negative emotions. Unfortunately, his system was not a system for collecting emotional values. The next day, Qin Feng continued to take Su Miahan to work as he had promised before. On the way, Su Miahan suddenly saw a light blue corner exposed in the middle storage box. "What is this?" Driven by curiosity, Su Miahan opened it and saw the big words SSCC invitation letter caught her eyes. She instantly had a guess in her mind, and at this time Qin Feng's voice came to her ears. "An invitation to a party." Su Miahan's eyes showed joy, and she used her slender fingers to open the book and look at the contents. She also found that there was no mention of time, but she did not ask any more questions. Instead, he looked at the address, the Peninsula Hotel, a top 5-star hotel, with a strange look in his eyes. Suddenly she remembered a message in the Shanghai Authentic Group Purchase Group. She quickly opened it and looked up the historical messages, and saw a picture that a group member had posted to show off. "Isn't it the same as the one in your hand?" She is said to be a senior socialite who has unclear connections with many big shots in Shanghai and is one of the most show-off people in the group. She didn't even have the qualifications to envy before, but now. Thinking of this, Su Miahan couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, looked at Qin Feng and asked in a coquettish voice, "Qin Feng, can I take a picture?" Although Qin Feng was driving, he kept his eyes on Su Miaohan. Seeing her look, he instantly knew what she was thinking. Want to show off in that socialite group again? But he still agreed verbally. Sure. Thank you. Su Miaohan immediately placed the invitation at a perfect angle, then picked up her phone and took a few pictures. Then I sent it to the group without stopping, and then edited a text message. Picture.jpg. Picture.jpg. Are there any sisters who will be attending tomorrow night? I heard that the attendees are all big names in Shanghai. This is my first time attending a party of this level, so I wonder what I should pay attention to. Is there any good sister who has participated in it and can give me some tips? Thank you very much. .jpg. The originally quiet group was like a school of fish that had exploded, with everyone showing questions of envy, doubt, surprise, and jealousy. In addition, 4 or 5 sisters sent her private messages to ask if the young man was on the list. After complimenting her a few times, they hinted that Su Miaohan would forget about her good sisters when she became successful. At the same time, several sisters in the group who had always looked down on her or even ridiculed her added her as a friend, and the notes were all sentences of apology and begging for her forgiveness. Su Miaohan was so happy watching this that she felt happy from her scalp to her heart and felt very relieved. Chapter 37, The Party Begins. Ding. Favorability +3. Suddenly, a reminder came from Qin Feng's mind. Looking at Su Miaohan's excited expression that made her face slightly red, he smiled calmly. Thinking of something, he suddenly asked, by the way, do you have a dress? Yes, Su Miaohan looked at the complimenting messages in the group and smiled for a while. After hearing Qin Feng's voice, she thought of the purple dress she bought for some parties she had attended before, so she nodded and replied. Well, Qin Feng didn't say anything after hearing this. After sending Su Miaohan to the company, he turned around and left. After Huang Jiala moved the luggage to 303, the two went straight to the Magic City International Circuit training ground. He had made an appointment with Su Qing, a professional player from the SSCC club yesterday. After all, after signing the contract with Green God Real Estate, he would have to learn for a while, right? While studying, you should also take the racing license test, and at least you should get an E-license. Qin Feng felt that 1 month was more than enough time. Although there was a difference between racing skills and driving skills, at least he had a good foundation and could learn naturally and quickly. After all, he was able to stand out and become a top student in the School of Economics and Management of the Magic University, which is full of geniuses. His learning ability and logical thinking skills are outstanding. He spent the whole day listening to Su Qing's explanations and demonstrations, and it was not until the evening that Qin Feng was ready to leave. Mr. Su, thank you so much for today. Qin Feng took off his helmet, looked at Su Qing in the co-pilot seat, and thanked him sincerely. Su Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, you are too polite. I am the coach here. Teaching is my duty. But Mr. Qin, you have a very strong learning ability. After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. Since I've prepared for it before, I can learn it quickly, Qin Feng explained. He signed up for a crash course and racing driver's license test service here, which cost him 50,000 yuan. It is indeed a sport for the rich, and the cost alone for primary training and applying for an E-license is so high. This is because Su Qing deliberately chose to be Qin Feng's coach, otherwise the price would at least double. The two exchanged a few more words before leaving. How is Brother Feng? Huang Jiala asked curiously as he looked at Qin Feng, who looked tired. Not bad, I benefited a lot. Qin Feng said with a smile, and then added, thank you for accompanying me today. Oh, it's okay. I have plenty of time anyway. Huang Jiala waved his hand to indicate that he was free. Brother Feng, next time I'll take you to another club. I guarantee it will be more interesting than the supercar club. At this time, Huang Jiala muttered mysteriously again. Sea club or yacht club? Qin Feng took a glance and said it in one word. Huang Jiala's face suddenly darkened. This is why I don't like dealing with smart people. Qin Feng laughed, and Huang Jiala then slowly explained, Brother Feng, you also know that the cost and daily maintenance of a yacht is much more than that of a supercar. Of course, the comfort and fun of a yacht are also incomparable to a supercar. Of course, the threshold is relatively high. There are 3 clubs in Shanghai. The offshore club I'm in is mainly composed of young people. Brother Hui and Brother Jingtong are also in it. Brother Jingtong is even one of the directors. Qin Feng was a little speechless. He didn't expect that Lu Jingtong, who was so cunning in the group, was actually a director. I will definitely go if I have the chance. Qin Feng responded, and then he learned a lot of information from Huang Jiala. Zhang Yaohui's family is indeed in the real estate industry, but in recent years the group's focus has begun to radiate to surrounding industries, and it can be regarded as a giant enterprise in Shanghai. Lu Jingtong's family is engaged in medical equipment and pharmaceutical research and development, and Huang Jiala himself, his father started out in the manufacturing industry. Later, he had the foresight to acquire several manufacturing and research and development factories, directly completing the industrial upgrade and having close relations with the government. It also involves many industries, including catering, automobiles, etc. Qin Feng did not expect that the people he met unexpectedly were all wealthy young men in the top circles of Shanghai, and each of them would become the chairman of a group in charge of thousands of people in the future. However, he did not think too much about it. After all, he, Qin Feng, was not an ordinary person. I quickly returned to school and went to the dormitory. I saw that the originally empty dormitory was now packed with people, as if there were 5 or 6 people living there. Is this an experience or a vacation? Have you moved your home here? Qin Feng looked at the crowded ground, and even saw a few figures placed on the table. He was speechless. These were all sorted by my mother. Huang Jiala was also a little embarrassed. How about I move some of them back? Forget it, let's go eat. Qin Feng waved his hand to indicate that it was troublesome, and stepped out of the dormitory. After saying hello to a few classmates, I walked to the door of the dormitory building and saw Su Miaohan standing outside playing with her mobile phone. All the boys passing by were secretly watching her. As soon as Qin Feng walked over, Su Miaohan suddenly looked up and a smile immediately appeared on her face. Just as he was about to say hello, he saw a familiar face behind Qin Feng. Hey, Xiao Jiala, why are you here too? Huang Jiala chuckled and called out, Sister Miaohan. Seeing Su Miaohan's eager eyes, Qin Feng shrugged and explained, this guy said he wanted to experience college life in advance. He got familiar with the environment in an instant and came to live in my dormitory. Su Miaohan opened her mouth slightly when she heard this, and immediately became interested. She blinked her eyes and asked with a smile. Come on, Xiao Jiala, call me senior sister. Huang Jiala rolled his eyes and said nothing. Okay, let's go eat. I'm hungry. Qin Feng walked out after he finished speaking. After all, standing at the door and chatting with Su Miaohan was too provocative. Su Miaohan quickly followed the clear notes. The day passed in a flash. May went away and early June arrived. June 1st, Children's Day, Saturday. 5:30 p.m., school cafeteria. There were not many people in the huge cafeteria, only a few tables, one of which was by the aisle. Qin Feng looked at Su Miaohan's puzzled expression and explained, You don't really think that the party can fill your stomach, do you? Su Miaohan's eyes were blurred, and Huang Jiala also echoed, That's right, Sister Miaohan, although food is provided at the party, it is usually for socializing, and everyone will go after dinner. Su Miaohan suddenly realized what was going on when she heard this and immediately stuck out her tongue. This was different from anything she had participated in before and she almost made a fool of herself. So I seldom go there. It's very boring. Everyone seems to be wearing a mask on their face, abandoning their selfish and dark emotions. They are all like gentlemen and ladies. It's so tiring. Huang Jiala complained while eating. Qin Feng ate his meal calmly without saying anything, but Su Miaohan couldn't help but ask curiously, So miserable? Anyway, you'll know when you go there. Huang Jiala looked disdainful. Qin Feng smiled without saying anything. Maybe they would feel at home there. Do you think they are all as socially anxious as you are? Su Miaohan was skeptical, but her curiosity was puffed up like a balloon by what Huang Jiala said. At 6:30 in the evening, in the girls' dormitory, Su Miaohan was sitting on a chair with delicate makeup on. Her hair was piled high and she was wearing a purple dress that revealed her fair and smooth collarbone and neck. She looked gorgeous. The envious roommate asked curiously, Miaohan, are you going to a party tonight? Why are you dressed so brilliantly? Su Miaohan took out an exquisite blue necklace from the box and put it on her neck, adding a touch of color. She looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction, and when she heard the voice of her roommate beside her, the corners of her mouth curled up. No, I was attending a party with a friend, Su Miaohan said lightly, a charity party. It sounds very high-end, which makes the roommates more envious. This word usually only appears in movies and TV dramas and is too far away from their lives. Now, when I suddenly heard that a friend of mine was going to attend a party of this level, the emotions in my heart were indescribable. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a black ghost-like Rolls-Royce drove away from the school amidst the noisy and bustling sound. Needless to say, Huang Jiala was also in the car, sitting in the back seat. He placed his hands on the two seats in the front row, stretched out his upper body from the middle, and praised Su Miaohan with a surprised look. "Sister Miaohan, you are especially beautiful today." "Thank you, you are also very handsome." Su Miaohan was happy with Huang Jiala's compliment and replied with a smile, then secretly glanced at Qin Feng, who was silent as the sea. She felt a little disappointed. After all, she dressed so brightly today just to show it to Qin Feng and to make him proud. According to the gossip she had heard, some second-generation rich people would even compete to see which female companion was the most beautiful or the most eye-catching at gatherings. Huang Jiala, who was a smart kid, immediately said loudly, "Brother Feng, isn't Sister Miaohan very beautiful today?" Then he gave Su Miaohan a knowing look, and the latter was ecstatic. Qin Feng glanced at her and said calmly, "You mean the old Miaohan isn't pretty anymore?" Huang Jiala was stunned, while Su Miaohan cast a seductive look at Qin Feng, his heart buzzing as if hit by a sugar-coated bullet. Then the car became completely quiet. Soon they arrived at Gate 2 of the Peninsula Hotel. The area was already filled with various luxury cars, and the waiters and receptionists at the gate warmly greeted the men and women coming in and out. As soon as Qin Feng crossed the flower bed, a waiter came running over with great discernment. After helping Qin Feng park the car, 3 of them appeared at the door. One of the friendly leaders said with a smile on her face, "I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this is a private party. Do you have an invitation or membership card?" Qin Feng and Huang Jiala took out their club membership cards, Su Miaohan took out the invitation letter, and the 3 of them were quickly led inside by a receptionist. The layout and decoration of this hall are full of Western classical architecture. It has a high round roof and is dotted with many wall lamps. Hanging in the middle is an antique lamp preserved from the 15th century, which has been transformed with modern technology. The hall is very spacious and magnificently decorated. There is a platform in the front row, with rows and rows of chairs placed below. There were 2 doors opened on the side. Qin Feng stood in the carpeted corridor and looked inside. There were 4 long tables on the 4 sides, which were filled with various snacks, delicacies, and drinks. There were dozens of small circles of people standing in groups of 3 or 4, each holding a drink or wine and chatting in low voices. Su Miaohan followed Qin Feng and the others through the auction hall and into the adjacent communication hall. Chapter 38, This is the National Condition. Qin Feng looked around and found that he didn't recognize most of them. Only a few of them he had met before in the Magic City cross-country race and exchanged contact information with. So when Qin Feng and the other 2 came in, except for a few people who nodded to him, the others looked at Huang Jiala beside them. One after another came over to say hello. Huang Jiala maintained a stiff smile and responded one by one. After a while, Huang Jiala rubbed his cheeks and looked at Qin Feng beside him, complaining. "Brother Feng, you see, this is why I seldom come here. Everyone comes to say hello, but they are all my elders, so I have to respond." Qin Feng ignored him, but Su Miaohan next to him was a little curious. "Xiao Jiala, they are here because of your father. Although my father is the founder of the club, I became a director of the club entirely based on my own ability. It has nothing to do with my father being the president." Huang Jiala said to Su Miaohan aggrievedly after hearing this. Su Miaohan. Su Miaohan was shocked. In her eyes, Huang Jiala, who seemed naive and immature, had such a high status? Thinking of how I addressed him and teased him before, I couldn't help but stick out my tongue. Yes. I believe that you can become a director of the club entirely on your own." Qin Feng agreed perfunctorily. "Mr. Qin," suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side of several people. Qin Feng looked back and saw 3 young men led by Zhang Yaohui walking towards them. "Good evening, Mr. Zhang." Qin Feng responded. Zhang Yaohui smiled and nodded, "Good evening." Brother Hui, Huang Jiala stood beside Qin Feng and greeted him with a smile. Yes, Zhang Yaohui nodded, and also nodded to Su Miaohan. "Miss Su, good evening." "Good evening." Su Miaohan showed her standard smile, which dazzled the 3 people around Zhang Yaohui. "When does the auction start?" After a few pleasantries, Qin Feng suddenly asked. "The party starts at 8 o'clock, and the auction starts at 8:30. Zhang Yaohui raised the silver watch on his wrist and said, 25 minutes left. "Why don't we sit over there?" Zhang Yaohui then pointed to the open sofa seats at the back. Qin Feng thought about it and nodded, thinking that he also needed a watch. After all, in this kind of situation, if you want to check the time, you have to take out your mobile phone, which feels very low just thinking about it. At this time, you should push up your sleeves to reveal the watch and lift it to your chest. Tomorrow is the weekend, so I'm going to go out for a walk with Myeohan. My rebate rate is as high as 48%, so it's time to spend some money. At this time, Zhang Yaohui looked at Su Myeohan and said, Ms. Su, you can go to the ladies' area over there. I think their parties are definitely more interesting than ours. Su Myeohan subconsciously looked at Qin Feng, who thought for a moment and nodded, you can look around. He guessed that Su Myeohan might have wanted to go there for a long time. Sure enough, when Qin Feng nodded, a strange light flashed in Su Myeohan's eyes. It was her first time attending such a high-end party, so she was naturally very interested in everything around her. The most important thing is that most of the people attending this party are real socialites. So Su Myeohan nodded to Qin Feng and walked into the crowd, while Qin Feng and others sat in the sofa leisure area. The hall was very large. Su Myeohan walked around in it, looking at everyone. Just as Qin Feng said, very few people were eating snacks, as if eating in public was impolite. The men and women around were all wearing well-fitting suits and beautiful dresses, and the last-century chandelier above their heads reflected a dazzling golden light. This made the atmosphere in the hall even more lively. The hall is very large. Passing through the communication center in the middle, you come to the ladies' area on the west side. As Su Myeohan looked, each lady seemed like a noblewoman from hundreds of years ago, wearing luxurious dresses made of high-end fabrics, purely handmade and custom-made, and wearing crystal-clear, sparkling necklaces and earrings. The celebrity's social life was no less than she had imagined. This was the life she had always dreamed of. Su Myeohan calmed herself down, and the slightly nervous mood began to fade away. Instead, she felt intense excitement and thrill. She believed that as long as she held on to Qin Feng tightly, this quality of life would be within her reach. What I need to do now is to squeeze into this circle and strive to become one of them. After thinking for a while, Su Myeohan walked to the long table at the side, picked up a high-heeled glass, held it between her index and middle fingers, held it up, and walked towards a group of socialites. As soon as I walked in, I heard the person in the middle, who was about 30 or 40 years old, raise his right wrist, revealing a shiny emerald green bracelet, and a soft voice came out. Didn't my husband Wu go on a business trip to Europe a few days ago? He brought me this bracelet when he came back. How stingy. Europe is said to be the home of art and the capital of fashion. Why did he make up an excuse to say that this is ice type? I think it's no different from glass. Although he spoke in a disdainful voice, there was no anger on his face. The bracelet fluoresces under the light. It is very transparent and has no flaws. It is obviously worth a lot of money. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful woman beside him said with a smile, I think your old Wu was really good. This is a jadeite of very good quality. It would cost at least more than 100,000 yuan outside, right? I really didn't notice that. Although the lady asked a question, the bright smile on her face betrayed her mood. Old Wu always brings you gifts when he goes on business trips, so you should be happy. Unlike that wooden guy in my house, you won't get any gifts except during holidays. Didn't I hear you say last time that I gave you a BMW on May 20th? I have to say that your man is quite romantic. He gave you a gift on a holiday for young people. It was very thoughtful of him. That's right, the one in my family is very old-fashioned and has no romance at all. Su Myeohan's heart trembled as she listened to these ladies chatting. They either gave her jade or a car, or they talked about which country they went on vacation to, or which high-end party they attended. She found that she really couldn't join in this kind of conversation. She couldn't say that she was either carpooling or sharing a hotel, right? As they approached, Su Myeohan stood at the outermost edge like many others, and did not attract anyone's attention at all. But this also made her feel relieved. After walking in, she found that the people in front of her were basically wearing international brands, unlike her who was wearing a gray clothes. This discovery made her mouth very bitter. Is this high society? Is this the real circle of socialites? Except for a few noble ladies sitting in the middle, the others were standing on the periphery like her, like a foil, highlighting their identity and status. Su Myeohan even discovered several well-known celebrities who are popular in the streets and alleys. In the eyes of the public, they are glamorous, superior, and praised by fans, but here, they, like her, can only stand on the periphery. You don't even have the right to interrupt. The class divisions are strict and there are obvious differences in identity and status. Su Myeohan suddenly felt cold, as if a beautiful dream was punctured. The overlap between reality and fantasy involved cold rules. Men's area. Currently, affected by the global economy, the domestic market has continued to decline, especially the service industry and manufacturing industry, which are all in the red. However, I heard that there will be policy support in the near future. Brother Zhang, did you get any inside information? No, just some gossip. I don't know whether it's true or not. Xinfeng sat upright, as straight as a pine or cypress, with his hands crossed on his thighs. He listened to the conversation between Zhang Yaohui and others without interrupting them. The stock market fund was the most important information. These second-generation rich people are naturally more informed than him. But at this moment, Zhang Yaohui suddenly turned to look at Qin Feng and said politely, "Mr. Qin is a top student at the Demon University. I wonder if he has any unique insights." The others also looked at Qin Feng, who thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Zhang is serious. I can't say I have any opinions, but I just have some ideas." As we all know, the stock market generally follows national conditions and policies. Compared with the previous 2 years, the domestic market has gradually become sluggish. Not only is the economy in recession, but the market is also very severe. The impact is multifaceted. The stock market is turbulent, and domestic economic development is naturally hindered. I don't know if you have noticed that since the end of last year, China has begun to introduce policies to grasp the general direction. The main economies at present are the service industry and manufacturing industry. The introduction of relevant policies is obvious. Based on the information Mr. Zhang received, it is estimated that it will happen in the next 2 months. Of course, I don't know the exact details. Otherwise, I would be the god of stocks. Xinfeng clearly analyzed the information provided by Zhang Yaohui and others, combined with the knowledge he had learned, and expressed his own understanding. Zhang Yaohui and his friends are no show-offs. Xinfeng's analysis does not seem to provide any detailed information, but from an overall perspective, the stock market fund should reverse the current sluggish market in the next few months. Yes, the government will not allow the market to continue to be sluggish and will definitely intervene to regulate it. Kyushu has its own national conditions. The person who spoke was a man next to Zhang Yaohui. He was wearing a black and white suit and looked like an elite. Xinfeng remembered that his name was Hu Kai and his family ran a hotel. His family holds shares in the Peninsula Hotel. Although the amount is not much, it is still one of the shareholders. The person Huang Jiala was talking about before was his father. At this time, Zhang Yaohui also nodded in agreement, agreeing with Qin Feng's point of view. Yes, I think I can buy a few stocks now to play around and make some pocket money instantly. That's right. It just so happens that the monthly dividends from the family trust fund have arrived. Mr. Qin, Brother Zhang, which stocks are you going to buy? Xinfeng and Zhang Yaohui looked at each other, and finally Zhang Yaohui said, "Okay, I will create a group and post the news in the group." Everyone agreed. Xinfeng too never thought that he would not only attend a party but also participate in the establishment of a circle. However, he never expected that this circle would later become the top circle in the country, and countless people were proud to join the circle. Of course, no one realizes it now, they just want to make some pocket money. Okay, the auction is about to start. Let's go over first. I heard that some uncles and aunts have taken out a lot of good things this time. Zhang Yaohui stood up and suggested. He is the oldest, holds a high position in the family business, is the best informed, and is the leader among the group. Xinfeng did not refuse. Xinfeng was the only one who brought a female companion, so the group ran towards the ladies' area. Chapter 39, Everyone present is a respectable person, Agarwood bracelet. The Peninsula Hotel was built in the last century, close to the Huangpu River. It has a good location, covers a large area, and has a total of 3 halls. SSCC Club's internal charity gala is usually held in Hall Number 1. Hall Number 1 is divided into 2 halls, the outer hall is used for auctions, and the inner hall is used for evening parties and exchanges. The bright and dazzling chandeliers cast a layer of white light over the entire inner hall. Su Miahan wandered stiffly outside of every circle like a scarecrow. It seemed like she was being targeted, but Su Miahan knew very well that it was not her who was being targeted, but that she could not get a word in at all in what they were talking about. This huge sense of gap made her feel very confused and bewildered. People didn't despise her or mock her, but simply ignored her. This is more painful than being targeted at her. This was totally different from what she had imagined. Just as she was thinking about how to escape from this environment that made her look like a clown, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. Miao Han. Many ladies in the ladies' area looked in the direction of the sound. 5 or 6 tall and strong men dressed in suits and white-collar workers stood in a row. Their powerful momentum and handsome combination attracted countless people to watch. When Su Miahan saw Qin Feng in the middle with an indifferent expression, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. She had never been so looking forward to seeing Qin Feng as she was now. He moved and walked over quickly. "Let's go, the auction is about to start." Qin Feng noticed the expression on Su Miahan's face. Although he was a little curious, he did not ask. "Yeah." Su Miahan nodded quickly. So the group of people retreated like the tide, and Su Miahan keenly felt that the eyes around her were looking at her differently. She was smart and understood it immediately. Complex emotions began to spread in my heart. I couldn't help but think that even if I had joined a group of real socialites, the result would probably be similar to what it is now, or even worse. Without the blessing of Qin Feng's identity, he would be nothing. If she wants to fit in, she must rely on Qin Feng. Looking at Qin Feng chatting with Zhang Yaohui and others beside him, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Walking from the inner hall to the outer hall is like walking from the playground to the classroom. It is much quieter and there are already quite a few people sitting in the rows of black leather seats. At this time, Huang Jiala looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, where should we sit?" "No designation? Please sit anywhere. After all, this is just an internal charity party of our club. Although some public figures and famous philanthropists will be invited, most of them are still club members." Zhang Yaohui heard Qin Feng's question and explained in a low voice, "So there is no need to be too strict. Which row would you like to sit in, Mr. Qin?" Qin Feng looked around and said casually, "Then sit in the middle." Everyone had no objection when they heard this and sat anywhere. Zhang Yaohui and his companions greeted people passing by from time to time and introduced them to Qin Feng. Qin Feng usually responded with a smile. After all, these were potential connections and resources. For example, in a certain cooperation, there are a total of 5 companies competing, and Qin Feng happens to know the boss of the cooperating company. Does this count as a connection? Su Miahan was also very clear about this, so she was particularly envious. If she had these connections, she naturally wouldn't have to think about marrying into a wealthy family. The group sat in the 3rd row, not too far away or too close. Qin Feng and Zhang Yaohui are sitting next to each other, next to them is Hu Kai and a few others, next to Qin Feng is Su Miahan, and next to them is Huang Jiala. As time passed, more and more people entered the auction venue, but it was generally quiet and the seats were soon filled, with only 2 or 3 empty. At this time, Zhang Yaohui quietly explained the auction process. First, the head of the club's charity association and a club director came on stage to speak, introducing the club and charity, as well as the purpose of today's charity funds, etc. It's almost 9 o'clock now, and the auction will officially begin next. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard that the event would officially start at 9 o'clock. It's so late, it must end at 10 or 11? Zhang Yaohui nodded in agreement. Why doesn't the party start earlier? Because everyone has free time at this time. If it is earlier, many members will not be able to attend in time. Qin Feng understood that many members of the club were company owners, corporate executives, or retired chairmen, so naturally they had a lot of things to do. At this time, he saw 2 bottles of mineral water and an object similar to a remote control on the small table between the 2 of them. Qin Feng guessed that this should be the quotation machine for auction items. After all, it is impossible for people to stretch their necks and show their veins and shout, "I bid 10,000. We are all decent people here, and certainly wouldn't do that." Then he looked at Su Miahan, who was staring straight ahead, sitting upright, and was very well behaved, which made Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, he whispered in Su Miahan's ear, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Su Miahan froze when she felt Qin Feng's warm breath. She had never been so close to a member of the opposite sex who was not related by blood. Just as Qin Feng continued to speak, the noisy sound of a microphone came from the steps in front. Suddenly, the whispers in the meeting hall quieted down. First, the club director spoke, and talked a lot about the original intention of establishing the charity and the love and so on. Then there were speeches by specially invited guests who have devoted their lives to charity, and the heads of the club's charity associations, and finally the official summary. Qin Feng was almost drowsy after listening to the music, but he perked up when he saw the auction host come on stage. It's finally over. It's similar to the speeches given by leaders before various activities held in school. Everyone has to say a few words. Su Miahan also quickly became alert, her eyes fixed on the moving lights on the stage. As she watched the staff members bring up the auction items, she tilted her long, white neck to look around curiously, feeling very intrigued. Qin Feng paused. It felt different from what he had imagined. Handwritten calligraphy and paintings by a certain entrepreneur, autographs by certain celebrities, some wooden sculptures of animals, Buddha statues, guanyin, some handmade wooden bracelets, and some antiques. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, this is just a charity auction, not a real professional boutique auction. But those wooden carvings seem pretty good and well made. Xin Feng has sharp eyes and praised the carvings. Zhang Yaoi explained in a low voice, these are provided by traditional craftsmen, and their skills are quite superb. Unfortunately, with the development of the times, they are also facing the problem of inheritance. The club is looking for someone to work with them, which can be regarded as helping them a little. Zhang Yaoi's tone was a little sad. Xin Feng rarely responded when he heard this, but just nodded. The first auction in June began with the first handwritten calligraphy and painting by a well-known entrepreneur being bought by a young man for 10,000. Xin Feng wondered curiously, maybe someone from some entrepreneur's company took the photo to please him? After all, that handwriting is not worth $10,000, not even worth it if you die. Xin Feng is not bragging, his brush calligraphy is better than that one. Soon, the second celebrity signature was sold to a woman for 3,000. As each item was photographed, the atmosphere at the scene was very high. Even Su Miahan couldn't help but buy a bracelet, which cost her $2,000. Seeing Xin Feng's gaze, Su Miahan explained in a low voice, just consider it as a contribution of love. Xin Feng nodded, then withdrew his gaze. So far, he had not participated in any auction. Zhang Yaoi and his companions did not speak either. Su Miahan made a special observation and found that many people in the first and second rows did not speak either, including some big shots she had seen in news interviews. This made her a little curious. What were these people waiting for? Soon the auction reached the halfway point. A total of 24 small items were auctioned, with the lowest price being 500 and the highest being 30,000. A total of about 350,000 in donations were raised. Under Su Miahan's careful observation, Zhang Yaoi and others became serious. Could it be? Soon the voice of the host on the stage came down. The voice was magnetic and elegant. The next item is a treasure that an old gentleman took out from his collection in order to help more people in need. The old man's spirit and behavior are noble, worthy of admiration and learning. The great teacher once said that charity should be passed down from generation to generation. The previous host needed a rest for his voice, so he was replaced by another young host. Xin Feng felt that she was eloquent and better at hosting the auction than the previous host. I listened to him quoting from classics and talking a lot before he started to introduce the item itself. As the saying goes, once you get into the art of collecting, you will be lost in the sea. This is an agarwood bracelet made with great effort by a master in the last century. Please note that this is not the agarwood we usually see. It is the precious chinan, also known as agarwood, which is the best of the best agarwood. In ancient times, it was also called agar and is extremely precious. Not only is it highly ornamental, you can play with it with your hands anytime, and after wearing it for a long time, it can promote the circulation of internal organs, enhance immunity, regulate qi, and open up the orifices, etc. Since the Han Dynasty, it has been one of the most important tributes for the royal family to offer sacrifices to heaven, pray for blessings, worship Buddha, and worship gods. It is not only appreciated by both the elite and the masses, but also can nourish the body and regulate qi. It is definitely a very valuable piece of cultural playthings. As soon as the host finished speaking, the interest of many people in the audience was aroused, and many middle-aged men and women stared intently at a string of yellowish-brown beads on the wooden tray held by the waiter. Xin Feng also became interested. The bracelet is not only exquisitely carved, but also smooth and round. It can also be good for health if worn for a long time. But this is from the last century, so many people must have worn it, right? Xin Feng felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of this. He admired it but also felt a little regretful. However, the host's next words made him feel uneasy. Don't worry, no one has ever worn this agarwood bracelet. So the reserve price is 100,000, and the lowest price cannot be less than 10,000. Bidding starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below couldn't wait to start making offers. Chapter 40, Please be a human being. Xin Feng didn't expect that the club would take out such a precious bracelet at halftime. At this time, Su Miahan turned off her phone and whispered to Xin Feng, I just checked. The agarwood bracelet is an antique, so it's worth at least $1 million now. There was shock and bewilderment in her tone. Such an ordinary-looking bracelet was actually so expensive, much more expensive than the luxury goods in her mind. Xin Feng snorted lightly. He was not surprised at all. After all, the current price had climbed to 880,000, and many people had made bids. Even Zhang Yaohui beside him quoted the price twice. In response to Qin Feng's gaze, Zhang Yaohui said softly, "Mr. Qin, this bracelet is a rare and good thing. I didn't expect that Mr. Liang was so willing to even take out this one." "Mr. Liang?" Qin Feng expressed his doubts at the right time. The collector of this bracelet is Mr. Liang Guowei, who is 75 years old this year. He lost his wife at an early age and his son in middle age. He has devoted his life to charity. This agarwood bracelet was made and passed down from his ancestors. "Is that so?" Qin Feng said in awe. "If Mr. Qin is also interested, why not bid for 1 or 2? Then Qin Feng saw Zhang Yaohui quoted 1 million. The scene was silent for a few seconds before someone started to make an offer. 1,005,000. At this time, Su Miaohan had completely shut her mouth. Suddenly, she saw Qin Feng beside her also picked up the quoter. Then a huge number suddenly appeared on the huge display screen on the stage. 1,200,000. Qin Feng directly increased it by 150,000. Su Miaohan looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Zhang Yaohui also glanced at Qin Feng, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He was making things more difficult for himself. Although he didn't know Qin Feng's net worth and background, from the contact he had with him during this period, he knew he was definitely not an ordinary person. He bought a luxury car worth tens of millions right after graduation, so he was definitely a wealthy man. And I actually asked him to leave. Isn't this making things more difficult for myself? Qin Feng smiled back, looked at his offer being replaced, lowered his head and entered a number again. 1,400,000. The entire auction site suddenly became quiet, and many people looked around, wanting to see which gentleman was bidding hundreds of thousands each time. The hostess on the stage had a smiling face. For her, the taller the better. Seeing Qin Feng's calm mood, Zhang Yaohui's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but remind him, "Mr. Qin, you can add 10,000 each time. The market price of this agarwood bracelet is between 1.5 million and 2 million. Mr. Zhang, don't you think it would be a waste of time to add 10,000 at a time?" Zhang Yaohui raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he heard that adding tens of thousands at a time was a waste of time. When Su Miaohan, who was standing next to her, heard Zhang Yaohui's surprise, she felt a little excited for some reason. Although she didn't know Zhang Yaohui's specific identity, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Feng always manages to surprise her, which makes her proud. Soon, with Qin Feng's help, the bid price broke through the 2 million mark, and many people withdrew from the competition. It's not that I can't afford it, but I feel it's unnecessary. The heads of charities and official supervisors nearby were even more delighted, as this meant they could help more people this time. As expected, Qin Feng finally won the agarwood bracelet with a price of 2.3 million. Looking at Zhang Yaohui, who had a complicated expression, Qin Feng put down the quote machine and thanked him quietly. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for reminding me." Zhang Yaohui was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "With the participation of Mr. Qin, the charity sector will be more prosperous." "Mr. Zhang, you are too polite. I am just doing my best. There are many people like Mr. Liang in the charity world who are the backbone of the charity." Qin Feng said seriously, thinking to himself, "System, I have accumulated some merit for you." Seeing that his personal property of 1.14 million yuan had arrived in his account and his personal property had exceeded the 1.4 million yuan mark, he was in a very happy mood. He glanced at Su Miaohan and sighed that she was a good person. "All the fame and benefits were taken by me alone, but don't worry, brother System. I will take the obvious benefits, and you will take the invisible merits. The distribution is reasonable, fair, and just. System. Please be a human being." Su Miaohan on the side said that she no longer had any emotions. She spent 2.3 million to buy a bracelet. It was really luxurious. Is this the world of truly wealthy people? He donated more than 2 million yuan to charity. Su Miaohan felt that she was a vulgar person and could not understand this behavior at all. What could she do with so much money? Wouldn't it be good to buy a few bags, a few sets of changing clothes, and a few dresses? This state of mind, free from vulgar interests and material needs, is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Of the more than 20 items for auction, Qin Feng only bought one. A wooden carved accessory, well made, perfect to hang on the car as a pendant. It cost him $1,300, which was a bit expensive. Ordinary people simply wouldn't buy them, So this is also one of the reasons why some traditional crafts are lost. Since they can't even afford food and have no future, few people are willing to study. You said that some traditional craftsmen can sell an item for hundreds of thousands or even millions and make a lot of money? Putting aside big data and only talking about individual cases is hooliganism. How many traditional handicraft artists are there? How many of them are famous? How many of them can make money? After the last jade antique was bought by Zhang Yaoi, the charity auction was declared over. Under the guidance of the staff, everyone paid the money and got their items back. Accompanied by Su Miaohan, Qin Feng spent a total of 2,313,000 yuan and received 2 convenience bags printed with charity patterns. One of them is an ancient wooden box and the other is a plastic paper box. Mr. Qin, thank you for your generosity. I wish you a happy life and all the best. The staff immediately recognized the sponsor of this auction and expressed their admiration and praise. Thank you, Qin Feng smiled and nodded, also in a good mood. Su Miaohan also got the necklace she had bought before. At the same time, Qin Feng's name began to spread in the hall, attracting the attention of many people. What puzzled them was, who was Qin Feng? Was there such a person in the club? Why did they have no impression of him? Several people who had known Qin Feng in the cross-country race introduced him to their friends. It turns out that Qin Feng had just joined the club and had a good relationship with Huang Jiala, Zheng Yaoi, and Hu Kai. He was suspected to have a very strong background. So when the show was about to end, Qin Feng was forced to open for business. Accompanied by Zhang Yaoi, Huang Jiala and others, he nodded and greeted most of the people in the club and exchanged contact information with each other. Qin Feng also began to become famous in the Magic City. As for Su Miaohan, she was about to be hit by a huge wave of joy. After knowing that it was Qin Feng who brought her in, many ladies who had ignored her in the ladies' area became very friendly. They asked for her contact information and said they could play mahjong together when they had time. Su Miaohan naturally agreed, and called everyone Sister Zhang, Sister Lu, and Sister Lan happily. This allowed her to display her social skills and she quickly became one with everyone. At 10:30 in the evening, Qin Feng, Su Miaohan, and Huang Jiala were on their way back to school. The excited blush on Su Miaohan's face had not yet faded. Qin Feng concentrated on driving, looking straight ahead. The voice coming from his mind made him subconsciously relax his brows. Ding, favorability +5. Pursuit target, Su Miaohan. Current favorability, 69. Qin Feng had no doubt that Su Miaohan's favorability had increased, but he didn't expect it to increase by 5 points at once. One step closer to 90, Qin Feng is a little excited. After his pursuit is successful, he will have a chance to draw a lottery. He wonders what he will win. Su Miaohan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was thinking about what happened at the party and was secretly looking at Qin Feng with a burning gaze. Qin Feng? Tomorrow is the weekend, can we go eat hot pot together? Su Miaohan tilted her head and looked at Qin Feng in a playful way, with expectant eyes. After tonight's party, she realized that it was very necessary to take down Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng is not very proactive, she has to take the initiative. Before Qin Feng could answer, a head popped out from the back row. It was Huang Jiala. He opened his mouth and said, "Eating hot pot? I want to go too." Qin Feng retracted his scattered thoughts, glanced at Huang Jiala, ignored him, and fixed his gaze on Su Miaohan's face. Unexpectedly, Su Miaohan did not dodge at all. She just met Qin Feng's gaze and looked at Qin Feng straight. This made Qin Feng no longer able to do that. Of course, no problem, he replied, then turned his head, started the car and continued driving. Su Miaohan's eyebrows were curved, her eyes seemed to be melting, and her face presented the image of a beautiful woman with a faint smile. I couldn't help but wave my little fist. Hey, seeing that neither of them paid attention to him, Huang Jiala couldn't help it and tried to attract their attention. Did you two hear what I said? Huang Jiala's extremely childish baby face immediately became unhappy. Seeing that Qin Feng ignored him, Huang Jiala looked at Su Miaohan, Sister Miaohan. Su Miaohan saw Huang Jiala looking at her eagerly and immediately covered her mouth with her hands to smile. When she wanted to make a joke, she suddenly remembered his identity and stopped talking. Although the other party may not care. I'm fine, Su Miaohan agreed with a chuckle, but she winked at Huang Jiala and glanced at Qin Feng. Huang Jiala understood immediately, so he turned to look at Qin Feng again and said in a rhythmic tone, "Feng brother. Okay, your legs are on your body. Can I stop you if you want to go?" Xin Feng slowed down the car and drove into the school at the signal of the guard. There were basically no people outside the school at 11 o'clock at night. It was a rare occasion that Qin Feng sent Su Miahan back to the dormitory. Okay, go in. Qin Feng stopped at the door of the girls' dormitory. Looking at the dormitory manager who was still not resting at the door and staring at her like she was guarding against a pervert, Qin Feng turned and left. Good night. Su Miahan watched Qin Feng and Huang Jiala's backs gradually disappear into the darkness. She then withdrew her gaze until they disappeared. She felt that something was wrong with her feelings towards Qin Feng, and Su Miahan felt that she needed to adjust her mood.